An ancient female general accidentally time-traveled to modern times. She was forced to bind with a top-tier system and participate in a girl group competition. While other girls performed singing and dancing, she demonstrated brick-breaking with bare hands on stage, dominantly reorganizing the chaotic entertainment industry. Whoever dares to make me angry, I'll show you how hard a female general's fists are. Nan Xiangwan was originally a valiant imperial female general, conquering the world, decisive in killing, making enemies tremble in fear. Unexpectedly betrayed by internal enemies while she was fighting bloodily on the battlefield, 3 hidden arrows sent her to the afterlife. When she woke up again, time had changed, and a strange man was repeatedly slapping her face. Nan Xiangwan's anger immediately erupted. Who dares to slap the face of the Empire's first female general? Simply seeking death. She suddenly sprang up and threw a punch, but unexpectedly missed due to her shorter arms. Nan Xiangwan was stunned. This wasn't her body at all. What's going on? At this moment, a voice rang in Nan Xiangwan's mind. Welcome, host. Top-tier system activated. The system displayed her current stats: figure, appearance, charm. What nonsense is this? I'm the mighty imperial female general. What use are these useless things? Damn system. Give me back my ultimate combat power. Nan Xiangwan frantically attacked, but couldn't grab this garbage system. Soon the system issued its first task. Just pat her brother's head to gain 20 charm points. Task failure would result in electric shock punishment. Nan Xiangwan rolled her eyes impatiently. Rather than patting heads, she preferred kicking them. As the mighty female general, how could she listen to a damn system? She immediately stood up to leave. The next second, detecting host resistance, electric shock punishment began. Nan Xiangwan's entire body trembled uncontrollably. The stronger her resistance, the stronger the electric shock became. Nan Xiangwan started dancing on the spot, nearly driven mad. She could only compromise reluctantly. It's just patting ahead, fine, I'll do it. Nearby, Nan Chaoyang watched in terror. His sister must be possessed. Just as he wanted to show concern, Nan Xiangwan suddenly kicked him. The force was so strong that Nan Chaoyang fell to his knees with a thud. Nan Xiangwan felt satisfied. She never liked standing on tiptoes to look up at people. This height was perfect. She reached out to touch her brother's head, rubbing it stiffly and awkwardly. Then, looking down, she forced a smile, patting so hard she nearly crushed her brother's head. Lan Chaoyang was so frightened he ran away crying for help. But at least the task was completed. 20 charm points received. Lan Xiangwan's aura instantly became more charming, and she became more beautiful. Her gaze fell on a family photo of 4 nearby. Only then did she realize she had transmigrated into the body of a girl with the same name as her. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Task triggered. Participate in debut trainee program. Increase exposure and avenge past humiliation. Success brings stat rewards. Failure brings punishment. Meanwhile, the original host's memories awakened. The original host was chosen as the female lead in a movie star's MV. Classmate Bai Wei became jealous and workplace bullied her. Finally, she was pushed into water and almost died, resulting in a week-long high fever, severely affecting the shooting schedule. The leading role was also snatched by Bai Wei. The memories of humiliation and intense hatred made Nan Xiangwan's heart wrench in pain. When had the mighty female general ever suffered such indignity? She immediately cracked her knuckles, ready for action. These despicable people were utterly shameless. Watch how this general deals with you all. Ancient female general transmigrates into a modern idol. First time participating in a trainee competition. Performs brick breaking with bare hands on stage. This move completely stunned the judges. After transmigrating to modern times, Nan Xiangwan was forced by the system to learn basic survival skills. Everything here shocked her greatly. Not only were there cars that could travel thousands of miles daily, but phones and computers could do various things. All convenient and amazing things. That day, the manager took her to participate in the trainee competition show. Nan Xiangwan casually wore a t-shirt. Unexpectedly, this drew disgusted looks from other women. This outfit? People might think she's just going grocery shopping. Only the effeminate makeup artist had a discerning eye, immediately noticing Nan Xiangwan's beauty. He excitedly exclaimed repeatedly, "Sister, you're so pretty. Your hair is so long and beautiful. Let's make some gorgeous waves later." Nan Xiangwan, seeing such a feminine feminine man for the first time, couldn't help but comment, "You're so girly." The makeup artist nearly cried, protesting, "How mean? I'm just androgynous." But she still obediently followed Nan Xiangwan's request and styled her hair into a simple, cool high ponytail. Soon the competition show officially began. Debut Now was hosted by Nambe Entertainment Company. The judges were all famous artists from the company, covering various fields including singing, dancing, and rap. The show was live-streamed online throughout, presenting everything authentically and comprehensively to all viewers. Soon it was Nan Xiangwan's turn to perform. She appeared in black military wear. The audience immediately went wild, calling out, "Sister is so cool, beautiful, and powerful." Nan Xiangwan stood with legs apart, hands behind her back, at center stage. This stance with military wear made her look like a special forces soldier. Judge Zhong Lingfei laughed and couldn't help asking Nan Xiangwan, "Who chose this outfit for you?" Nan Xiangwan immediately answered in a loud voice, "I did myself." Judge Zhao Lan continued, "So, Nan Xiangwan, why did you come to participate in this show?" Nan Xiangwan stood straight and answered seriously, "I failed the military academy entrance exam, so I can only rely on my looks to make a living." Her expression was serious and earnest, standing straight as a pine tree. The judges were all trying to hold back their laughter, their bodies shaking with suppressed mirth. The audience had no such restraint and burst into laughter. They'd never seen a trainee who looked like they were in military training. The whole show's tone changed from her appearance. Nan Xiangwan looked confused. She was just stating facts. Shouldn't one speak loudly with strong presence? That's how the Imperial Army was. The judges quickly suppressed their laughter and asked her to begin her performance. Nan Xiangwan frankly said she couldn't sing or dance. The audience was dumbfounded. Coming to compete without any skills? Was this sister here just for laughs? Unexpectedly, under everyone's gaze, Nan Xiangwan took out a brick, stacked up a pile of bricks, and said she would demonstrate breaking them with bare hands. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her right hand like a sword. With a loud shout, she struck down forcefully. With a loud crack, all 8 bricks split cleanly down the middle. The break was perfectly neat. Looking at her handiwork, she nodded with satisfaction. She was pleased, but the audience was stunned. A girl group trainee performing brick breaking? What kind of goddess was this? Amazing! The ancient female general went viral for breaking bricks with bare hands, easily winning over 1 billion devoted fans. A rendition of Happy Planet paired with zombie dance moves shocked the entire nation's audience. What kind of goddess is this? I'm dying to be her fan. Nan Xiangwan showed everyone her fist as big as a sandbag and her muscular biceps. She still thought she was quite pitiful. Even the head judge was intimidated and became interested in her. Advancing someone with such strong entertainment value would make future episodes worth watching. However, this was still an idle competition. Without singing or dancing skills, she could only get the lowest F grade. So the judges still asked her to at least sing something to check her level. Nan Xiangwan frowned, but reluctantly agreed. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to sing. What is a strange planet? What is a happy planet? If you want to know what a happy planet is, I'll show you right now. She had learned this from TikTok these past 2 days and only knew this one line. The judges were doubled over with laughter, laughing until tears flowed, pounding the table. The audience was laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. This performance was absolutely iconic. Sister Nan is the GOAT. Her entertainment value and public appeal were incredible. The head judge wanted to keep her until the end. This would definitely secure the ratings. Immediately gave her a D grade, telling her to put it in a visible spot. But Nan Xiangwan directly stuck it on her chest, turned around, and strode off stage. The audience went wild with laughter. Other contestants put it on their waist, but Sister Nan was both shocking and adorably silly. Then a judge curiously went on stage, picked up a brick, and waited. The judge immediately screamed in shock. These were real bricks. The audience became even more excited, shouting, "Sister Nan is so cool. I love you. I want to have your babies." At that moment, in the top floor office of Nambe Entertainment, a man was watching Nan Xiangwan on screen with great interest. The man's looks were devastatingly handsome, with deep-set eyes that seemed to possess a magical quality. This was Gu Beihui, the behind-the-scenes boss of Nambe Entertainment and also the entertainment industry's top male star. He remembered when choosing the female lead for his new music video, he had picked her. Later, that by something Wei said, Nan Xiangwan didn't want to be a star. Didn't come now wanting to see an MV she never even participated in. It's obvious who's lying in this publicity stunt. Gu Beihuai's eyes flashed with disdain. He immediately posted on Weibo clarifying that his new song Sword Dance had no MV. Meanwhile, Shi Baiwei, waiting backstage to perform, was grinding his teeth in anger. That little bitch, Nan Xiangwan, after the MV fell through, actually came to join the competition. Really think you can compete with me? I can beat you with just a simple song and dance. Just wait and see. But he was quickly slapped in the face. The teacher mercilessly criticized him for choosing difficult songs despite his limited vocal range. By the end, his breathing was unstable, and his voice cracked. Shi Baiwei's face froze at the criticism, forcing a smile while fuming inside. How dare these nobodies judge him like this? Finally, the judges agreed to give him an FT grade, barely passing, barely advancing. Shi Baiwei immediately looked pitifully at the head judge, pointedly reminding them, I just finished filming King Gu's new MV as the female lead. As Nanbei Entertainment Senior, you must have seen the MV already. He calculated that with King Gu's name backing him, the judges would surely give at least A, B, or C. The head judge knew King Gu was the company's real boss. To save face for the boss, they were about to give him a D grade. But just then, their phone on the table lit up. Judge Dong looked down, immediately tensed up, and without further hesitation, gave Shi Baiwei an F grade. Shi Baiwei never expected this result. Even Nan Xiangwan got a D, but what about him? He immediately became angry and embarrassed, pointing at Nan Xiangwan in the seats, demanding a face-off. Night Bridge sings Sunrise. Autumn Haha sings Sunset. Harry Potter rides a broom saying sorry. While my broom became trash in a bottle. What is a happy planet? Cross, the invincible female general, went viral with a poor cross. Dressed as a cold idol, she was challenged by the scheming White Lotus. As the Empire's female general, she had never suffered such humiliation. She immediately swung her sword at the White Lotus. Just now, Shi Baiwei publicly challenged Nan Xiangwan to a battle. The whole venue erupted in chaos. Everyone criticized her for bullying newcomers. Nan Xiangwan felt Shi Baiwei's hostility, desperately trying to convince herself that if murder wasn't illegal in this world, she would have chopped up this White Lotus long ago. Yet Shi Baiwei kept taunting proudly. Not accepting means you surrender. Then you're just a coward. I'll take your money. Just then a system task triggered. Battle request from Shi Baiwei. Defeat Shi Baiwei on stage. Task failure results in 2,000 cash deduction. Nan Xiangwan's face stiffened. She stood up abruptly. She had done so many messy tasks to earn that little money. How could she let it be deducted like this? She had to win this round no matter what. She immediately walked on stage with fighting spirit. Shi Baiwei deliberately chose a slow rhythm dance. She was targeting Nan Xiangwan's inability to sing and dance, hoping to turn the tables with dance. Judge Zhao saw through her malicious intent and frowned. He hated these scheming yet talentless newcomers. The judges immediately gave priority to Nan Xiangwan, since she was the one being challenged. Having the right to choose first, Nan Xiangwan showed no fear, only requesting to change the music to a fast tempo. The faster the better. More surprisingly, she requested a sword from the production team. Everyone was stunned and eagerly gathered to watch the show. This background music wasn't easy to dance to. It was personally chosen by Judge Zhao. When the music started, Shi Baiwei was dumbfounded. This fast-paced Chinese-style music without lyrics. She couldn't dance to it at all. She thought the judges were biased. Why didn't they listen to her choice? Still, she reluctantly swayed to the rhythm, smugly approaching Nan Xiangwan, who stood holding the sword, planning to get close, thinking even club dancing would be better than just standing there. Unexpectedly, Nan Xiangwan's eyes suddenly lit up, quickly drawing the sword from its sheath, the blade creating a gust of wind as it thrust towards her. The blade barely grazed her neck. Shi Baiwei screamed and fell to the ground, scrambling backward in terror. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan began her sword dance, each move carrying an overwhelming presence. She was, after all, the Empire's female general who had fought on battlefields for years. Swordsmanship was second nature to her. She could handle 10 times this easily. Moreover, this music with war drums reminded her of leading her troops to great victories. Her performance grew more powerful. The entire venue was shocked. The judges stood in respect, Thunderous applause erupted. The audience screamed wildly. As the music ended, Nan Xiangwan stood center stage. She performed a beautiful flourish with her sword, then stood at attention, like a general returning from war. The venue erupted. Battle over, Nan Xiangwan kept her D grade, while Shi Baiwei maintained her F. As soon as she sat down, Nan Xiangwan was surrounded by many young women. That sword dance had touched their hearts deeply. They felt their hearts were struck. Meanwhile, Shi Baiwei's face darkened. She absolutely despised Nan Xiangwan. That sword move, Nan Xiangwan must have deliberately tried to make her fall and embarrass her. Just then, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, mission complete. No money deduction needed. Task rewards. Dance expertise skill, 10x online shopping cashback, one-time use, and plus 2 charm points. The 3 consecutive rewards left Nan Xiangwan dizzy. Among them, she was most excited about the 10x online shopping cashback again. She couldn't wait to grab her phone and shop frantically. Foreign female, general travels to modern times, goes viral with a passionate sword dance, attracting a wave of devoted fans. Even the billionaire actor CEO would marry no one but her, not only wanting her as his MV's leading lady, but also willing to spend heavily to sign her to his company. But Nan Xiangwan only cared about online shopping, hugging her phone and shopping frantically. Because she succeeded in the face-off with Shi Baiwei, the system rewarded her with 10x online shopping cashback. She immediately happily started buying the weight training equipment she had been eyeing. Unfortunately, everything in this world was expensive. This money was still far from enough. It seemed that to lift herself and her family out of poverty, she needed to trigger more tasks to earn money. As for how to trigger them, that would depend on Shi Baiwei causing more trouble. Nan Xiangwan looked at Shi Baiwei expectantly, hoping she would stir up more drama. Although she had pushed her into the water and caused her fever before, she would show mercy until she could squeeze out more benefits. There would be plenty of chances to crush her later anyway. Shi Baiwei was startled by this wolf-like gaze, thinking Nan Xiangwan was mocking her. She immediately gritted her teeth in anger. Everyone else was deeply touched. Despite how Shi Baiwei had hurt Nan Xiangwan, she still smiled so sweetly at her. Such a beautiful and kind-hearted cutie. At this time, staff members hurriedly came to collect phones. Others had already handed theirs in, but Nan Xiangwan came late and hadn't been told. Nan Xiangwan hugged her phone tightly, nodding pitifully. She still wanted to use the online shopping cashback, but after everyone's kind persuasion, Nan Xiangwan struggled for a while before reluctantly compromising. With a bitter face, she unwillingly handed over her phone. Her expression suggested the sky was falling. The tactless Shi Baiwei kept mocking sarcastically, saying she dared to use her phone openly in front of cameras, suggesting she must have gotten in through the back door. Hearing this, everyone quickly moved 800 meters away, disgusted by her foul mouth and bad luck. Soon the show came to an end. All 100 trainees had completed their initial performances. The production team assigned dorms to all advancing trainees according to their grades. Nan Xiangwan almost tripped as soon as she left. Contestants were fighting to share a room with her, creating chaos while calling out Brother Nan. "Be my husband." Nan Xiangwan was frightened. While they were fighting, she quietly escaped and quickly entered a random dorm, shutting everyone outside. This caused many wife fans to cry desperately. Nan Xiangwan leaned against the door, finally catching her breath. Suddenly, she heard a scream. A girl pounced on her like lightning, hugging her while shouting, "It's real! Husband! Husband! Even more handsome up close! Husband, I love you!" Nan Xiangwan covered her face. Her head was splitting with pain. She was almost suffocating, but couldn't shake the girl off no matter what. Was it because her front wasn't prominent enough and her back wasn't curved enough? Why did all the girls in this world call her husband? At this moment, 2 girls approached. One called Dingwen, one called Zhang Yilei. Both were her new roommates. Then the girl hanging on her neck, smiling sweetly, told her she was Li Banyan. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. 2 staff members entered, saying they had some unfinished business. Then they handed the phone back to Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan's eyes lit up instantly. "My precious phone is back." Before she could finish rejoicing, the staff quickly guided her to set up her Weibo account for the show's future promotion. After quickly getting official verification, the phone was suddenly taken away again. Nan Xiangwan froze. "My precious phone." Before she could react, the production team ran away with the phone. Looking at her empty hands with disappointment, she couldn't snap out of it for a long time. Everyone off camera, seeing her pitiful expression, was completely melted by her cuteness. This masculine-feminine contrast was absolutely adorable. At this moment, the production team was scrolling through comments, discussing how Nan Xiangwan would boost their ratings. They must film more of her tomorrow. Suddenly, they discovered that Boss and movie star Gu Benhui had posted on Weibo, inviting Nan Xiangwan to be the female lead in his music video. The comment section instantly went crazy. A newcomer being personally invited by the superstar Boss for collaboration. This Nan Xiangwan would definitely become famous. A fifth-generation female general who traveled to modern times, using her superior combat skills to dominate modern trainees, live streaming high-intensity one-finger push-ups to explode in popularity. Dominating the entertainment industry, even top-tier superstars felt threatened. Unexpected that there would be someone as impressive as himself in the entertainment circle, then immediately took off his shirt, showing off his stunning physique. To maintain his top-tier status, today's one-finger push-ups morning exercise must be doubled. The next day at dawn, the practice room was still empty, with only a few viewers in the live stream. They thought they'd have to wait long for trainees to appear, but Nan Xiangwan suddenly walked in. She started warming up immediately. Viewers thought she was going to practice dancing or vocals, deliberately maintaining a hardworking image. But Nan Xiangwan was actually regretting that if she hadn't gotten lost earlier, she could have arrived sooner. Then Nan Xiangwan supported herself with one hand and began alternating hands for push-ups as warm-up. Each hand did at least 100 repetitions, moving so fast she left after images. The viewers went crazy. What kind of monstrous stamina was this? Then, Nan Xiangwan switched to various high-difficulty exercises. Sit-ups, squats, pull-ups, all performed quickly and steadily. Netizens were shocked, but Nan Xiangwan felt helpless. Without equipment here and no large space to run, she could only do these simple exercises to build stamina. Finally came the iconic moment. Nan Xiangwan extended her right hand, performed a handstand with one finger, and started doing one-finger push-ups. The live stream instantly exploded. Even military men commented that they couldn't do that. Viewers called out, "Husband, so cool. I love this high-difficulty training session that lasted 2 hours." Meanwhile, since Nan Xiangwan started doing push-ups at 6:30, Gu Beihui had been watching the live stream. This woman was indeed interesting. No wonder I posted on Weibo, inviting her yesterday. When he saw Nan Xiangwan still had energy for one-arm push-ups, Gu Beihui's eyes flashed with surprise. But compared to the exploding screen, he was much calmer. When Nan Xiangwan finished exercising on screen, just as Gu Beihui stood up, Shi Baiwei's affected voice came from the live stream. "I didn't expect to be the earliest bird. The hardworking bird catches the worm. Everyone must work hard." Hearing this, Gu Beihui felt like he'd swallowed a fly. He quickly threw away his phone, disgusted to death. Feeling nauseous, he walked to the center of the living room, casually removed his robe, revealing his perfect proportions. At this moment, Gu Beihui extended one finger. He made the same movement as Nan Xiangwan. When he saw Nan Xiangwan doing this move earlier, he was somewhat surprised. What surprised him wasn't the difficulty of the move, but that besides him, there was actually someone else in the entertainment industry who could do it. Unexpectedly, his phone rang at this moment. "Mr. Gu, the company wants to sign Nan Xiangwan ahead of schedule. Several major companies are trying to sign her now. Then sign her with a 70-30 split." Zhao Qingtian was shocked. A 70-30 split for a newcomer was unprecedented treatment. Just as he was about to say something, Gu Beihui had already hung up. It turned out the new segment's live stream was about to begin. The girl possessed dance copying abilities. With just one glance, she could perfectly replicate even the most difficult moves. Not only did she have a hidden system, but she also gained dance expertise skills. At this time, Nan Xiangwan had just showered, changed clothes, and with her hair still wet, rushed to the practice room for the live stream. But there were a few tactless green tea bitches, relying on their 10 years of dance experience, who insisted on challenging her. Green Tea Yu Jingding smiled smugly and started making snide remarks, implying that Nan Xiangwan was 20 minutes late compared to everyone else, saying they'd all finished warming up and were just waiting for her to start the lesson. After insulting her, she tried to get close by holding Nan Xiangwan's hand, but Nan Xiangwan mercilessly turned and walked away, leaving Yu Jingting with an awkwardly frozen smile. Yet she still shamelessly followed behind, talking to herself about their fake friendship, secretly thinking that since the live stream was on and viewers were watching, Nan Xiangwan being 20 minutes late on the first day of training, not keeping up with everyone's progress, and being so cold to classmates would surely decrease her popularity. But Nan Xiangwan's dorm mates all knew she had left early in the morning. Yu Jingding was clearly trying to sabotage her. Her fans were furious. Just as they wanted to clarify, dance teacher Yusha arrived. Everyone politely bowed to the teacher and correctly called out her name. Only Nan Xiangwan looked confused, as she didn't know this teacher at all. She suddenly felt doomed, realizing she didn't recognize any celebrities. At this time, the teacher announced class would begin. Green Tea Yu Jingding suddenly raised her hand to remind the teacher that Nan Xiangwan had just arrived without warming up and might get injured if they started right away. She pretended to be concerned, saying it wouldn't be good to make everyone wait for one person. She volunteered to accompany her for warm-up. Nan Xiangwan could see through her malicious intentions. She gave her a disdainful glance and instantly shut her down with "You're so annoying." Green Tea Yu Jingding was furious, but she was secretly pleased, thinking Nan Xiangwan would be disliked by the teacher and viewers for publicly snapping at her. She didn't know that fans were cursing her for being shameless and daring to slander their husband. This hellish dialogue was really engaging. The live stream was suddenly flooded with "You're so annoying" comments. The teacher tapped the blackboard, making everyone return to their seats. Then she showed a dance video for everyone to watch. They would demonstrate one by one. Everyone looked troubled about demonstrating after just one viewing. It seemed impossible, but Green Tea Yu Jingding rushed to the stage first. If she could perfectly replicate the first 10 seconds of movement, she would definitely amaze everyone. Nan Xiangwan, just be my stepping stone. Indeed, when Yu Jingding completed the opening sequence, everyone else in the practice room gasped in amazement. They all watched it once, so how could she remember the moves? Not only remember, but perform them too. Amidst everyone's praise of amazing, Yu Jingding proudly stood with her chest out, waiting for the teacher's compliments. Unexpectedly, the teacher's reaction was very flat. "Since you don't remember the rest, you can step down." Yu Jingding was shocked and angry. This teacher actually didn't praise her at all. She could only walk off stage angrily. Then she saw Nan Xiangwan still spacing out. Thinking she couldn't dance at all, she immediately feigned surprise and loudly said, "What, Nan Xiangwan? You said you want to go up?" Then suddenly pushed Nan Xiangwan. But Nan Xiangwan didn't move an inch. Instead, Yu Jingding almost fell herself. Does she have rocks tied to her legs? I pushed so hard, yet she didn't fall. Nan Xiangwan glanced at her, not getting angry, and quietly walked onto the stage to perform. The live stream exploded instantly. Everyone saw clearly that Nan Xiangwan hadn't even opened her mouth. It was clearly Yu Jingding the green tea trying to set her up. Her fans worried for their idol. They thought Nan Xiangwan would embarrass herself. But as the music started, Nan Xiangwan perfectly replicated the dance from the video. These moves were as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2 for her. Not just a 3-minute dance, even a half-hour one, she could perform after watching once. Everyone was stunned instantly, all shouting, "Our idol is amazing." The live stream was filled with screams. The dance moves were so professional, hitting every beat perfectly. Nan Xiangwan was truly a genius. Yu Jingding was grinding her teeth in anger. She clearly knows how to dance, yet earlier pretended to know nothing. What a despicable person. An ancient female general reborn as a modern idol, dominating the entertainment industry with one-handed push-ups and single-finger handstands. She not only had the top-tier system, but also gained dance copying abilities. She could perfectly replicate any move after just one look. Her stunning performance left other trainees shocked and screaming. Green Tea Yu Jingding's face was filled with jealousy and hatred. She remembered that dance in just one viewing and replicated it. "Doesn't that make my performance look like a clown?" Teacher Yusha praised Nan Xiangwan highly, asking if she had learned dance before. Nan Xiangwan habitually stood at attention in military posture and loudly replied, "Report to teacher. I only learned martial arts." The teacher nodded approvingly. Dance and martial arts share many aspects. Having a martial arts foundation does make learning dance easier, but your dance skills are already at a master level. This means your martial arts must be extraordinary, at least at grandmaster level. Hearing the teacher's praise, Nan Xiangwan nodded happily. After all, she was the empire's top female general. This teacher truly had good insight, and the teacher's praise didn't stop there. directly letting her transfer to be a trainee. Class currently only had 7 people, and they were all dance specialists. At Nan Xiangwan's current level, staying in Class D would be a waste. Facing the teacher's invitation, Nan Xiangwan readily agreed. Everyone was instantly envious, except Yu Jingting, who was trembling with anger. She immediately shouted, "Teacher, you can't!" Everyone in the practice room gave her strange looks. Yu Jingting, suppressing her jealousy and unwillingness, said in her green tea manner, "Although Nan Xiangwan dances well, her singing seems terrible. Won't the audience and others have opinions? Won't she get hate comments?" Everyone was speechless. Such a high-level green tea, not expressing her own opinion, but pushing the blame onto others. Yu Sha's eyes flashed with coldness, having seen through her little trick. She coldly said, "Focus on your own path. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you." Yu Jingting was startled. Was she being called a busybody? Her eyes instantly turned red as she began sobbing, visibly appearing wronged, saying she was just concerned about Nan Xiangwan. Yu Sha was getting a headache from her behavior. Livestream viewers were disgusted. The green tea's true colors were showing, yet she still played the caring sister act. Was she treating the stage like a palace drama? Yu Sha ignored the green tea and directly called Nan Xiangwan to hurry up. Meanwhile, Yu Jingting was still putting on her act, trembling with grievance, not noticing everyone distancing themselves from her in disgust. As Nan Xiangwan was about to leave, she suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Yu Jingting. Expressionlessly, she said, "You're really annoying." This time Yu Jingting was genuinely trembling with anger. But because they were live streaming, she could only grit her teeth and endure. The livestream chat was flooded with the word annoying. Compared to Nan Xiangwan's beauty and strong abilities, Yu Jingting's attempted kind-hearted image had completely crumbled. A female general transmigrated to modern times to join a girl group competition. She dominated other trainees with her superior physical abilities, doing backflips without hesitation and even showing off difficult one-finger handstands during live streams. In the entertainment industry, there were always some sharp-eyed troublemakers. Relying on her 10 years of dance experience, she insisted on competing. Nan Xiangwan simply said, "You're annoying," making the green tea furious. If this world wasn't so civilized, and if killing wasn't illegal, she would have slain that talkative green tea with one strike. That Yu Jingting really talked too much. From entering to leaving the practice room, she never stopped chattering. The green tea teacher also admired this straightforward young girl, who dared to call Yu Jingting annoying during the live stream. This girl was interesting. Seeing her like this, they thought she was nervous. She immediately smiled and cheered her on. Nan Xiangwan's murderous intent was forcibly interrupted. She looked at the enthusiastic teacher in confusion, completely unsure what was happening. Soon, they both entered practice room A. Teacher Yu Sha smiled and greeted, "I brought you a promising talent." Class A's teacher Zhao Lan happily came to welcome them. While the two were talking, the trainees whispered in amazement, "Look, it's the one who breaks bricks with bare hands. The one who knows martial arts. Her sword dance was amazing too." Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration and appreciation. The atmosphere was much better than in the lower classes. Then, teacher Zhao Lan formally introduced Nan Xiangwan to everyone, stating that she would be training with them from now on. Everyone excitedly rushed forward, surrounding her and chattering enthusiastically. "Nan Xiangwan, you know martial arts, right? Can you do backflips? Or what other moves can you do?" Everyone's eyes were sparkling, like fangirls. The teacher felt a headache coming on and was about to ask everyone to calm down, worried they might scare the new student. Unexpectedly, Nan Xiangwan suddenly jumped. She performed a 360-degree backflip on the spot, then landed gracefully. Her movements were clean and sharp, cool and flamboyant. Then she seriously nodded and said yes. Instantly, all the girls went crazy, screaming and rushing forward shouting, "So cool!" and "Teach me." Teacher Zhao Lan was pushed aside. She was completely stunned. The live stream viewers were dying of laughter. My sister Nin just as a flip without saying a word, then simply says yes. She's truly a treasure. At this moment, Nan Xiangwan suddenly noticed an intense gaze. She immediately turned her head and met Zhu Sha's eyes. Zhu Sha clearly hadn't expected to be caught. She froze for a moment, then suddenly blushed and shyly turned away, avoiding her gaze. Nan Xiangwan was confused, but the livestream viewers went crazy shipping them. The strongest rapper and the violent girl's dream collaboration. Ship this CP. By then it was getting late. Zhao Lan hurried everyone to practice dancing. Nan Xiangwan practiced hard in front of the mirror, while Zhu Sha secretly observed her. Her eyes seemed glued to Nan Xiangwan. Several times when Nan Xiangwan keenly looked back, she only saw Zhu Sha blushing and dodging. She was completely puzzled. What was up with that person? Soon after practice ended, Xiaolan asked Zhu Sha and Nan Xiangwan to team up, add their own ideas, and choreograph a dance to show her. After all, a successful idol needs certain creative abilities, and choreography is one of them. Nan Xiangwan was instantly dumbfounded. She couldn't choreograph. She only received the dance pack. The system hadn't given her choreography skills yet. Seeing this, Zhu Sha proactively handed over a bottle of water, shyly saying, "Wei Nan, Xiangwan, shall we collaborate?" Generally transmigrated to modern times to join a girl group competition. Moves that others needed 10 years to barely master. She could perfectly replicate with just one look. Whether it was a 360-degree aerial flip or the difficult Thomas Flare in breakdancing, she could instantly replicate them, even perform them better. Just now, Nan Xiangwan triggered a system task. Collaborate with Zhu Sha on choreography. Failing would result in losing all bonus money. When Nan Xiangwan heard this, she nearly exploded in anger, giving the middle finger to the system. "Damn system, trying to take my money again." She immediately took the water Zhu Sha offered, gave her a sweet smile, and said, "Sure, let's collaborate." Zhu Sha was stunned by this rapid change in attitude. She coughed twice, trying to suppress her excitement and maintain composure. About the work, have you had any experience with dance or choreography before? Lan Xiangwan honestly shook her head. She could only perfectly copy dance moves she had seen before. She didn't know about anything else. Zhu Sha quickly patted her shoulder encouragingly. "It's okay. You have a martial arts foundation, so normal dance moves shouldn't be a problem for you." Nan Xiangwan obediently nodded. Whatever the expert says goes. In this civilized world where you can't solve everything with force, in her current state, she just needed to follow the expert's lead. Then, Zhu Sha immediately started choreographing with Nan Xiangwan. From start to finish, Zhu Sha did all the choreographing and directing. When Zhu Sha danced in front, Nan Xiangwan followed behind. No matter how difficult, Nan Xiangwan could perfectly replicate it. This earned applause from many fans. The livestream fans were shipping them intensely. The violent girl turned into a softa. This CP matches perfectly. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the actor boss Gu Beihui was also closely monitoring the livestream. Seeing the comments constantly mentioning this CP, he became instantly jealous. How could those two be a match? Yet even his assistant was excitedly shipping them, gesturing enthusiastically and endlessly praising Nan Xiangwan. Gu Beihui felt a sense of crisis. He hurriedly urged his team to speed up the contract signing. Meanwhile, Zhu Sha was also amazed by Nan Xiangwan's learning ability. She quickly asked her to do some breakdown moves alone. Nan Xiangwan immediately did a Thomas Flare, then supported her body with one hand and started spinning. Finally, she gracefully flipped and landed. The comments exploded instantly. Nan Xiangwan is amazing. However, after finishing the moves, Nan Xiangwan wiped the sweat from her chin. She casually retied her loose hair. Beside her, Zhu Sha excitedly grabbed Nan Xiangwan's hand, wanting to continue practicing. But suddenly, Nan Xiangwan's stomach made a thunderous growling sound. Nan Xiangwan looked at the teacher pitifully while drooling. Holding her singing stomach as if she could eat a whole cow, her mind was filled with thoughts of food. The teacher couldn't withstand such a pitiful gaze. She could only clap her hands and announce the end of practice. While everyone was respectfully saying goodbye to the teacher, Nan Xiangwan zoomed out, leaving after images behind. The livestream viewers were laughing hysterically. "Look how hungry she is." Nan Xiangwan is definitely a foodie. The female general transmigrated into a modern idol. While others were working overtime practicing dance, she only thought about eating. As soon as class ended, she rocketed towards the cafeteria. She immediately ordered 3 jin of braised pork and 18 bowls of rice. She stuffed it in her mouth in huge bites. Other trainees looked at their vegetables and shed bitter tears. How could she eat so much yet maintain such a good figure? It's so unfair. At this time, classmate Gu Dongxin walked over with his tray, wanting to sit at Nan Xiangwan's table. Nan Xiangwan nodded in agreement while continuing to eat, her cheeks bulging with food. She couldn't stop eating. Gu Dongxin looked at the pile of empty plates on the table, his expression cracking instantly. How do you eat so much without getting fat? Nan Xiangwan felt wronged. She had actually wanted to order 2 more portions, but the system stopped her, worried she might get a stomachache. Meanwhile, Yu Jingting and Shi Baiwei, Those two green tea bitches were glaring at her fiercely. They looked like they wanted to skin her alive. Nan Xiangwan had noticed long ago. She just found it puzzling. Instead of eating properly, they kept staring at her. Would staring make them full? After eating and drinking her fill, Nan Xiangwan comfortably stretched and prepared to leave with a stack of empty plates. Xian thought she was going back to practice dancing and quickly got up to join her. But Nan Xiangwan said she was going to take a nap. There's 2 hours for lunch break. Can't waste it. Xian was stunned. Eating and sleeping. Are you really a trainee? Nan Xiangwan, thinking about what to eat tomorrow, didn't notice she Baiwei sneakily following behind. Meanwhile, Zhu Sha was having a miserable meal. If she hadn't been reminded to stay with company members, she wouldn't want to eat with Yu Jingting and others. Just then, Yu Jingting sent others away. Others coldly said, Nan Xiangwan is in your group, right? Now you have 8 people. Remember, Zhu Sha, you're from Huawan Entertainment. It should be easy for Nan Xiangwan to get injured while practicing in Group 1. After all, Group 1's practice is intense. The strength required is high. Zhu Sha suddenly stood up, firmly refusing to do such things. Yu Jingting's eyes instantly turned cold. She threatened viciously, You dare refuse me? My father is a senior executive at Huawan Entertainment. You're a contracted artist with Huawan. Whether to shelve you or make you quit, it's just one word from me. But Zhu Sha ignored her threats completely, sneering. She turned and left. Yu Jingting's face turned ashen with anger. Now she hated Zhu Sha too. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan returned to the dorm and fell fast asleep on the bed. Shi Baiwei sneakily pushed open the door. Her jealous expression became distorted. Why could she succeed without effort? Why was she loved by everyone? Especially seeing that beautiful face up close, perfect even without makeup. She was driven mad with jealousy. A twisted thought emerged. If her face was ruined, everything would disappear. She smiled eerily, taking out an eyebrow razor and raising it high, suddenly slashing toward Nan Xiangwan's face. This woman was jealous of someone being prettier than her. She actually tried to slash someone's face while they were sleeping. Shi Baiwei smiled grotesquely. Once her face was ruined, she'd have to go back home to sell sweet potatoes. If discovered, she'd just say she was trying to help trim her eyebrows but slipped. But just as she was about to slash down, Nan Xiangwan suddenly opened her eyes. Shi Baiwei froze in fear. In those blue pupils, her extremely distorted face was reflected. Shi Baiwei was so startled by her own ugliness that she fell directly from the ladder. She fell so hard her whole body nearly fell apart. Nan Xiangwan looked down at her condescendingly, with unparalleled arrogance. She had developed sharp instincts from the battlefield, waking at the slightest movement. At this moment, roommates rushed in hearing the commotion, looking at Shi Baiwei in astonishment. Shi Baiwei immediately gritted her teeth in anger. Her hand gripped the eyebrow razor tightly. She had almost succeeded just now. It was all because these people rushed in so quickly. Nan Xiangwan held back her ready fist, thinking to herself that she should be grateful others arrived in time. Otherwise, her head would have been smashed by one punch already. Everyone reproached Shi Baiwei with dissatisfaction. This isn't your dorm. What are you doing here? Don't go too far. Everyone can see how you're targeting Nan Xiangwan. This is Group D's room. Get out now. Shi Baiwei was furious. Hadn't they seen her fall to the ground? She immediately lay on the ground crying. Nan Xiangwan pushed me, but no one believed her. Her reaction clearly looked like she was trying to blame others. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan had already fallen back asleep. She couldn't be bothered to deal with her. Shi Baiwei became enraged with embarrassment, pointing at them and shouting, Just you wait. When Brother Beihuai's new MV is released, I'll make you pay. Everyone scattered in fear. After all, there was no phone footage as evidence. Better not provoke her grudge. Unexpectedly, Shi Baiwei smiled sinisterly. The people she arranged earlier should be talking to Yu and spreading rumors by now. Meanwhile, CEO Gu Beihuai, in order to catch Nan Xiangwan's livestream, had 3 hours of meetings during lunch. He didn't even have time to eat. After handling company matters, he quickly opened the livestream. It was just 2 o'clock. Gu Beihuai finally relaxed. Fortunately, he hadn't missed the stream. However, He found that while everyone in the live stream was practicing dance diligently, Nan Xiangwan was nowhere to be seen. The comments were all about how after lunch break, Nan Xiangwan still hadn't appeared. The director angrily shouted, "Nan Xiangwan is still sleeping. Go get her back." Gu Beihuai couldn't help but smile, suddenly feeling sorry for the frustrated director. Soon Nan Xiangwan was dug out. She was carried straight into the practice room. Her clothes were disheveled. Her hair was messy like a bird's nest. Drool wasn't even wiped from her mouth corner, and her whole expression was dazed from sleep. The livestream audience was laughing hysterically. Her just woken up expression was too real. The comments were unanimously pleading for mercy for her. Gu Beihuai nodded approvingly. Not bad. Even in her current drowsy state, the audience still loved her. And it was only the second day of live streaming, but her Weibo followers had already exceeded 3 million. This showed her public appeal and ability to attract fans was terrifyingly good. Gu Beihuai suddenly felt excited about how many more surprises she could bring him. The female general's journey as a modern-day trainee went viral online. Even top actors became her fanboys, watching her live stream right on schedule. But when the time came, Nan Xiangwan was still sound asleep. Staff immediately dug her out and carried her to the practice room. Nan Xiangwan wasn't fully awake yet, standing there purely on instinct. Her partner Zhu Sha waved a hand in front of her eyes, asked her how many fingers, but Nan Xiangwan was so drowsy she could only make out it was a fist. Zhu Sha was helpless and could only start warming up with her. Leg lifts. Nan Xiangwan immediately started moving swiftly. Though her body was moving, her expression remained blank. Zhu Sha was startled and tested her again. When asked to do a handstand, Nan Xiangwan immediately did a one-handed handstand. She did whatever Zhu Sha said, with perfect form. She could even spin on her head, moving so fast she left after images. Everyone laughed hysterically. The kid wasn't fully awake, but her body was moving faster than her mind. After exercising for 10 minutes, Nan Xiangwan suddenly became fully awake. She stretched comfortably, feeling that she had a good nap. Looking around confused, not knowing how she ended up in practice, Zhu Sha was speechless and started showing her the newly arranged choreography. Nan Xiangwan listened attentively, obediently following instructions. Zhu Sha looked at Nan Xiangwan's serious face, remembering Yu Jingting's threatening words, then became more determined. He wouldn't give up this chance to practice with a strong partner just because of someone's threats. Nan Xiangwan noticed Zhu Sha's emotional changes. She gently reminded him, "You're crushing the paper." Zhu Sha finally snapped back to reality. He apologetically said sorry. Nan Xiangwan patted his shoulder, comforting him. "It's okay. I remember everything. Let's just review and reinforce it." Soon it was dinner time. At 6 o'clock sharp, Nan Xiangwan zoomed away. Zhao Lan shouted in frustration, "Why run so fast? The cafeteria won't run away." Gu Dongxian was about to rest, but noticed Zhu Sha still practicing. "Nan Xiangwan's gonna eat." "Zhu Sha, won't you take a break?" Zhu Sha wiped his sweat, but showed no intention of resting, because during Nan Xiangwan's afternoon dance, she hadn't made a single mistake. For tomorrow's evaluation, he didn't want to hold Nan Xiangwan back. The next day arrived. Gu Beihuai came to the company early in the morning, asking about the progress of the signing process. The top manager had worked all night, looking exhausted. "Legal and operations are handling it now. I'll personally go to negotiate." Gu Beihuai nodded in satisfaction. The manager was waiting for praise, but Gu Beihuai suddenly turned away, quickly turning on his device to enter the live stream. The trainee evaluation had begun. It wasn't Nan Xiangwan's turn yet. Gu Beihuai watched without interest. The manager was surprised, realizing the CEO came so early just to watch the live stream. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan sat in the waiting area, looking anxious, legs trembling. Zhu Sha thought she was nervous and tried to comfort her softly. But Nan Xiangwan was just worried about whether they would still be waiting at 11 o'clock and miss lunch. Zhu Sha was speechless with frustration, too angry to speak. Watching this, Gu Beihuai's lips curved into a smile, his eyes full of fascination. The manager was shocked. "Boss, you look like a fan. Aren't you supposed to be the top celebrity that others admire?" Just then, an assistant rushed in to report. A message suddenly appeared online. Classmates exposed Nan Xiangwan's improper conduct. The female general becomes a trainee in modern times. Her sudden popularity attracts jealousy. A news story emerges. It trended on social media. Classmates claimed Nan Xiangwan had poor conduct and bad grades, never passing exams, always hanging out with boys, staying out late, smoking and drinking. They claimed she did it all. The comment section was instantly filled with criticism. Gu Beihuai's face turned cold as he read the news. Murderous intent radiated from him. Just as the assistant was questioning Nan Xiangwan, Gu Beihuai directly ordered everything to proceed as usual. Just then, the manager saw another news piece, quickly turning the computer toward Gu Beihuai. In the video, the homeroom teacher's account completely contradicted the previous news. The teacher said Nan Xiangwan's grades were above average. Getting into a top university might be challenging, but with effort, she could make it. She ranked in the top 2 of her class. But watching her training in the show, it became clear she had focused on training for military school. After this contrasting official interview, online attitudes toward Nan Xiangwan quickly changed. People discovered that Chu Gungsabai and Nan Xiangwan were classmates, and they were the ones with the lowest grades. It was clearly a deliberate attempt to smear Nan Xiangwan. Gu Beihuai glanced at his phone without speaking. His cold aura made both people shiver. Boss, if we're signing Nan Xiangwan, should we show our sincerity by suing the classmates for defamation? We'll definitely sue, but let's wait until after signing. The silent Gu Beihuai, face dark, said we must sue. Do it now. The manager immediately pulled out his phone. All right, I'll contact legal right away. Soon, it was Zhu Sha and Nan Xiangwan's turn on stage. For evaluation, fans nicknamed them the silly couple. The assistant suggested using this for publicity. Hearing this, Gu Beihuai became jealous and coldly snorted, "They're not even our company's artists. What publicity?" Just then, the evaluation began. Zhu Sha and Nan Xiangwan stood on stage, one in front of the other. The mentors perked up, finally seeing their freestyle choreography. As the music started, Zhu Sha suddenly looked up, staring at the camera. Her powerful dance moves made her skirt flow, perfectly matching the rhythm with a street dance solo. Then suddenly, Zhu Sha's movements stopped mechanically. At the same time, the music reached its first climax. The next second, Nan Xiangwan leaped and rolled from behind. Her flowing hair revealed her delicate features, looking incredibly cool. She performed a high front flip right in front of Zhu Sha. The camera zoomed in on Nan Xiangwan's movement. The powerful stage presence created an explosive effect. Her flowing hair and graceful figure captivated the audience. The livestream chat was flooded with "husband" and "so handsome." Even her critics were stunned by her coolness. The venue exploded as everyone stood up cheering and applauding, screaming frantically, "Nanji is so cool." Then came the climax. Nan Xiangwan stepped toward Zhu Sha. After the solo came their duet. Zhu Sha was a bit nervous. The final move required Nan Xiangwan to support her with one hand. This move required a large range of motion and tremendous strength. If they failed, the performance would be ruined. As they passed each other, she met Nan Xiangwan's eyes. Nan Xiangwan's gaze was calm. At that moment, Zhu Sha felt reassured. It would definitely work. As the music ended, she used Nan Xiangwan's strength to make a sudden stop. The next second, she landed steadily. Their perfect coordination pushed the coolness factor to its peak. Lu Minggang's applause immediately rang out. An ancient female general time traveled to modern times to join a girl group competition, dominating other trainees with her superior copying abilities. The 360-degree backflip especially brought the house down. Hearing the thunderous applause from below the stage, Nan Xiangwan remained calm, just quietly wiping sweat from her cheeks. Meanwhile, Zhu Sha was ecstatic. The audience response was better than expected. Nan Xiangwan was truly amazing. Mentor Zhao Lan stood up, openly cheering wildly. Zhu Sha quickly bowed in thanks on stage, but Nan Xiangwan seemed lost in thought. Seeing this, Zhu Sha quietly reminded Nan Xiangwan to snap out of it. Nan Xiangwan suddenly came to. Her expression turned serious as she took the microphone and said matter-of-factly, "It's 11:30. Time for lunch." The unexpected comment left everyone dumbfounded. No one expected someone to ask about lunch on stage. Zhu Sha beside her was also stunned. The live stream chat erupted in laughter. Haha, the kid doesn't care about feedback, only cares about when they can eat. At this time yesterday, Nan Xiangwan had already rushed out to eat. The kid must be starving. Feed her quickly. The mentor sighed helplessly. This kid was truly straightforward. The director quickly announced lunch break, with evaluations to continue in the afternoon. Hearing the lunch announcement, Nan Xiangwan immediately perked up. In a flash, Zhu Sha only felt a breeze pass by as Nan Xiangwan disappeared at light speed. She silently complained about Nan Xiangwan. Are you born in the year of the pig? An hour later, after eating her fill, Nan Xiangwan contentedly returned to the dorm eating an apple. The system, waiting exhaustedly beside her, said, "Host, you've finally finished eating. Now let's distribute the rewards. Due to the explosive task completion, your rewards are singing expertise skill, 10x online shopping cashback, one-time use, and Huawan Entertainment Company. Host will become Huawan Entertainment's behind-the-scenes owner, but not the legal representative. No legal responsibilities required, yet having absolute decision-making power and all profits. Host, you've exceeded the task requirements, so the rewards are generous." Hearing this, Nan Xiangwan was surprised. She didn't expect the system would give such good rewards, especially the last one, directly getting an entertainment company. She wouldn't need to look for a boss anymore. The 10x shopping cashback and singing expertise would also be very useful. Meanwhile, at Nanbei Entertainment headquarters, Gu Beihuai was repeatedly watching Nan Xiangwan's performance. Assistant Zhao Tianqing couldn't help but praise repeatedly. These two are the strongest sacrificial pair. Especially Nan Xiangwan's performance was most stunning. With perfect lighting and music, proper packaging, and makeup, she could definitely become the industry's top star. Hearing this, Gu Beihuai smiled slightly. She indeed deserves the best. Zhao Tianqing was stunned. Was this still the same cold-hearted boss? Just then, the manager Lao Hu excitedly said, "Boss, regarding Su Gui's defamation, Nan Xiangwan's legal notice has been published. Plus, someone uploaded Nan Xiangwan's dance video. Her edited account gained several 100,000 more followers, and she's dominating the trending topics again." Lao Hu grew more excited as he spoke. Nan Xiangwan is pure gold now. I wish I could sign her under me right away. His ambitious words were suddenly interrupted by the CEO. Not wish. We must get Nan Xiangwan under Nanbei at any cost. After the two left, a phone call came in. President Gu had confirmed and informed Nan Xiangwan's father, Mr. Nan Song. Nan Song immediately terminated Nan Real Estate's cooperation with Xushi. Additionally, Shanghai Experimental Middle School had expelled Chu Gun. Gu Beihuai hung up the phone with satisfaction. Looking at Nan Xiangwan's beautiful face on the screen, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He needed to push Lang Yu and Zhao Tianqing harder. The female general-turned-modern idol went viral online. Countless entertainment companies were competing to sign her. Even top actor Gu Beihuai ordered to spare no expense to sign her at all costs. At this moment, manager Lao Hu was dispatched to the show's recording building. The entrance was packed with people. It was chaos. They were all there to sign Nan Xiangwan. Gu Beihuai anxiously urged on the phone, "Move faster. Don't let others get ahead." Lao Hu's face was numb as he replied, "Boss, I'm already going as fast as I can. I suspect you want to kidnap Nan Xiangwan directly to the company." Speaking, Lao Hu quickened his pace. Helping his boss chase a star was terrifying. He desperately squeezed through the crowd. He was the first to rush into the building. This triggered other managers to frantically rush in, creating chaos at the entrance. Meanwhile, the show was announcing evaluation results. The mentors felt Zhu Sha and Nan Xiangwan's stage deserved even higher than S grade. But since A was the highest possible grade, both undoubtedly received A grade. Zhu Sha excitedly stood up and bowed in thanks, while Nan Xiangwan remained dazed without reaction. The audience cheered and applauded for both. Nan Xiangwan suddenly snapped awake. She quickly stood up and gave a sharp 90-degree bow. Zhu Sha was speechless. This person was clearly still half asleep. Just then, staff quietly called Nan Xiangwan out. Nan Xiangwan thought they were letting her go back to sleep. Her eyes lit up and she headed straight for the dorm without a word. But the staff grabbed her collar and dragged her to another room. Nan Xiangwan's expression instantly fell. So that wasn't it. Meanwhile, manager Lao Hu was standing in the room, warmly inviting her in. Looking at the young girl before him, she was 100 times prettier in person than on screen. It's unbelievable that no talent scout discovered her all these years. Simply incredible. Even more unbelievable was that such a beautiful girl would want to attend military school. Nan Xiangwan looked at her suspiciously. What was this about? Lao took out a contract. Before formal talks, he asked her some questions. "Do you know what's happened online these past 2 days?" He took out his phone to show her. wanting her to see the online news first. When Nan Xiangwan saw the phone, her eyes lit up instantly. She grabbed the phone and went on a shopping spree. 10x online shopping cashback. Finally can use it. An 18,000 armor set first. Order and pay. All done in one go. Soon, 180,000 renminbi was added to the system panel. The money instantly arrived. Nan Xiangwan sighed contentedly. Now that felt better. Seeing this, Lao Hu smiled faintly. Done reading? You should understand now. Before he could finish, Nan Xiangwan asked confusedly, I didn't read. What's the matter? What should I understand? Lao Hu was startled, thinking she was politely refusing with other plans. This wouldn't do. He quickly showed his sincerity, explaining, I represent Nanbei Entertainment and want to sign you. The split is 70-30, which is excellent for newcomers. And I'll personally manage you, guaranteeing the best resources. Unexpectedly, Nan Xiangwan firmly said, I won't sign. After all, she already had her own entertainment company. Lao Hu was truly anxious now. The boss had repeatedly emphasized wanting to sign Nan Xiangwan at any cost. He immediately started using various tactics. You know the top star Gu Beihuai, right? He's under Nanbei Entertainment. I'm also Gu Beihuai's manager. After signing, I can arrange for you to perform with him. You should know what that means in the entertainment industry. Here's another insider tip. Gu Beihuai himself expressed his admiration for you and has taken actual action. So, can we talk more about this? Nan Xiangwan fell into deep thought. Gu Beihuai. The General Yu became a trainee in modern times and went viral. With superior dance copying abilities, she dominated other trainees. Countless entertainment companies competed to sign her. Even top actor Gu Beihuai became her devoted fan. He sent his top manager to personally recruit her. But Nan Xiangwan looked confused. Who's Gu Beihuai again? The system quickly told her Gu Beihuai was the male lead in that MV where the original owner lost the female lead role. But Nan Xiangwan didn't care. She wasn't familiar with him, so she coldly refused right away. Lao Hu never expected to be rejected so directly. He was Nanbei Entertainment's top manager. Half the entertainment industry was theirs, yet Nan Xiangwan refused without a thought. So he turned away dejected, starting to self-reflect, still hoping to move her with gratitude. The show helped with legal procedures and sent legal notices to those who slandered you. In other words, Nanbei Entertainment protected you. Seeing his puffed-up expression, Nan Xiangwan felt awkward. She couldn't reveal that she had her own entertainment company. Nan Xiangwan struggled to search for relevant information in her mind. It took a while to understand. She immediately stood up and bowed 90 degrees, sincerely thanking the show's team for their help. Lao Hu was completely helpless. It was his first time meeting a newcomer who refused to sign no matter what. But remembering the boss's words about signing Nan Xiangwan at any cost, recalling the boss's murderous gaze, Lao Hu suddenly felt his career might be over. So he made one last desperate attempt. He raised his head and arrogantly threatened Nan Xiangwan. Think carefully. If you don't sign now, you won't get such good terms later, nor will you get a top manager like me. But Nan Xiangwan's answer was unhesitating. I've made up my mind. Not signing. Lao Hu sighed. He was completely done. He put away the contract, shook his head, and strode away, furiously thinking to himself that even if she doesn't regret it now, she'll definitely regret it and beg me to sign her later. At this moment, Nan Xiangwan received a message. It was a friend request from Huawan Entertainment CEO. This was the legal representative and CEO of Huawan Entertainment. Simply put, Nan Xiangwan's direct subordinate. After accepting the friend request, the other party immediately sent messages showing great concern for her well-being. Nan Xiangwan was surprised by his words, but before she could reply, her phone was taken away again. The staff member smiled at her. During show recording, phones aren't allowed without special circumstances. Nan Xiangwan pouted and responded with a sulky, oh. So, she went to the rooftop for some fresh air. Unexpectedly, upon opening the door, she heard chattering voices. Gu Dongxian was complaining about how difficult dancing was. Everyone noticed Nan Xiangwan's arrival. Gu Dongxian even threw himself into her arms, begging her to share some of her dance talent. It turned out they had just met the ace manager Lao Hu. Lao Hu particularly emphasized singing and dancing for his artists. Though he was strict with artists, he had made many successful. The most famous was the all-around star Gu Beihuai, who could sing, dance, and act. Everyone's idol. If they could be signed by Nanbei Entertainment, they'd have a chance to perform with the star. When Lao Hu came today, he might have been looking for someone. At this point, everyone suddenly went quiet and looked at Nan Xiangwan. Could she be the chosen one? Nan Xiangwan calmly denied it and quickly changed the subject, arranging to practice balance with Gu Dongxian tomorrow morning. Unexpectedly, when Nan Xiangwan arrived at Class D the next day, everyone looked at her with strange expressions. They thought she had been eliminated and returned, all mocking and sneering at her. Yu Jingting even came to pick a fight. He mockingly said, "You must be very tired in Class A, under a lot of pressure. But even if you're tired, you shouldn't do that." This instantly attracted everyone's attention, all wanting to know what Nan Xiangwan had done. Then Yu Jingting loudly questioned, "I heard you push Shibaiwei down in the dormitory. The girl has music copying ability. No matter how difficult the music, she can perfectly copy it after just one listen. Only because she completed the system's stage collaboration task. Not only was she rewarded with an entertainment company, but she also gained singing expertise skills." At this time, Nan Xiangwan had just returned to Class D. Everyone thought she had been eliminated and returned, all mocking and sneering at her. The green tea Yu Jingting came to pick a fight, deliberately acting like a good person in front of the camera, saying, "I heard you push Shibaiwei down in the dormitory. It's fine, we all dislike her anyway. But next time don't push people. What if they get hurt?" While secretly feeling schadenfreude, waiting for viewers to criticize Nan Xiangwan. After all, when Shibaiwei ran out of the dormitory, many people knew Nan Xiangwan pushed her. Nan Xiangwan just calmly asked, "Are you all that free?" Yu Jingting was startled. Was she implying he was slacking off from practice? At this moment, instructor Yu Sha came in scolding. "What are you all gathering for? Do you think you can debut without doing anything?" The next practice would be singing. Tomorrow there would be a singing assessment. Nan Xiangwan picked up the sheet music. She seemed dazed with blank eyes, wondering, "Who am I? Why am I here?" Seeing this, Yu Jingting started being sarcastic again, mocking Nan Xiangwan. "Can't you read music sheets? I think you should pay tuition to the show. After all, the instructor has to teach you from scratch. We've all learned this before." Instructor Yu Sha, "Sorry to trouble you with Nan Xiangwan again." Unexpectedly, Nan Xiangwan stuffed the music sheet in her pocket, then strode towards him. Yu Jingting's smile froze in fear, but he still tried to maintain his act of being kind. Nan Xiangwan was secretly delighted. If he dared to hit her, it would be a self-inflicted live broadcast incident. Sure enough, Nan Xiangwan glared at him coldly, then raised her hand and swung it. Yu Jingting screamed in terror. But the next second, Nan Xiangwan punched the wall next to his head. With a bang, the wall cracked open. Yu Jingting was truly frightened. He covered his mouth and started crying. Nan Xiangwan fiercely scolded, "You're too noisy," then turned and left. Yu Jingting collapsed on the ground in fear, covering his face and crying loudly, acting like a pitiful victim. Nan Xiangwan bluntly despised his acting. The live stream exploded with comments. "Violent girl, well done. That's how you should handle green tea girls." After crying for a while, Yu Jingting found that no one was paying attention to him. Even though Nan Xiangwan had just bullied him, everyone was seriously attending class. Instructor Yu Sha had already started calling people to try singing. Nan Xiangwan eagerly raised her hand. Me first, me first." She just wanted to finish singing and leave quickly. She was very irritated now. If she didn't leave soon, she feared she might really split Yu Jingting's head in half with a slap. Yu Sha smiled and nodded, letting her go first. Nan Xiangwan took the microphone and took a deep breath. She started perfectly on pitch. Her slightly husky voice, paired with this somewhat melancholic song, was particularly suitable. When Nan Xiangwan's voice came out, everyone was shocked and stunned. The song was sung smoothly, without any difficulty. They hadn't expected her to sing so well. Yu Sha was especially overjoyed. Her voice was unique and beautiful. The show had really found a gem. Soon Nan Xiangwan finished singing, maintaining a polite exterior. But inside, she was impatiently tapping her foot, just wanting to leave immediately. Yu Sha was curious if she had studied music before. Unexpectedly, Nan Xiangwan honestly answered no, but Gu Dongxian taught me yesterday. Yu Sha excitedly praised her. "Your pitch is accurate, and your voice is slightly husky and sexy. Very good. I should take you as a trainee." The live stream was instantly flooded with comments. "We thought the violent girl would run away. Turns out we were the clowns." Everyone watched as Nan Xiangwan advanced again. People praised her skills. Her singing was beautiful, but Yu Jingting was grinding his teeth in anger at Nan Xiangwan. "I must destroy you." The female general who time-traveled to modern times became an idol and went viral online, using her superior song replication ability to dominate other trainees. Successfully advanced to the elite trainee class. After finishing the song, Nan Xiangwan wasn't even out of breath. The teacher excitedly applauded, warmly welcoming such a genius to Class 1. No wonder Yusha brought her here. Her voice was exceptional, her skills even surpassing most of Class 1. But Gu Dongxian was depressed in the corner. He felt useless. He had been practicing singing for 3 years, yet Nan Xiangwan learned it in one night. Zhu Sha calmly comforted him, saying he'd get used to it. The teacher immediately announced they would form a team of 3, with Gu Dongxian arranging the music for tomorrow's test. Zhu Sha and Gu Dongxian were secretly happy. Only Nan Xiangwan obediently waited for the 2 experts to carry her. The live stream exploded. This is the strongest trio. Will they leave any chance for others? At this time, Gu Dongxian was already excitedly writing arrangements. Zhu Sha thoughtfully asked Nan Xiangwan if she wanted to try rap. Your dance and singing are already perfect. Now, just learn rap from me. Just then, Gu Dongxian finished his work. The system also issued a new task. Element enhancement task triggered. Host must revise the rap content in the song and demonstrate it in tomorrow's assessment. Duat zap et poti. Failure penalty. Loss of 1 finger. Nan Xiangwan clenched her fist. If this dog system dares to cut off my finger, I'll blow it up. The system quickly floated away, holding its head. Meeting such a troublesome system, Nan Xiangwan frustratedly pounded her chest. Zhu Sha was startled, saying she didn't need to torture herself if she couldn't do it. Unexpectedly, Nan Xiangwan's fighting spirit suddenly ignited. I'll handle the rap. I can do it. Meanwhile, at Nanbei Entertainment Company, Gu Beihui was anxiously waiting, wondering if Nan Xiangwan would accept his offer. The investigation results of that incident came faster than Nan Xiangwan's response to the contract. Gu Beihui opened the video. His eyes instantly turned cold as ice. The surveillance footage showed Shi Baiwei walking with Nan Xiangwan, then appearing alone later. After a long time, Nan Xiangwan left, soaking wet and trembling. The subordinate reported that the blind spot was the deep water room behind the school mountain. Without footage of the crime scene, they couldn't charge Shi Baiwei. Gu Beihui thought silently. At that time, after being pushed into the water, Nan Xiangwan was soaked for half an hour in below-zero temperature before climbing out. The key is that Shi Baiwei, who pushed her, even came to shoot his new MV and almost released it. Gu Beihui was furious. He took several deep breaths to control his emotions. Shi Baiwei was originally brought in by the MV director Cui Zhe, who is now the show's deputy director. Gu Beihui let out a cold laugh. He immediately ordered Hua Yuanwu to see him. Upon receiving the call, Hua Yuanwu rushed over. Gu Beihui asked him to first report on Nan Xiangwan's contract progress. Hua Yuanwu looked embarrassed and helplessly said Nan Xiangwan wouldn't sign. The show staff said no one had contacted her, but she just refused to sign with them. Gu Beihui's expression darkened. Did you pressure her? Hua Yuanwu nervously explained. Just a little bit, really just a little. Gu Beihui irritably interrupted him, ordering them to wait until Nan Xiangwan wanted to sign. Everyone was stunned. Was this still the same cold-hearted CEO? He quickly asked if they would still offer the 70-30 split. Gu Beihui impatiently replied, what else? Isn't that obvious? Hua Yuanwu quickly agreed, though it pained him inside. The boss was being too generous to this newcomer, almost to the point of indulgence. Then Gu Beihui announced he would attend the performance. I will be there as the head mentor. The female general time traveled to modern times to join a girl group competition. She quickly went viral with her cool snow wolf styling, but unexpectedly got stuck with an English song. The text made Nan Xiangwan dizzy. What are these Martian tadpoles? I can't understand any of them. Just now, the teacher announced Nan Xiangwan's group's final results. The talented Zhu Sha and Gu Dongxian were extremely excited. Only Nan Xiangwan remained calm, continuing to compose. Teacher Jiming arranged for them to prepare for next week's performance. The first stage would eliminate 30 people. Now we'll draw lots for teams. 5 people per group. Zhu Sha and Nan Xiangwan were in one group. Besides them was Nan Xiangwan's roommate Dingwen. The other 2 newcomers excitedly promised not to drag the team down. Just then, the system's cute little avatar appeared. Host, your dear kitty has brought you a new task. Performance task triggered. Complete next week's stage performance. Rewards will be based on final performance completion and ranking. Task failure results in a 100,000 cash penalty. Upon hearing the punishment, Nan Xiangwan was furious. The system either wanted to cut off her fingers or take her money. Then she noticed that Shi Baiwei and Yu Jingting were assigned to the same team. Nan Xiangwan couldn't help but look at the scheming pair chatting happily. What a coincidence, she thought about smashing their heads. The two stood together. Nan Xiangwan excitedly clenched her fists, simulating a fight. I wonder if smashing their heads would be easier. The system quickly warned her that murder was illegal. Then Nan Xiangwan went to draw for their mentor, and with lightning speed, she rushed to press the button. The teachers were startled. Nan Xiangwan drew Sketch Boy as their song. Seeing this, Zhu Sha's eyes lit up with excitement. Our stage is going to explode. But Nan Xiangwan looked blank. What are these strange symbols? I can't understand any of it. Hearing this, Zhu Sha got a headache and quickly borrowed an English dictionary from the show. There might still be time to cram. Meanwhile, in Shi Baiwei and Yu Jingting's group, the atmosphere was tense. Both were fighting for the C position. At this moment, Chief Director Hua Yuanwu came over and asked Shi Baiwei to come with him. Yu Jingting's face darkened, wondering why the Chief Director wanted to see her. Soon, Shi Baiwei returned humming happily. Yu Jingting put on a smile and asked, "What did the Chief Director want? What advice did he give you?" Shi Baiwei said smugly, "Nothing much, just passing a message from Gu Beihuai." "Ah, Brother Beihuai really cares about me." Seeing she had backing, Yu Jingting could only reluctantly give up the C position to her on the surface, while giving her the middle finger behind her back. Soon it was the morning of the performance day. At this time, Huawan Entertainment's top manager Qing Shui came personally to pick up. Boss Nan Xiangwan went to makeup. Zhu Sha was arranged by the company. They heard the show's makeup artist would be responsible, but before leaving, Qing Shui still gave her business card. "If you need to meet up early, please come to this place." But when Zhu Sha arrived at the company van, Yu Jingting viciously warned, "I'll give you one last chance. Trip Nan Xiangwan on stage today, better make her fall face first." Zhu Sha frowned in disgust and flatly refused, only to be thrown off the van. She could only go find Nan Xiangwan, but was shocked upon entering. This was actually an international top stylist's private studio. Nan Xiangwan was also surprised to see her. "Didn't the company arrange something for you?" Zhu Sha had to explain everything. Nan Xiangwan angrily stood up. She asked the international top stylist De Shui to take the job. De Shui was extremely helpless. Less than an hour until the performance, this little ancestor really knew how to create trouble. Nan Xiangwan excitedly said, "Give her the same style as mine. We'll be like the two generals on stage." De Shui was about to explode. "What generals? That's a sister style? Okay." Soon the new style was done. Zhu Sha was stunned looking at herself in the mirror. She looked exactly like a little snow wolf. De Shui was satisfied with his masterpiece. "Looking forward to your performance, little wolf cubs." Nan Xiangwan corrected dissatisfied. "What cubs? I must be the Wolf King." Zhu Sha immediately bowed. "Then I am your loyal subordinate, my Wolf King." Nan Xiangwan burst into laughter. She walked out fiercely. "Let's go crush them all." With her super cool Snow Wolf King style, Nan Xiangwan quickly went viral. Even top actor Gu Beihuai willingly became her follower. Not only did he drop by the show, but also deliberately created encounters. Originally, Nan Xiangwan came for the performance, but things went wrong from the start. She got lost in the stage entrance corridor and couldn't find the dressing room. She completely broke down, muttering against the wall, "It's all because they took my phone and made us take photos separately." Just then, Gu Beihuai passed by and was stunned seeing her like this. Although Nan Xiangwan had new makeup and styling, he recognized her as Nan Xiangwan at first glance. He quickly went forward to ask what's wrong. Nan Xiangwan suddenly turned around. Her delicate face and unique makeup instantly amazed Gu Beihuai. What a beautiful little snow wolf. Nan Xiangwan thought he was a staff member. She immediately said embarrassedly, "I'm lost. I can't find Group 1's dressing room. Do you know where it is?" The staff was shocked and almost screamed. Nan Xiangwan didn't recognize Teacher Gu. Nan Xiangwan explained helplessly, "I didn't want to trouble anyone, but I've been searching for 10 minutes and still can't find it. I have to ask for your help." Seeing this, Gu Beihuai showed a gratified smile and decided to go along with the misunderstanding, personally leading the way. When staff members wanted to help, Gu Beihuai quickly waved for them to wait. Along the way, Nan Xiangwan chatted naturally with him. "Are you a staff member? I haven't seen many good-looking guys since coming here." "You're very good-looking." Gu Beihuai was delighted, his eyes flashing with amusement. Everyone was was stunned. Was Nan Xiangwan openly flirting with King Gu? Such incredible courage. Gu Beihuai was overjoyed and sincerely said, "Thank you for the compliment. You're beautiful too." Nan Xiangwan corrected, dissatisfied, "It's handsome. I'm the Wolf King." Gu Beihuai couldn't help but smile, agreeing smoothly. Very handsome." Soon they reached the dressing room. Just as Nan Xiangwan was about to push the door, Gu Beihuai gentlemanly opened it for her first. Nan Xiangwan was stunned. Though confused, thinking, "I could have opened it myself," she still politely said thank you before coolly waving goodbye and entering the dressing room alone. Gu Beihuai waved back meaningfully, saying see you later. He was then surrounded by people and left. Nan Xiangwan was left wondering why he said see you later. Later, Gu Beihuai arrived at his exclusive dressing room. The show staff was nervously checking the stage procedures. Gu Beihuai had someone investigate the behind-the-scenes boss of Huawan Entertainment. The results came quickly. It was Nan Xiangwan. Gu Beihuai was stunned. He had planned to approach through Capital, investigate Huawan's background, and poach Nan Xiangwan. Unexpectedly, she was the Capital herself. She was Huawan's behind-the-scenes boss. Gu Beihuai couldn't help but smile with authority. Things just got more interesting. Nan Xiangwan quickly topped trending searches with her super cool Snow Wolf King rap. Even top star King Gu came in person to support her. At 3 p.m. sharp, the trainee performance officially began. 3 judges were already seated, quietly waiting for the chief judge's arrival. Under everyone's expectant gaze, King Gu Beihuai made his dazzling entrance, his handsome face still cool and dominating. The venue instantly erupted in deafening cheers. The live stream chat exploded too. The king showed up at the studio. Why didn't the show tell us beforehand? So regret not fighting for live tickets. After Gu Beihuai took his seat, the show officially began. As the music slowly started, the first group was about to perform. The judges were originally looking forward to what surprises the trainees would bring. But when the first group took the stage, everyone was shocked. The scene became chaotic, full of criticism. Shi Baiwei and Yu Jingting were pushing and shoving each other, fighting for the C position, their expressions twisted. They even fought over singing parts and lyrics. The entire performance was a complete mess. The live stream viewers were all cursing. This show was quite dramatic, with the cat fight right out in the open. The first performance group already causing drama. Just great. Finally, the nauseating performance came to an end. 5 trainees stood on stage waiting for the judges' comments. Even then, Shi Baiwei and Yu Jingting were still secretly competing, making small provocative moves. The host stood awkwardly beside them, holding the microphone, but unable to speak. Finally, King Gu Beihuai spoke first. "What do you have to say about your performance?" Shi Baiwei immediately shoved Yu Jingting aside and spoke first, calling out Brother Beihuai with an infatuated face. "Knowing Brother Beihuai came specially to see my performance, I've been crying every day with gratitude. Thank you for your help and support. You let me." But before she could finish, Gu Beihuai ordered without hesitation, "Please mute her microphone." Shi Baiwei's voice cut off abruptly. She stared at Gu Beihuai in shock, her eyes filled with confusion and hurt. Even so, she refused to give up, frantically testing the microphone, trying to speak. At this moment, Gu Beihuai launched into criticism without hesitation. "I think your group has completely lowered the show's standards. You've let down all the viewers." The trainees on stage froze in shock. Then Gu Beihuai stared at Shi Baiwei and coldly said, "Also, I don't know you. Stop trying to create false connections." Next group. Shi Baiwei turned pale with shock, almost crying. Yu Jingting anxiously pushed Shi Baiwei aside, about to speak to get attention. But Gu Beihuai didn't even look at him, coldly ordering to mute his mic too. Now Yu Jingting's microphone was also silent. He completely broke down. He immediately turned and grabbed Shi Baiwei's hair, hitting and cursing, "You worthless dog! You liar! Fighting me for the C position! I lost my chance to speak because of you!" Shi Baiwei cried wrongfully. "The director told me to do it." In an instant, the two were fighting on stage. Everything was chaos. The director quickly had them removed. The other judges hurried to calm the king, saying, "Don't be angry. The later trainees are quite talented." Gu Beihuai thought of Nan Xiangwan, and his expression immediately softened. He looked down at a message on his phone from Hua Yuanwu. "Shi Baiwei's delusions have angered everyone. Group 14 is having a brawl. I'll handle the PR." Actually, Gu Beihui had called Hua Yunwu earlier to give Shibaiwei a little drama. Didn't expect it would be this amusing. Such people don't deserve to be in entertainment. Just then, the next group came on stage. Gu Beihui immediately focused, watching expectantly. As Sketch Blame began playing, 5 shadowy figures slowly began dancing in the light. A slightly husky female rap voice rang out. At the same time, the spotlight fell on the lead singer Nan Xiangwan. Her Snow Wolf King style was fierce and cool, powerfully impacting the audience's hearts. Instantly, the venue erupted in deafening screams, with fans shouting Nan Xiangwan's name. Gu Beihui was stunned, his heart suddenly pounding. A war goddess general traversing to modern times to join a girl group competition, breaking the internet with her cool Snow Wolf King style. Even the top actor invited her twice to be his leading lady. Nan Xiangwan's husky rap, combined with her exquisite makeup, made her look like an elegant and noble Snow Wolf King. Her fierce dance moves were incredibly cool and powerful, driving everyone crazy. The venue instantly erupted in intense screams, countless people chanting Nan Xiangwan's name. The live stream exploded too, with both male and female fans frantically calling her husband, "I want to marry you." Gu Beihui's eyes followed Nan Xiangwan, filled with deep fascination. He had now truly become the Snow Wolf King. As the music ended, the 5 performers were panting from exhaustion. Fans frantically rushed toward the stage, overwhelming the staff. Seeing the host hadn't come up yet, Gu Beihui thought he should control the situation. But before he could grab the microphone, a strong voice shouting quiet interrupted him. Nan Xiangwan stood straight on stage, commanding quiet with dignity. No noise. The venue instantly fell silent, with audiences staring at her in admiration. But Nan Xiangwan just wanted to complete her task, seriously looking at the judges. "Praise me, it's important." All 4 judges were melted by her cuteness, feeling like they were being watched by an instructor. The judges simultaneously reached for their scoring cards, all wanting to be the first to comment. But someone was faster than them. Nan Xiangwan. Gu Beihui's voice suddenly rang out. Nan Xiangwan paused, realizing he was the one who helped her in the hallway. So he was Gu Beihui. But Gu Beihui just smiled at her serious face, saying nothing for a while. Nan Xiangwan grew impatient. "Say something." Gu Beihui couldn't help but laugh. After a while, he calmed down and commented, "Nothing much to say about the stage performance. It was perfect. Nan Xiangwan truly deserves her all-rounder title." The other 4 teammates also coordinated very well. This group will undoubtedly take first place. The venue immediately erupted in thunderous applause, as Nan Xiangwan and her teammates prepared to thank the director for the comments. Gu Beihui suddenly spoke again. "Nan Xiangwan, I invited you before on Weibo. Now face to face, I'm formally asking you again. Would you like to be the female lead in my new song, Sword Dance MV?" The live stream exploded. A personal invitation from the king, twice. This was unprecedented. Could Nan Xiangwan be the first idol to become famous before debut? But Nan Xiangwan wasn't excited at all, just seriously thinking. Gu Beihui didn't rush her, looking at her expectantly. After a while, Nan Xiangwan slowly asked, "How much will you pay?" Nan Xiangwan gained 1 million followers with her cool Snow Wolf King rap, becoming the first pre-debut million-follower star in history. Top star King Gu Beihui even invited her twice on the spot, wanting Nan Xiangwan as his MV's female lead. The king's invitation made millions envious and jealous. But Nan Xiangwan only cared about the pay. The venue fell dead silent. The judges were stunned, speechless, unable to react. But Gu Beihui couldn't help but chuckle, good-naturedly asking how much she wanted. Nan Xiangwan solemnly held up 5 fingers. Today she would really milk this big star. Gu Beihui nodded without hesitation. 5 million? That's fine. Nan Xiangwan was completely shocked. Just for an MV, he offered 5 million right away. She was only thinking about 50,000. The gap between people is really huge. Nan Xiangwan immediately wanted to rush over to sign the contract. She couldn't let 5 million slip away. Zhu Sha had to use all her strength to hold her back. "We're still recording the show. Mind your stage manners." Gu Beihui couldn't help but smile as he reassured her, "Don't worry, we'll sign later." Only then did Nan Xiangwan relax. The 5 million was definitely secured now. Her teammates' smiles had frozen. So the show continued, but Nan Xiangwan's stomach was growling with hunger. She just wanted to eat now. Suddenly the system popped up. Host, come receive your new reward. Nan Xiangwan thought it was the performance task reward, but the system said, the host is now trending and has 5 million followers, considered somewhat famous. Rewarding host with SVIP top membership for major luxury brands and 10x cashback on online shopping, with a 20,000 limit per transaction. Nan Xiangwan cursed loudly. 5 million followers and only somewhat famous? These standards were ridiculous. Those memberships seemed useless, but the 10x cashback made her happy again. Not bad, dog system, she said, then grabbed the system and threw it away. She dragged her teammates to get food. Recording the show wasn't important anymore. Soon came the voting phase. Both in-person and online audiences could vote with real names. Nan Xiangwan's group received 978,332 audience votes in total. But except for Yusha, the other 4 trainee mentors had taken company benefits and voted for Yu Jingting's group. Now, during the mentor voting phase, other mentors thought Nan Xiangwan's group would win anyway, so they didn't need to add to it and voted for other promising groups. Gu Beihuai understood their thinking. It wouldn't affect Nan Xiangwan's group's victory and could help boost other good groups while gaining public favor. The host announced it was King Gu Beihuai's turn to vote, but his thinking was different from others. To the victor go the spoils. I'll use my 20,000 votes to help create this show's first million-vote idol. So Nan Xiangwan's group totaled 1,332 votes, becoming the unprecedented million-level star. The venue instantly erupted, cheers reaching the sky. Nan Xiangwan just performed one dance on stage and got a seaside villa worth 120 million. Top actors even actively came to ship with her. Eating was their mutual understanding. Nan Xiangwan's group's cool Snow Wolf King performance finally received an amazing million votes. In an instant, the whole venue was boiling with excitement, frantically screaming Nan Xiangwan and others' names. But Nan Xiangwan needed just one look, and the fans instantly fell silent. Seeing this, Gu Beihuai couldn't help but admire her self-taught fan management skills. This was the basic quality of an idol. A mentor was curious. Zhusha's styling looks very similar to Nan Xiangwan's. Did you two get it done together? Zhusha looked at Nan Xiangwan gratefully. This is his secret weapon. He just happened to include me. As for what secret weapon it is, you should ask Nan Xiangwan. I just hitched a ride. But Nan Xiangwan was lost in thought, not responding for a while. As everyone wondered what was wrong, Gu Beihuai suddenly laughed. He must be hungry. It's 6:30, time for dinner. Hearing this, Nan Xiangwan's eyes lit up. First time meeting someone who understood him so well. He suddenly thrust out his fist, pointing straight at Gu Beihuai, who was confused. Nan Xiangwan gave a thumbs up, nodding and tapping his chest with his thumb, meaning, bro, you really get me. Gu Beihuai helplessly returned the same gesture, saying, alright bro, I got your signal. The bullet comments exploded. This CP between the king and Snow Wolf King was too funny. The host's mouth twitched helplessly, smartly announcing to speed things up to not delay mealtime. As soon as the performance scoring ended, Nan Xiangwan hurriedly changed clothes, wiped his face, and rushed into the cafeteria. Eating rapidly, even the system's 20x speed was too slow. It had to forcibly interrupt his meal to announce the task reward. Congratulations, host, on ranking first in the debut performance. 100% performance task completion, effects over 10,000. Now issuing rewards. Rewarding host with +2 to all attributes. Awarded 120 million value, Jigong Harbor Sea View apartment. Nan Xiangwan's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. If he sold this 120 million house, how much food could he buy? But the system immediately poured cold water. Friendly reminder, system gifted properties cannot be sold or subleased. Nan Xiangwan angrily ate more food. The dog system was both doggy and stingy. Don't call it top tier, just rename it to doggy system. Then Zhusha and Gudong Xian arrived late with their food. He had run too fast earlier and missed the gossip. Gudong Xian quickly shared the news. Shi Baiwei quit. Someone saw him and Yu Jingting backstage. Then Yu Jingting hit his head with a chair. He was carried away bleeding. They had advanced, but heard their group's votes were all black market votes. Baiwei was forced to quit, and Yu Jingting's background was too strong to touch. He was even arranged to stay. Nan Xiangwan fell into deep thought. Zhusha was curious what he was thinking. Unexpectedly, Nan Xiangwan suddenly got excited. Oh, so fighting is allowed in this show. They were speechless. Your focus is really unique. And why are you excited about fighting? The next day, Nan Xiangwan advanced directly back to Class 1. Ge Dongxian warmly welcomed him. Unexpectedly, Yu Jingding suddenly came up excitedly to introduce himself, then deliberately bumped into Nan Xiangwan, intentionally blocking his camera shot. But everyone had heard about his reputation, so no one wanted to interact with him. Yu Jingding then looked at Zhusha nearby. After all, they were from the same company. The sloppy team should be fine. Zhusha happened to be walking this way. Yu Jingting immediately went to greet him, thinking to himself that at least this one knew better. But unexpectedly, Zhusha didn't even look at him, walked right past him, and went straight to Nan Xiangwan's side. Yu Jingting was instantly furious enough to explode. Nan Xiangwan's first attempt at rap amazed everyone. Even the mentors were impressed, their mouths agape after listening. Truly worthy of being an all-round performer, able to easily handle any type of music. His professional rapper level was simply overwhelming. At this time, Yu Jingting, relying on his status as Huawan Entertainment's heir, bullied others and shamelessly tried to grab attention again. Zhusha was discussing performance dance issues with Nan Xiangwan. Yu Jingting, who was eavesdropping nearby, suddenly smiled and tried to steal the camera shot. Nan Xiangwan quickly stepped in front of him. Others might tolerate this black-hearted green tea, but he wouldn't. Yu Jingting secretly cursed Zhusha for being inconsiderate, vowing to have his father punish him later. Nan Xiangwan directly confronted him. "Have you forgotten what you did? How dare you approach us?" Yu Jingting pretended nothing happened and walked away, saying he didn't know what he was talking about. Once he turned away, he started cursing frantically. Others were speechless at his thick skin. Then mentor Bian Jiming entered and announced today's training content. Everyone thought it would be rap, but Bian Jiming surprisingly said they would learn beatboxing. Everyone was stunned. Bian Jiming looked disappointed. "Weren't you all happy learning street dance? Beatboxing is also hip-hop culture. Are you looking down on beatboxing?" He then started playing the tutorial music. Zhusha trembled, not being good at this. Ge Dongxian was almost crying, being even worse as he couldn't do it at all. But Nan Xiangwan's eyes lit up. Though he didn't understand what it was, he found it interesting. Yu Jingting raised his hand with fake concern. "Do other classes have to learn beatboxing too?" Bian Jiming frowned disapprovingly. "Are you questioning me? They don't need to. You probably won't use this on stage." Yu Jingting immediately said he didn't want to learn, preferring to focus on stage skills. Bian Jiming directly sent him to the corner to review rap techniques. Yu Jingting asked pitifully if he could ask questions when confused. Bian Jiming ignored him, being busy teaching beatboxing to others. He then led other students to another side to teach. Yu Jingting was completely isolated, standing alone in the corner. His face twisted with anger. Feeling he was losing momentum, he deliberately stood by the camera, picked up his rap notes to practice, wanting viewers to see his effort. He took a deep breath. Just as he was about to start, a series of puff-puff-boom sounds came from behind, startling Yu Jingting. Nan Xiangwan was seriously practicing beatboxing, even getting the hand gestures right. Bian Jiming praised him loudly, calling him a genius. Asked for another round. Everyone cheered and applauded. Nan Xiangwan is amazing. Nan Xiangwan performed with even more enthusiasm. Online fans went crazy cheering for him. Yu Jingting gritted his teeth in anger, convinced Nan Xiangwan deliberately interrupted him. After a while, Nan Xiangwan reluctantly stopped. The music dog first learned that music could be played this way, finding it interesting to mimic instruments with mouth sounds. Yu Jingting sneered jealously. That was so ugly. The audience must be laughing at him. Unexpectedly, Bian Jiming suddenly announced that everything taught would be tested in the afternoon. Yu Jingting instantly turned pale, his expression as ugly as if he'd swallowed a fly. Why didn't he say this earlier? It was clearly targeting him deliberately. So he forced a sweet smile and approached, asking the mentor to teach him privately. Bian Jiming glanced at him sideways, silent with disgust written all over his face. Yu Jingting bit his lip hard, suppressing his anger. As Huawan's little princess, he'd already lowered himself so much. Don't they know to respect capital? Nan Xiangwan couldn't stand it anymore. He spoke up righteously. Why blame him? Why didn't you learn beatboxing? Wasn't it your own choice? General Lee's time travel to become a modern idol, becoming top tier before debut, earned $180,000 on his first beatbox practice. As soon as class ended, he rushed to the cafeteria to eat. Being late even by a second would be disrespectful to food. Nan Xiangwan became the center of attention immediately. The trainees all watched him with admiring eyes. The system popped up with rewards due to the host's diligent practice. Congratulations on acquiring the beatbox expertise skill and $180,000 in assets. Nan Xiangwan nodded frantically in satisfaction. The system dog rewarded a skill right after practice. You're amazing. At this time, Zhu Sha and Yu Jingting also came over, sitting at the same table with Nan Xiangwan, their thick skin astounding. Ge Dongxian quietly told Nan Xiangwan that while he rushed to eat, Yu Jingting had forced Zhu Sha to teach him beatboxing. Suddenly, Yu Jingting spoke loudly with sarcasm. The company told Zhu Sha to do his own makeup from now on. Who told him his previous makeup was too good? The company's stylists felt ashamed. Zhu Sha closed his eyes, suppressing his anger. He'd never seen someone so shameless, but he had backing in the company. Nan Xiangwan saw Zhu Sha was being ostracized. As a good friend, how could he not show loyalty? He immediately patted his chest and cheerfully said no problem. He'd handle Zhu Sha's makeup from now on, guaranteeing it would be better than what that petty company did. Both were stunned by his words. Zhu Sha was both surprised and delighted. How lucky to have such an understanding, wealthy friend. Yu Jingting was grinding his teeth in anger. He heard from his manager that Nan Xiangwan was also from Huawan. How dare he undermine his backing like this? He immediately threatened with a gloomy expression. I heard you signed with Huawan Entertainment. Is it AC contract or D contract? You're just a newcomer. You can't make any waves anyway. Yu Jingting arrogantly ordered Nan Xiangwan to help push him to C position in the upcoming show. Nan Xiangwan looked up, giving him a casual glance, too lazy to waste words. He was just a clown. Wouldn't eating more braised pork be better? Zhu Sha felt embarrassed for Yu Jingting. He was so shameless. It was humiliating to be in the same company as such a person. Ge Dongxian couldn't help but stand up, glaring fiercely at Yu Jingting. Yu Jingting curved his lips provocatively. He had backing, so he wasn't afraid of being confronted. Unexpectedly, Ge Dongxian suddenly grabbed Nan Xiangwan and shook him. He complained painfully about why Nan Xiangwan didn't join Hengtian Entertainment, but went to Huawan instead. Now someone was openly trying to steal his C position. Nan Xiangwan just kept eating intently, not caring about any of this. Yu Jingting thought he was scared and became more arrogant. If you want to switch companies, pay the breach of contract fee first. Like you could afford it. He left smugly after saying that. Ge Dongxian was about to explode with anger. Yet Nan Xiangwan showed no sense of crisis, still absent-mindedly eating large mouthfuls. Only after a while did he realize he was actually Huawan's behind-the-scenes boss. Speaking of the interior system, it also rewarded a luxury apartment. You should go check it out when he has time. Meanwhile, at the G Mansion lobby, Gu Beihui was waiting for the elevator when he suddenly heard that next door's room 2202 was being prepared, as the owner was coming for inspection. Gu Beihui was stunned for a moment. Someone was finally moving into the next door unit? Wonder what kind of person they are? An ancient female general time traveled to become a modern top star. With superior combat skills, she dominated modern trainees, gained 10 million followers by live streaming difficult one-handed Thomas flares. But no matter how popular, she still had to return for college entrance exams. Task failure would result in electric shocks and finger amputation. But the iron-blooded female general wasn't worried at all. However, the dog system said it would take away all his money. This hit Nan Xiangwan's weak spot, so he had to return to school to handle half-study procedures. He was waiting for a car by the roadside. Fans felt sorry for him, thinking Huawan's van had left him behind. Must be because he offended Yu Jingting and was being suppressed. These days, capital is just unreasonable. The next second, a top-configured business van worth millions stopped in front of Nan Xiangwan. Cheng Su, Huawan Entertainment's senior manager, respectfully invited Nan Xiangwan to get in. Nan Xiangwan acted naturally, as if such luxury was routine. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Who just said Nan Xiangwan would be suppressed at Huawan? This treatment was even better than their top stars. Since the program gave a day off, Nan Xiangwan eagerly went to see the 100 million yuan luxury apartment. The house looked truly magnificent, but unfortunately the dog system required it couldn't be sold or rented. How stingy! Nan Xiangwan left the school paperwork to Cheng Shui. The company's daily affairs were also handled by Cheng Shui and the supervisor. He was quite free as a hands-off boss. Perfect time to check previous messages on his phone. First were messages from his brother. He had been checking on his life every day. Nan Xiangwan felt warmth in his heart, so they still cared about him. Thinking about how poor his family was, now that he could earn money, he could send them some for household expenses. Nan Xiangwan immediately transferred 10,000 generously as pocket money for his brother. Nan Chaoyang was so scared he almost dropped his phone. How could his broke sister have so much money? Must be a hacked account. He quickly returned the money. Nan Xiangwan was confused, not understanding what that kid was doing. He then transferred 20,000 to his mom. But mom not only returned his money, she even wanted to send him some more. Nan Xiangwan proudly stated he could earn money now with over 300,000 in his account. Mom praised her daughter, but still wouldn't accept his money. Though Nan Xiangwan didn't understand, he was still touched. So, this is what it feels like to have family care. Then he opened the class group chat. The phone nearly flew from all the message vibrations. Everyone was using Nan Xiangwan as emoji stickers, even sharing them with each other. At this moment, the dog system popped up with a new task. Task triggered, interact with fans. Host must post a Weibo to officially start business. Rewards will be based on reposts, comments, and likes. Failure will result in a 200,000 deduction. Nan Xiangwan positioned his phone. Knowing everyone loved his stunts, he decided to do something more challenging. He performed a one-handed 720-degree rotation on the ground, followed by a ground-level suspended Thomas Flare, executed flawlessly. All in one go. This was a move unlocked from dance specialization, even cooler than previous stunts. Although Nan Xiangwan's Weibo was a newly registered account, as soon as he posted the short video, the comment section exploded. Military School Reserve Wan Bao was amazing, both eco-friendly and fierce. The task was quickly completed with excellence. Congratulations, host. Over 10,000 comments within 5 minutes. Reward: 10x cashback on spending once. Limit 100,000. Offline use only. Nan Xiangwan rushed out at light speed. 10x of 100,000 means 1 million. This money must be claimed immediately. Just then, Hwan Entertainment's manager Lin Yao suddenly requested to add him as a friend. Nan Xiangwan sensed trouble. General Yu time traveled to modern times to street dance, getting rich with superior combat skills. Overnight, moved into a 100 million yuan villa. Must spend 100,000 pocket money daily. Also gained an entertainment company. Nan Xiangwan immediately got dressed and went out. Unexpectedly ran into the next-door neighbor right out of the elevator. The neighbor was the famous top-tier actor, Gu Beihuai. Nan Xiangwan's eyes lit up, just wondering where to spend money. He quickly asked Gu Beihuai where to shop and eat nearby. Gu Beihuai pointed out a large shopping center just 10 minutes walk away. Hearing it was so close, Nan Xiangwan immediately started rushing there. Gu Beihuai quickly pulled him back, searched through his bag, and put a baseball cap on his head. Nan Xiangwan was confused, wondering why carry such burdens just to go out. Gu Beihuai kindly reminded him that as a celebrity, he needed to disguise himself. Otherwise, ill-intentioned people might cause trouble. Nan Xiangwan confidently said, "Let them come. I'm not afraid." But he still appreciated Gu Beihuai's kindness, so invited him for supper as thanks. Plus, 2 people spending money meant faster cashback and rewards. A win-win situation. Gu Beihuai chuckled softly. He had wanted to get closer to Nan Xiangwan, so happily agreed, not mentioning anything about celebrities needing to stay slim. Soon Gu Beihuai returned to his room to drop off his bag, then went to the shopping center with Nan Xiangwan. The place was brilliantly lit, very lively. Nan Xiangwan suddenly saw a luxury store. The system had previously rewarded him with VIP membership here. He immediately rushed into shop. 100,000 yuan went quickly, buying just a few items. Soon the million yuan cashback arrived. But Nan Xiangwan was distracted by the delicious aroma, making his mouth water. He quickly followed the smell to buy pancakes, ordering 10 at once. While Gu Beihuai, a grown man, only ate 1. It felt like their gender roles were reversed. Just then, fans recognized Nan Xiangwan and screamed excitedly. In an instant, a large group of fans gathered around. "Oh my, it's the real Wan Bao. Wan Bao is buying pancakes." Nan Xiangwan's eyes sharpened as he roared, "Don't make noise." The scene instantly fell silent. Everyone remembered Wan Bao hated noise, so they all stayed quiet, silently taking photos and live streaming to Weibo. The scene looked extremely bizarre. Meanwhile, Yu Jingding saw the trending topics and his face darkened with anger. Throwing a tantrum, he asked manager Lin Yao to find a way to locate Nan Xiangwan's contract, to control her. Yu Jingting had backing, and if it was a C contract, Lin Yao could control her to boost Yu Jingting's popularity. But she couldn't find Nan Xiangwan's contract anywhere, so could only try adding him as a friend to talk in person. However, Nan Xiangwan didn't know her at all. He remembered his manager was Qing Xiu. This person must be a fraud. Strangers should be rejected and blocked immediately. Lin Yao became furious with embarrassment and ordered people to catch him. So when Nan Xiangwan was heading home after dinner, he was ambushed. Just because he didn't accept the friend request, the manager sent people to kidnap and teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Nan Xiangwan beat them until they soiled themselves. The top actor immediately became a caring neighbor, called the police to have them locked up for good. Originally today, Nan Xiangwan had hit it off with Gu Beihuai, becoming the most compatible. The hungry Nan Xiangwan ate 10 pancakes and packed 5 more for midnight snack. In comparison, Gu Beihuai, a grown man, only ate 1. Nan Xiangwan was worried he might faint from hunger. Gu Beihuai was helpless hearing this. As a celebrity, he had to control his diet. Today was already over the limit. But with such an impressive person around, who could control fans with just a glance? No one even noticed his presence. This feeling of freedom was wonderful. Gu Beihuai immediately invited Nan Xiangwan for ice cream as thanks for the pancakes. But just as he left, a Wuling van suddenly stopped behind them. Nan Xiangwan immediately frowned, alertly looking back. 2 men in black jumped from the car, trying to drag him into the vehicle. Nan Xiangwan's eyes turned fierce instantly. He immediately kicked the man in black's knee. A crisp crack was heard. The man in black fell, howling in pain while holding his shattered knee. The other person became enraged with embarrassment, tried to sneak attack from behind, but was unexpectedly kicked flying by Nan Xiangwan. Though his hands were full of food, just his feet alone could beat them to a pulp. Nan Xiangwan's expression was dark and terrifying. Whether they came to rob or had other motives, daring to provoke the great general meant death. On the battlefield, pursuing victory and eliminating threats was the principle. The system sensed his murderous aura and hurriedly jumped out to stop him. This is modern society. Absolutely no killing allowed. The system screamed in dolphin pitch, and only then did Nan Xiangwan reluctantly stop. Remembering this was a civilized world where killing wasn't allowed, he could only unwillingly put his hat back on and head home. At this time, Gu Beihuai rushed over with security, not only controlling the 2 groaning men on the ground, but also called the police and checked the car. They caught the accomplice hiding inside, who turned out to be manager Lin Yao. He kept struggling and making excuses, claiming he was just looking for his artist, Nan Xiangwan. But no matter how much he called out, Nan Xiangwan didn't even turn around. Seeing that the owner ignored Lin Yao, security took him straight to the police station. After all, who kidnaps their own artist? It turned out that when Gu Beihuai had just left the convenience store, he saw Nan Xiangwan fighting 2 people. Worried about his safety, he went back to call security. Although he knew Nan Xiangwan was skilled in combat, Gu Beihuai was still concerned if he was hurt. But Nan Xiangwan acted like nothing happened, only thinking about eating ice cream. Gu Beihuai couldn't help but laugh. He was really helpless with him. He quickly gave him the ice cream. But those who ambushed Nan Xiangwan, whether criminals or say-seeing fans, the property management must strengthen security. Nan Xiangwan was indeed unconcerned. He was the undefeated first general. He could take on 10 of them at once. Just then his phone rang. It was his manager Qing Shui calling to notify him. The school matters had been arranged, and he could go directly to school tomorrow. Nan Xiangwan's expression immediately became serious. Whether it's college entrance exams or competitions, bring it on. The female general fears nothing. The mighty female general has dreams. She just wants to study well. However, her natural aura was too strong, and classmates called her the queen. As a poor student, she even chose the hardest science track. The female general was nearly in tears. Just now, Nan Xiangwan came to school to submit his part-time study application materials. As soon as he entered the school gate, he was surrounded by fans. Even teachers rushed to get his autograph. Nan Xiangwan was scared and confused, using all his strength to finally escape from the crowd. He came to the classroom to submit the application to the homeroom teacher. The students were also excited, shouting and wanted to take photos with him. Only the homeroom teacher felt gratified. This kid still remembers to study even after becoming a celebrity. He's really promising. But when Nan Xiangwan looked through all the textbooks, he couldn't understand any of them except English. Students excitedly gathered around, wanting to ask about entertainment gossip. It was as noisy as 1,000 ducks quacking. Fortunately, his brother Nan Chaoyang came to drive people away. Yet some people stood by making sarcastic remarks. Just won the first match. What's there to be proud of? What good is just a pretty face? Still a poor student. Only 108 days left until the college entrance exam. Can't even understand classes. How dare you take the exam? These people were Qi Baiwei's best friends. Too scared to trouble the lone emperor, they only bullied Nan Xiangwan. Nan Chaoyang was grinding his teeth in anger, about to teach these gossips a lesson, but was stopped by Nan Xiangwan. He was the undefeated female general. Why need others to fight battles? A fierce glint flashed in Nan Xiangwan's eyes. He picked up the 100-pound book box and walked out. Qi Baiwei's friends deliberately blocked the doorway. As they passed by, they continued their sarcastic remarks. Nan Xiangwan suddenly let go. The heavy box crashed to the ground with a bang, missing the gossip's toes by half a centimeter. The two were so scared they almost screamed, angrily demanding to know what he was trying to do. Nan Xiangwan's lips curled into a smile full of challenge and malice. His clear eyes emitted a heavy pressure. I'll be fine with both the college entrance exam and the competition. Just watch if you don't believe me. He wasn't bluffing. Even if it was for the mission, he would complete it even if it killed him. The two gossips were terrified by his murderous aura, collapsing to the ground and no longer daring to talk back. Only then did Nan Xiangwan satisfiedly call his brother to leave. The classmates watched with admiration. Wan Bao just now was just like a real wolf king. Meanwhile, their parents waiting at the school gate were furious. How could their son, as a man, let his sister carry such a big box of books alone? Nan Chaoyang wanted to cry from the injustice. Forget helping with the books. He couldn't even keep up with his sister empty-handed. At this time, Nan Xiangwan took out a diamond bracelet he bought specially and insisted on giving it to their mother. Mom was immediately surprised and delighted. Dad and brother were tearfully hurt. Their daughter was too biased. Boys need love too, you know. Soon it was assembly day. That day, the trainee seats were arranged according to the first performance ranking. Nan Xiangwan sat alone in the highest position, enjoying the feeling of being at the top. Suddenly, a gaze fixed on him intently, carrying strong killing intent. Nan Xiangwan's eyes immediately turned cold. Seemed someone was seeking death. General Liu encounters casting couch in modern times. The black-hearted lotus relies on backing to cause trouble and slander. General Liu directly kicked him down the stairs. If this world didn't emphasize civility and law, he'd really want to show him why Huar was so famous. Previously, Yu Jingting wanted to ride on Nan Xiangwan's popularity. He even had his manager kidnap him, but the manager disappeared. Now seeing Nan Xiangwan sitting at the highest position, Yu Jingting's hateful gaze seemed to crackle. Anyone who refused to be his stepping stone had to die. Nan Xiangwan keenly sensed his malice, as if hearing the enemy's charge horn. His killing intent instantly surged, daring to act up in front of the Empire's female general. Did they want to die? The system kept warning frantically. Warning, warning host, killing is illegal in this world. Please calm down. Nan Xiangwan barely calmed down. This peaceful world saved these idiots. Yu Jingping became angry with embarrassment, unable to believe he was frightened by just a look. Soon the second performance began. First was drawing lots to decide teammates and songs. Nan Xiangwan had terrible luck, drawing all his sworn enemies as teammates. The viewers couldn't help but feel sorry for him. What kind of draw was this? He was clearly first place but couldn't get a single camera shot. Yu Jingting took his center position and arbitrarily assigned parts to team members. He gave himself the majority of the content, leaving the rest for others to share. Nan Xiangwan's killing intent surged instantly. Such people were just wasting air by being alive. The system kept screaming in his ear, "Host, calm down. Killing is illegal. It's not worth it." Zhu Sha couldn't stand it anymore. Nan Xiangwan is the team leader. What right do you have to boss everyone around? Yu Jingting smiled viciously upon hearing this. She was the daughter of Hwawan Entertainment's executive, and she had a relationship with the assistant director. With the director away today, she was the queen of the stage. Everyone else must behave, or they'd be kicked out. Nan Xiangwan could barely contain his killing intent. Only the system's constant warnings about murder being illegal kept him in check. Nan Xiangwan immediately turned to leave. If he looked at this person for another second, he might really lose control. Better to channel the anger into appetite. Nan Xiangwan headed straight to the cafeteria. The other teammates followed, completely ignoring Yu Jingting. Yu Jingting gritted his teeth in hatred. They were clearly isolating him on purpose. He immediately chased after them, cursing at Nan Xiangwan. "You worthless dog! Stop right there!" He reached out to grab his hair. Nan Xiangwan reacted swiftly. He dodged the attack with a quick move. Yu Jingting missed and almost fell. He was shaking with rage. He couldn't beat Nan Xiangwan, so he turned and clawed at Jusha's face instead. Would Nan Xiangwan hurt if he ruined Jusha's face? But his wrist was suddenly grabbed. Jusha was tearful with fear, while Nan Xiangwan's expression was ice cold. Yu Jingting grimaced in pain. He cursed and told him to let go quickly. Nan Xiangwan sneered and said, "As you wish." The moment he released his grip, he pushed back. Yu Jingting was caught off guard and fell backward. Behind him was a long flight of stairs. Yu Jingting missed his step and tumbled down with a series of crashes. Heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the building. From then on, Nan Xiangwan's popularity soared. The female general transmigrates to modern times to take college entrance exams. Viewers scratch their heads watching her solve problems on livestream. Yet, black-hearted people still come to cause trouble, wanting to blind their eyes. The female general directly pushed them down the prison. In her past life, she would have killed them with one slash. Li Banyan was also quite scared. He almost got his eyes clawed out by this psycho. He gratefully threw himself at Nan Xiangwan. Wanwan hubby is so cool, so powerful and manly. Banyan hugged tightly and nuzzled. Nan Xiangwan was confused. What kind of power was boyfriend power? Can you eat it? Meanwhile, Yu Jingting stood up wobbling. Seeing the blood flowing from his forehead, he was completely terrified. He screamed frantically for help. Ge Dongxian heard the commotion and came running, shocked at the scene. Yu Jingting fainted with a thud, appearing seriously injured. People were already being drawn by his screams nearby. If they saw this, it could be charged as intentional injury. He quickly had an idea, rushing to Nan Xiangwan and anxiously asking if he was okay. Then he shouted in front of the newcomers, "How did Yu Jingting fall by himself?" Everyone quickly carried him away. Since this was a backup corridor without cameras, the staff could only question the three people present about what had happened. Li Banyan and Ge Dongxian immediately took turns explaining that Yu Jingting had tried to claw at Li Banyan's eyes. But when Li Banyan dodged, Yu Jingting hit the wall and injured his head. They then turned to Nan Xiangwan for confirmation. Nan Xiangwan was completely confused, wanting to admit that he had pushed him. But they didn't give him a chance. They went straight to the assistant director with the staff to explain the situation. Nan Xiangwan felt warmth in his heart. This was the first time he'd been protected by others. Meanwhile, Gu Beihuai worked late into the night, finally finishing his pile of work. He immediately opened his computer to watch the live stream when he got home. He missed the little wolf after not seeing him for days. But he couldn't help laughing when he saw the stream. Nan Xiangwan was live streaming while doing practice problems. His worried expression made viewers strongly empathize. A reporter was interviewing him about his thoughts on preparing for college entrance exams while participating in the show. Nan Xiangwan directly handed the test paper to him, asking, "Do you know how to solve this? If you don't know, don't disturb my studies." The reporter was instantly deflated. Gu Beihuai, watching the screen, felt his head hurt for him. Getting 8 wrong out of 10 multiple-choice questions. How would he pass the exam? He immediately called the show. Given Nan Xiangwan's special circumstances preparing for exams, they should give him his phone to use. At that moment, Nan Xiangwan was worrying and scratching his head, not knowing how to solve problems and unable to find anyone to ask. Suddenly, staff returned his phone, saying he could contact teachers for help. Nan Xiangwan gratefully bowed 90 degrees. The show was so understanding. For a poor student, a phone was crucial. With so many unsolved problems, he needed to consult others. Little did he know the staff were secretly wondering how their usually cold boss would suddenly order special treatment for someone. Just as Nan Xiangwan was calling his twin brother for help with solving problems, the door was suddenly kicked open. The assistant director stormed in aggressively and imperiously ordered the camera room to shut down the live stream. Nan Xiangwan looked over confused. In the middle of the night, was the show planning something again? Unexpectedly, the director grabbed his phone and hung up the call. He fiercely ordered him to come for investigation. Nan Xiangwan had only pushed the green tea down the stairs. Yet the black-hearted assistant director locked him in a dark room, trying to intimidate him into admitting intentional injury. But upon entering, he saw two teammates had also been brought in. They looked exhausted and uneasy, clearly having endured long mental torment. Nan Xiangwan's brows immediately furrowed. The assistant director, like interrogating criminals, ordered them to recount how Yu Jingting was injured that afternoon. The two teammates complained quietly in dissatisfaction. They'd already explained 3 times. Why keep questioning them? They'd been interrogated all afternoon, had no time to practice, and their legs were about to break from standing. The assistant director slammed the table and roared, "I'm being nice here. Don't be ungrateful." The teammates were extremely helpless. They could only take a deep breath and explain again. Yu Jingting chased Li Banyan, trying to claw his eyes, but when Li Banyan dodged, Yu Jingting hit the wall himself. But the assistant director didn't believe it. Such a big wound couldn't be self-inflicted. He looked at Nan Xiangwan with hostile eyes, saying someone saw him push Yu Jingting. Nan Xiangwan remembered it was him who had eliminated himself earlier and recommended Qi Baiwei to Gu Beihuai as the female lead. Now he was inexplicably fixated on this incident. Seems he must have taken quite a bit of money. His bold statement startled the two teammates. Still, they bravely stood up to support him, confirming he had nothing to do with it. Li Banyan also strongly stated that she would pursue the matter of Yu Jingting trying to claw her eyes. The assistant director immediately warned them menacingly, telling them to watch their words or face being blacklisted. Just then, a group of security guards burst in, saying manager Zhao wanted to see him. The assistant director spoke politely, but his actions were forceful, dragging him out while ignoring his shouts. Yet the security guards turned to Nan Xiangwan with kindness, telling them to go back and rest well. The two teammates were stunned. They thought they were in big trouble, but things suddenly turned around. They immediately pulled Nan Xiangwan out, avoiding any further trouble. Nan Xiangwan didn't understand what they were afraid of. Even if he admitted pushing Yu Jingting, so what? It was emergency self-defense and righteous intervention. Meanwhile, the assistant director discovered the guards weren't taking him to manager Zhao's office. He felt relieved, thinking if manager Zhao wanted to handle it privately, it shouldn't be a big problem. So he walked in with a sycophantic smile, trying to get on their good side. But upon entering, he was shocked to find not just manager Zhao, but also chief director Hua Yuanwu. Even more frightening was that the big boss Gu Beihuai was there too. Gu Beihuai gave a sinister laugh, saying he hadn't even settled the MV matter yet. Did they think he was a fool who knew nothing? The assistant director's legs went weak, still trying to defend his innocence. The next moment, photos were thrown in front of him, all evidence of his bribe-taking. Gu Beihuai's eyes were dark as ink. His expression was cold, as if looking at an ant. He clearly knew everything. The assistant director collapsed to the ground in fear. He was finished. The female general travels to modern times to fight corruption. If the mission fails, homework doubles. This was stepping on the female general's landmine. Fighting evil forces was nothing to fear. No one could make her do homework. Meanwhile, the assistant director was kneeling before the boss, begging for mercy. He said he only did a small favor for you. The crime wasn't worth death. The chief director laughed, saying he had turned the whole show into Yu Jingting's solo performance. Who knows how much money he took from the Yu family. Moreover, manager Zhao had the legal department investigate his payment and communication records, revealing all the dark dealings. The assistant director knelt crying, desperately explaining he was wronged and only misled by others. Gu Beihuai sneered, saying he wasn't police. What right did he have to interrogate trainees? He should save his words for the police. If he disagreed, he could hire a lawyer. Don't just keep groveling. It's despicable. He left with large strides. The assistant director collapsed wailing, but security held him firmly. This wasn't a place for his antics. But Gu Beihuai was still angry. This bastard prevented the little wolf from studying and dared target him for the Yu family. Time to thoroughly investigate the Yu family. They dared reach too far. Don't blame him for uprooting them completely. Meanwhile, Yu Jingding had woken up and was shouting in the VIP hospital room, claiming Nan Xiangwan caused all this and vowing to kill that wretch. His father, an executive at Huawan Entertainment, also deeply hated Nan Xiangwan for hurting his daughter. He immediately prepared interview videos and bought trending topics to smear Nan Xiangwan. The comment section was already in chaos. Yu Jingding laughed happily. That worthless Nan Xiangwan would soon be finished. Just then, Lin Yao called, urging Yu Weihong to delete the videos quickly, saying there was more to the story. Yu Weihong exploded in rage upon hearing this. He didn't care about the backstory. He just wanted to destroy Nan Xiangwan to avenge his daughter. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan had just finished a complete set of exercises, feeling accomplished. Her brother advised her to rest early, saying while college entrance exams were important, health was more important. Little did he know Nan Xiangwan was in great spirits, full of energy. She had used a special technique when pushing Yu Jingding earlier. She wondered if the hospital had detected it. Just thinking about it made her happy. Suddenly, the system popped up, cautiously asking what she was smiling about. Nan Xiangwan irritably swatted it away, thinking it was going to warn her again. She hadn't done anything wrong. But this time the system was here to assign a mission. New anti-defamation mission triggered. Regarding sudden online incidents. To avoid image issues and fan loss, the host must immediately take reasonable measures to clarify. Success rewards 10x cashback, limited to 100,000 per time. Failure results in homework multiplied by 10. Nan Xiangwan wanted to smash its head in. Multiplying homework by 10 was like asking for her life. The system quickly tried to save itself, reminding her to check the trending topics first. Nan Xiangwan curiously opened it and saw some familiar faces. A bald man in hospital clothes was crying about how Nan Xiangwan had brutally attacked him, breaking his knee and his companion's 3 ribs, saying they couldn't defend against her combat techniques. The comment section was chaotic. Some questioned how 2 grown men couldn't handle one underage girl. Others cursed Nan Xiangwan's character, saying no wonder she couldn't get into military school. Nan Xiangwan recognized them as the ones who tried to kidnap her at the pancake shop, whom she had beaten up. She couldn't believe they dared to smear her online. She immediately decided to take on this anti-defamation mission. For a female general, fighting defamation wasn't a problem, but no one would make her do extra homework. The girl was actually the company's CEO. Yet she was framed by employees, accused of street fighting with strangers. Not only did they bribe the assistant director to lock her in a dark room, they also gathered victims to live stream proof that she was a delinquent. But the female general brilliantly countered the defamation, gaining 6 million followers instead of being cyberbullied, and sent them straight to prison. Nan Xiangwan immediately contacted property management for surveillance footage, which they eagerly provided. Even her fans remained rational, with no mass unfollowing or backlash. But for the money and to avoid multiplying Tamara's homework, Nan Xiangwan diligently completed the task. She painstakingly wrote a clarification post, waiting for the surveillance footage to post together on Weibo. Unexpectedly, Shanghai police quickly posted on Weibo, confirming Nan Xiangwan had acted in self-defense after an attempted kidnapping. They included the surveillance footage, and soon everyone was praising her handling of the situation, saying bad guys deserved what they got. The news quickly topped the trending list. Nan Xiangwan was confused. Weren't results supposed to come tomorrow? Why so fast? Still, she followed the plan and reposted on Weibo. She gained 6 million followers instantly. It was a masterful counter to the defamation, and the mission was successfully completed. Reward: 10x cashback, limited to 100,000 per time. Nan Xiangwan jumped for joy. Finally, some money was coming her way. She immediately hugged the dog system and fell into deep sleep. Life without homework was wonderful. Little did she know, next door, the movie star was losing sleep over her situation. He finally relaxed when the crisis was resolved, making it worth asking his police friend to work overtime. Yet Gu Beihui wasn't satisfied, saying the writing style was inconsistent and obviously not written by the official account operator. His friend rolled his eyes in annoyance. First, he begged him to help clear someone's name after hours, and now he's being picky about it. Gu Beihui was fearless indeed. When asked about the limited edition figurine, his friend immediately backed down, unable to fight against such evil capitalism. However, he found something strange. How did you know about that surveillance footage? And provided such precise time and location? Gu Beihui was speechless. He was there at the scene. How could he not know? His friend's mind was blown. This meant he was with his idol the whole time. And I've seen your Weibo. This isn't the first time you've spoken up for her. Could it be love blooming? Gu Beihui was furious. She's still underage. How could he ask such an outrageous question? His friend didn't believe him. Why else would he help her so many times if there wasn't something going on? Gu Beihui suddenly looked confused. After a while, he finally found a legitimate reason. Perhaps he just didn't want to see a gem being tarnished. Meanwhile, in the hospital's VIP ward, Yu Jingting went into shock after checking her phone. Yu Weihong was nearly going crazy when someone brought him a phone call. It was the smiling tiger young Master Fu, CEO of their Huaban Entertainment. He immediately questioned why they were targeting Mr. Nan. Yu Weihong was confused, wondering when did they have a male boss. Nan Xiangwan is Huawan Entertainment's behind-the-scenes boss. Do you have a death wish targeting our boss? Yu Weihong was thunderstruck, his mind exploding. Young Master Fu warned him to turn himself in, as Lin Yao had already confessed about his corruption. The company had started liquidation. Shanghai officials had confirmed the boss acted in self-defense. He should prepare for legal consequences. Just then, the hospital issued a critical condition notice for Yu Jingting. Yu Weihong collapsed to his knees. Everything had been fine. How did it come to this? But Nan Xiangwan was furious that someone dared to steal her money. It was simply suicidal. The female CEO joined a girl group competition undercover, but was bullied by an executive's daughter, who used her position to embezzle funds and become a business tycoon. Little did they know the girl was the company's boss. She immediately ordered all their accounts frozen, then went to the hospital to beat them up. Even the system's electric shock punishment couldn't stop the father-daughter pair. They were dead for touching her money. Today, when Nan Xiangwan arrived, the show's team received good news. Yu Jingting had withdrawn due to critical condition. Deng Xinan and Li Banyan celebrated happily, jumping and laughing with excitement. Nan Xiangwan was also in high spirits. The annoying fly was finally gone. They would definitely win. The staff were dumbfounded. They were still live streaming. Couldn't they watch their image? Unexpectedly, fans were laughing their heads off, loving these genuine, silly moments. Everyone seemed happier without Yu the green tea around. Then Deng Xinan volunteered. She had studied theater and could write scripts. She wanted to add some theatrical elements to this song's choreography. Nan Xiangwan knew nothing about these things, so she obediently followed her direction. Deng Xinan wanted her to cross-dress as a man. Teammates enthusiastically agreed, saying Wan Bao was so handsome, like the nation's husband. But the only problem was that the show probably couldn't provide suitable costumes. Before Nan Xiangwan could think of a solution, the system popped up with a new task: provide stage styling and costumes for teammates. Reward: musical instrument expertise. Failure penalty: 30% company loss. Nan Xiangwan was about to explode. How dare it threaten her money? This dog system was truly a purebred dog. Still, she boldly announced that she would take care of all stage styling and costumes. Teammates cheered excitedly. They had long envied her previous beautiful Snow Wolf King look and finally could benefit from the God-tier styling team. So Nan Xiangwan immediately notified young Master Fu to prepare. But she heard infuriating news. Vice President Yu Weihong was suspected of embezzling company funds and taking bribes. And this guy was Yu Jingting's father. Nan Xiangwan exploded with rage. These dogs again, daring to touch her money. Nan Xiangwan immediately got dressed and ran out while ordering a car to pick her up. Staff quickly reminded her that phones weren't allowed during practice. Nan Xiangwan calmly lied about having a school test and took a half-day leave. The staff were terrified. With such a murderous look, was she really going to take a test? Nan Xiangwan was about to explode, daring to embezzle her money and buy a 300,000 yuan bag for his daughter. She wouldn't rest until she kicked these dogs' heads in. Young Master Fu quickly urged her to calm down. Yu Jingting's brain tumor had ruptured, leaving her vegetative. She'd already gotten her karma. But these words only made Nan Xiangwan more unrestrained. Since she'd already beaten someone into a vegetative state, what's one more blow? The system frantically reminded her that Yu Jingting's critical condition was due to her pre-existing brain tumor and delayed treatment, completely unrelated to the host. But Nan Xiangwan's killing intent didn't decrease. Today, she would destroy these dog parents. The system activated electric shock punishment, but Nan Xiangwan, as a battle-hardened female general, wouldn't submit to pain. Unable to reduce her killing intent, the system could only activate force protection mode. It reduced her strength to 20%, then lazily cheered, "Host, go ahead and fight all you want. Just leave them barely breathing. Meanwhile, Yu Wei-hong, with all accounts frozen and unable to pay for his daughter's treatment, was causing a scene at the hospital. Seeing Nan Xiangwan approach with murderous intent, old and new grudges exploded. "I order you to unfreeze my accounts immediately and return my money. My daughter is like this because of you. Pay with your life." Nan Xiangwan grabbed her head directly, viciously smashing it against the floor. After a bang, blood splattered. Nan Xiangwan's voice was demonic. "Say it again. Whose money was it?" The girl was clearly the company's CEO, but she wanted to work for her arch-rival too. After all, who wouldn't be tempted to earn 2 salaries? But then this troublesome, disloyal vice president appeared, emptying out all the girl's company money. Nan Xiangwan rushed straight into the hospital, grabbed Yu Ruihong's head, and slammed it hard repeatedly. Yu Ruihong staggered to his feet, his back of head feeling like it was about to split open. Touching it, his hand was covered in blood. He trembled in fear. Had this woman gone mad? Nan Xiangwan coldly sneered. This dog dared to embezzle her money. Yu Weihong had gone crazy with anger, lunging at her. That was money he deserved. How dare she call it embezzlement? Nan Xiangwan grabbed his throat and lifted him up. These days they call embezzlement and bribery deserved money. Using my money to mess with me, you've got some interesting ideas. A cruel glint flashed in Nan Xiangwan's eyes. She choked Yu Weihong until he coughed blood, beating him until he couldn't get up. He should thank the law for protecting him. In ancient times, he would have been beaten to death. Reporters quickly swarmed in, criticizing Nan Xiangwan's rampant behavior and cruelty, using her fame to publicly assault people in hospitals. Police rushed to the scene. Everyone gloated that Nan Xiangwan would be arrested. Manager Ching Shui quickly stepped forward for crisis management, urging people not to believe rumors. She announced that Huawan Entertainment's vice president Yu Weihong was suspected of massive illegal embezzlement and had been reported to police. Nan Xiangwan was actually Huawan Entertainment's true CEO, who came personally to collect the debt. Physical conflict occurred only due to momentary anger. Young Master Fu quickly pulled Nan Xiangwan away. Too scary. They thought she was really going to kill someone. Nan Xiangwan was also dissatisfied. Why didn't they resolve it this way earlier? The system was just being wishy-washy. But nothing could stop her enthusiasm for food. Young Master Fu quickly took her to a 5-star restaurant. Anything was fine as long as she didn't kill anyone. Meanwhile, in a Black Pearl restaurant, Gu Beihuai had just finished filming and was dining with his manager Lang Hu. Lang Hu looked at trending topics, grimacing with regret. Nan Xiangwan trended 3 times a day. He really lost out by not signing her. But looking closer, he was shocked. The trending topics not only exposed her hospital assault, but also publicly announced that Nan Xiangwan was Huawan Entertainment's CEO. Fans were calling her rich sister. Lang Hu jumped up in shock, quickly sharing this fresh news with his boss. But Gu Beihuai didn't even raise an eyebrow, just calmly saying, "I know." Lang Hu awkwardly scratched his head. So the boss already knew. No wonder he was so calm. He felt slightly better, though. Their failure to sign Nan Xiangwan wasn't due to lack of ability, but because her background was too powerful. Just then, young Master Fu and Nan Xiangwan entered the restaurant, led by staff to nearby seats. Seeing Gu Beihuai, Nan Xiangwan's eyes lit up and she smiled. This strongly stirred Gu Beihuai's heart, his gaze becoming entranced. Nan Xiangwan walked over without hesitation, while young Master Fu and Cheng Shui worried anxiously. Huawan and Nanbei Entertainment were arch-rivals. It wasn't good for them to be too close, but they also worried about breaking up a good match. They could only watch things unfold naturally. Meanwhile, Lang, who was on high alert, was she here to create CP buzz now that her identity was exposed, or, as a rival CEO, to declare war? Unexpectedly, Nan Xiangwan walked to the table and sweetly called out to Gu Beihuai. Young Master Fu and Cheng Shui immediately tensed up, mentally cheering for their boss. Gu Beihuai smiled elegantly and asked directly what she wanted, since this simpleton wouldn't understand subtle hints. Lang Hu became nervous, staying alert for any outrageous demands. But Nan Xiangwan just felt confused. Weren't they supposed to sign a contract? Let's sign it and transfer the money right away. General Li time traveled to modern times to become a domineering CEO. The movie star wanted to have a sweet romance with her, but the female general only wanted to make money with good brothers. The movie star shyly invited her to lunch. Nan Xiangwan only thought about signing the contract for $5 million. Their eyes met, one full of expectation, the other stunned in confusion. The watching managers were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. What kind of beginning was this? Seeing this, Nan Xiangwan tilted her head in confusion. Had he forgotten about this? Maybe she should send him brain supplements for New Year's. Gu Beihuai awkwardly coughed, apologizing that he'd been busy filming and had forgotten about the MV. He immediately ordered a contract to be drafted to sign with her manager, setting the monthly salary at $5 million after tax. Lang Hu's heart ached. Since when had the boss become so agreeable and even helping subordinates get raises? Before Gu Beihuai could explain anything, a small fist suddenly appeared before him. Nan Xiangwan waved her fist at him, smiling brightly and saying, "Brothers." Gu Beihuai was completely helpless and could only fist bump with her. He actually didn't want to be brothers at all. But the simpleton Nan Xiangwan returned to her seat, happily waiting for food. More money coming in, just thinking about it made her happy. So while the two managers were forcing smiles and secretly competing, Nan Xiangwan happily ate. After all, she wouldn't get such good food once back at the show. After returning to the show, everyone resumed their hard training. Deng Xinan arranged the stage and divided the work. For the opening, Nan Xiangwan would play a male assassin performing a piano solo. Nan Xiangwan secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, she had received the musical instrument proficiency reward. Otherwise, she would have messed up. During the break, Gu Dongxian ran over with specially saved chocolates like presenting a treasure. These were smuggled in, and he only saved them for Nan Xiangwan after tasting how good they were. Nan Xiangwan had no resistance to food. She ate one piece and found it delicious. She happily ate piece after piece, not noticing her face turning red and her eyes becoming glazed. Her body swayed, feeling top-heavy. Suddenly, she collapsed straight to the ground. Gu Dongxian almost screamed in fright and quickly called for the show's doctor. 2 hours later, Nan Xiangwan finally woke up feeling dizzy, like she'd solved 100 difficult problems. People surrounded her, all relieved to see her wake up. The doctor had already checked. She just had an extremely low alcohol tolerance. Gu Dongxian cried loudly, saying if he'd known she couldn't handle any alcohol, he wouldn't have given her liquor-filled chocolates. At this moment, the system appeared with a mischievous smile, clearly up to something. It issued a new mission: complete the second stage performance. Rewards would be based on performance quality and ranking, but mission failure would result in a drunken penalty. Nan Xiangwan wanted to beat up the dog system. You dog, even mission rewards have to keep up with the times? The day of the second performance quickly arrived. The male cross-dressing and female-to-male performers playing male assassins made their entrance in delicate and beautiful costumes, instantly causing a sensation throughout the venue. Everyone discussed how their group could outshine others just with their styling and costumes. Meng Xinan's heart was still racing. He couldn't believe Nan Xiangwan was able to contact Jean Dashuai's team to do their styling. They were top international stylists, industry giants who couldn't be hired even with unlimited money. Half days, it felt like a dream. Moreover, they used Huan's exclusive internal passage. The crowd burst into waves of exclamation. Jean Dashuai was a top figure in the fashion world, and Nan Xiangwan seemed very familiar with him. Although they didn't know his exact status, they agreed that Nan Xiangwan was the greatest. Nan Xiangwan touched her bangs, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to this hairstyle. At this moment, the system popped up with a notification. The prop provision task was confirmed complete, and the reward had been issued in advance. Nan Xiangwan was very satisfied with the system's performance this time. Soon the host announced the fourth group's performance. Nan Xiangwan was getting impatient, wondering when it would be their group's turn. She hoped they wouldn't miss dinner. Suddenly, someone called her name. Nan Xiangwan instinctively looked up. It was Jianya from the fourth group, glaring at her contemptuously. Don't think you can win again just by having a rare styling. Using the same old tricks won't work. He was determined to crush Nan Xiangwan in this second public performance. Nan Xiangwan looked confused, wondering who this self-talking woman was. Nan Xiangwan cross-dressed as a Yandera male assassin for the second public performance. Wearing a vintage lantern shirt with a black tailcoat, she looked like a kissing young master straight out of the medieval era. Her appearance immediately excited the audience, who wanted nothing more than to rush into their idol's arms and tremblingly act coy. Such a Yandera young master was incredibly captivating. Even the movie star couldn't help but smile gently. Indeed, the person he had his eye on was excellent in every way. Just moments ago, while Nan Xiangwan was waiting to perform, Jianya from the fourth group suddenly came over to cause trouble, mocking that she always relied on styling to win, claiming this time he would definitely make Nan Xiangwan lose. But he was quickly proven wrong. After the performance, The judges disappointedly commented that his performance wasn't as good as the first public performance, barely meeting the standard. Jianya gritted his teeth in anger, his whole body stiff with obvious displeasure. Another judge bluntly criticized him, saying he had performed well in the first public performance but had regressed significantly this time. Jianya became anxious and blamed all his failures on the styling, complaining that the show had suddenly changed stylists. But the judge exposed his excuse, saying it had nothing to do with styling since he had gone off-key while singing. Jianya was speechless, standing embarrassed on stage. But apologizing and admitting defeat was impossible for him. The head judge didn't want to argue further and directly asked him to rest, then continued drawing lots for the next performing group. Jianya didn't want to leave like this, so his teammates had to push him off stage. Soon the host began drawing for the next group. The screen showed Group 1, Nan Xiangwan's group. The venue instantly erupted in cheers that nearly lifted the ceiling. At this moment, head judge Zhao Qingxiang quickly stood up, giving a seat to someone who had hurriedly arrived. Soon, the red lights on stage lit up like a slowly blooming mandala flower. The melodious piano music began to play, and a pair of pale, yet absolutely cold hands danced like butterflies across the piano keys. Nan Xiangwan wore a vintage lantern-sleeve shirt with a black tailcoat, waistcoat, and tall boots, looking like a cold, noble young master straight out of the medieval era. As she slowly raised her head, her exquisite styling, perfect features, and stunning makeup were magnified on the big screen. The online viewers went crazy at this visual attack. "Marry me, Wan Wan. Feel like my heart's been shot." At this moment, Li Banyan danced and twirled over. Nan Xiangwan immediately stood up and approached, gently cupping her small face, forcefully pulling her into an embrace, tightly holding the girl's slender waist, gazing obsessively at the person in their arms, wearing an eerie smile, as if looking at a beloved person. But in the next second, ruthlessly pushing her away, like discarding a broken doll. Then turning to embrace another girl played by Li Banyan, manipulating her every movement like a puppet, finally ending her life as well. Looking at the two broken dolls lying on the ground, Nan Xiangwan kept smiling, singing, and dancing in circles. Her cold, handsome face showed a sickly obsession. The viewers all screamed wildly, getting goosebumps, praising the artistic essence of her performance. After the performance, the three lined up, waiting for the judges' comments. But the venue fell in a dead silence. Nan Xiangwan looked around curiously, wondering why there was no reaction this time. Wasn't it time for comments? After a long while, Gu Beihuai was the first to recover. Taking the microphone, he sighed softly and praised, "Your stage play was very successful. It was an excellent performance." The girl had never studied acting before, yet her male cross-dressing performance on stage went viral. Even the top actor invited her to act in a film on the spot. The pink-haired girl laughed mockingly. "You're the CEO of Huawan Entertainment. Your win must be thanks to top stylists doing your stage styling." Nan Xiangwan was speechless. "I won because I have Doggy." Of course, she had a top-tier system, but wouldn't casually show off such high-tech. The pink-haired girl looked confused. "Doggy? What's that? Are you mocking me?" Nan Xiangwan lazily ignored the fool. Unexpectedly, the pink-haired girl burst into anger. "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have capital. I'll never give up. Even without power, I'll definitely defeat you." To Nan Xiangwan, this woman must have mental issues. Xuanji turned and walked away. Mom said staying with idiots makes you stupid. But as soon as Nan Xiangwan arrived on stage, the fans instantly went wild. Mainly because actor Gu Beihuai came to support her. "Wow, when did brother arrive? Wasn't he not here just now?" Could it be he came specially for Nan Xiangwan? I have to say, you've got it right. Nan Xiangwan also felt this partner was worth keeping. Quite loyal indeed. At this moment, Gu Beihuan's eyes were fixed on Nan Xiangwan. Your performance as the center was brilliant, and the stage play format was very eye-catching. I wonder if you're interested in developing a career as an actor? The companions instantly showed envious expressions, as such opportunities were extremely rare. But Nan Xiangwan scratched her head in confusion, having never studied acting before. It was like asking someone who just learned to talk if they wanted to learn 8 languages. How should I answer that? Fortunately, Gu Beihuai didn't ask for an immediate answer, suggesting she could contact him directly after her college entrance exams if interested. Nan Xiangwan nodded obediently. The purple-haired mentor immediately took the microphone. Nan Xiangwan's performance was excellent, but I'd like to know who wrote the stage play. Nan Xiangwan quickly introduced her friend Cece to everyone. The purple-haired mentor's eyes lit up. Excellent. Another rising star. This is your unique advantage. Keep it up. The blonde mentor also asked what all fans wanted to know. Why did Deng Xinan's choreography cast Nan Xiangwan as a guard? Because Nan Xiangwan looks best in male clothing, and she's the only one who can play piano. The host smoothly took over the topic. Thank you, mentors, for your wonderful comments. Let's welcome the next group. As soon as Nan Xiangwan left the stage, her companions nearly pounced on her. Hubby, you were so handsome. I almost fainted in your arms. Soon they arrived at the break room. Nan Xiangwan's throat was parched, and she noticed her friends pouring drinks. Her eyes immediately lit up. She rested her chin on her hand and walked over. Nan Xiangwan grabbed a drink. Before anyone could react, she downed it in one gulp. Her face instantly turned crimson. Nan Xiangwan swayed. What kind of soda is this? Why am I so dizzy? The star girl had only taken a sip of the drink when staff members forcefully made her drink a large container of water. Because she had an extremely low alcohol tolerance, even a liquor-filled chocolate could make her pass out. But just before going on stage, she mistook champagne for water, not only drinking a whole glass, but falling straight to the ground to sleep. Everyone had no choice. They could only force her to drink water to stay conscious for a while. Because at that moment, they were announcing Nan Xiangwan's group's first-place votes on stage, and she personally won first place with 1.1 million votes. The unaware host was calling out, "Please welcome the first-place team to the stage." Soon, Nan Xiangwan was escorted onto the stage by her friends on either side. The host immediately stepped forward. "Tell us, what made you think of performing this song as a stage play?" At this moment, Nan Xiangwan's face was as red as a poison apple, wanting nothing more than to lie down and sleep. Fortunately, her friend reacted quickly, jumping in to answer, because this song has a strong narrative. Using a stage play makes it more direct and helps it stand out. The host wanted Nan Xiangwan to express more, but didn't notice her unusual complexion. "How did you feel about cross-dressing as a man?" When the microphone was pushed in front of her, everyone was listening attentively with serious expressions. But Nan Xiangwan, seeing the overlapping shadows of people, her eyes already unfocused and clearly not sober, suddenly let out a loud hiccup that was amplified through the microphone. Then it was broadcast through the speakers. The impact was beyond words. The entire venue instantly fell into dead silence. The host was shocked like a host should be. The fans were also dumbfounded. Her teammate covered Nan Xiangwan's mouth, mortified. "Oh my goodness, this is being broadcast live. The whole country is watching," just as they didn't know what to do. The audience burst into waves of laughter. Even Wang Bao's hiccups are so cute. Seeing the situation developing strangely, Cece immediately stepped forward to apologize and explain Nan Xiangwan's low alcohol tolerance. She had just mistaken champagne for water and drunk most of it. The host incredulously confirmed again, "So Nan Xiangwan is drunk?" The panel of mentors also tried hard to suppress their laughter. How can someone get so drunk from champagne? But Tiger noticed Nan Xiangwan's viral potential. As expected of a natural viral star, this hiccup will probably go viral like her previous brick-breaking incident. Sure enough, Nan Xiangwan's hiccup quickly trended. Also trending were Nan Xiangwan, cross-dressing, and Gu Beihui came and left. Because sharp-eyed fans had already noticed that actor Gu Beihui had specifically come to watch Nan Xiangwan perform, and he left right after her performance. Some fans had already started shipping them together. Meanwhile, Gu Beihui was looking at the little wolf cub's new emojis, his heart still immersed in Nan Xiangwan's cross-dressing performance. He closed his eyes, trying to calm his racing heart, wondering what it would be like to collaborate with the little wolf cub. He turned to instruct Lang Hu to move up the filming date for the sword dance MV. Just by reading for 20 seconds, she could recite the 2.5-pound script backward. But the director thought she was showing off. A newcomer not even taking notes? Are you sure you're not being perfunctory? Nan Xiangwan nodded, indicating she had photographic memory, which was also troublesome. The director frowned. Even if recommended by a top actor, if you can't perform well, you're out. At this moment, actor Bu Beihuan slowly approached. "I've said many times, she won't have any problems." Then he comforted the little wolf cub. "Don't feel pressured. Just perform naturally." The director had no choice but to start filming first. All departments, attention. Scene 1. Take 1 starting now. A young maiden slowly walked onto the small bridge, looking back with a smile that melted hearts. The director was startled. Is this really a newcomer? One would think she was just being herself. Gu Beihui wasn't lying. Nan Xiangwan was indeed a treasure. Initially, he didn't want to take on this MV shoot, let alone work with a newcomer. But after watching Nan Xiangwan's sword dance video, he wanted to give it a try. Unexpectedly, the same person who broke bricks with bare hands could portray an ancient maiden's first love. She performed so well, just like Gu Beihuai's signature innocent young master character. He slowly walked forward, gazing lovingly at his beloved. "Wait for me to return and marry you. And I'll wait for you." There were no scenes of embracing, no standing together arguing. Just this simple, yet firm gaze from afar became a lifetime promise. Excellent. The eye expression was perfect. The director couldn't help applauding after one take. But Nan Xiangwan's face was full of sorrow, as the one-take success wasn't due to her acting skills. Rather, the plot reminded her of her cousin's sister. "Every time I went on expeditions, cousin would smile like that, hoping for my early return. But now, cousin can no longer wait for my return." She felt sad. Even Gu Beihuai could feel her sadness. Nan Xiangwan looked at him listlessly. "Aren't you leaving? You did very well just now. Everyone's impressed. Please keep it up for the remaining scenes." Nan Xiangwan instantly snapped back, patting her chest confidently. "Of course, no problem. To complete the system task, I'll definitely shoot perfectly." Soon they reached the last scene of the day. Nan Xiangwan appeared in a red wedding dress, holding a sword, staggering towards enemy forces. She raised and lowered her blade, as if returning to the past. In that moment, hatred, patriotism, and love intertwined, surrounding people with desperation and desolation. She was sad, alone in this strange world. "I'll never see my little cousin again. Cousin will never see me return triumphantly." That distant longing and the despair of being separated by two worlds, never to meet again. Her eyes conveyed it perfectly. Even the director's heart trembled watching the footage. Nan Xiangwan acts too well. She's simply a genius. Meanwhile, Gu Beihuai's heart ached. How could Nan Xiangwan, just a high school student, portray such feelings of life and death separation? Could she have experienced something else? Just thinking about this possibility made Gu Beihuai's heart clench in pain. He turned and mounted his horse, wanting only to be by her side quickly. At that moment, Nan Xiangwan smiled tragically on the city wall. She had waited for her fiancé, but she didn't receive divine favor. She slowly closed her eyes. The long sword in her hand clattered to the ground. "It's over, everything is over." Then she fell straight down from the city wall. Director Liu was shocked. "Wait, damn it, we weren't ready yet. Why did Nan Xiangwan jump early?" Damn, didn't anyone tell her the falling scene would be shot later? As everyone was shouting to call an ambulance, Gu Beihuai sprang into action. He whipped his horse and darted forward. At the critical moment, Gu Beihuai stretched out his arms and caught her firmly in his embrace. He was trembling with fear, his heart nearly stopping. He dared not think. If the distance hadn't been just right, if he hadn't reacted fast enough, his little wolf cub would have hit the ground. Just thinking about that possibility made him unable to breathe. But seeing Nan Xiangwan's pitiful expression, his heart instantly melted. His intended scolding turned into concern. "Why didn't you wait for the director's arrangement? You nearly scared me to death. Milimetrov, I am hungry." The sword dance was too intense. I got dizzy from hunger. Just then, Cheng Shui pulled Nan Xiangwan into her arms. "Boss, are you okay? You scared me to death. Does anything hurt? Should we go to the hospital?" Meanwhile, Tiger also ran to his boss's side. "Mr. Gu, are you all right? Should we get you checked?" Their anxious expressions were identical. Gu Beihuai looked at his empty hands, feeling a sense of loss. Then he glared at Cheng Shui irritably. "Managers aren't omnipotent. Nan Xiangwan doesn't have an assistant yet, right?" Cheng Shui was stunned for 2.5 seconds. What did the great actor mean by that? Just then, Nan Xiangwan's stomach growled continuously. Gu Beihuai rubbed his temples. "Look how hungry the little wolf cub is. Almost caused an accident today. Never mind, I'll take her to eat." Hearing this, Nan Xiangwan rushed forward still wearing the wedding dress. "Wait, change into casual clothes first." The two bosses went to eat together lovingly, but the two managers were at odds. "Your Huan Entertainment is just lucky to meet our King Gu. Huh, isn't it that our male boss combines both talent and beauty? Your Mr. Gu just needed to reshoot the MV. Our boss was so hungry she fell from the city wall." Cheng Shui's face turned red with anger. She had failed in her duty. She thought 20 meat buns would be enough for lunch, but it was barely a snack for the boss. While they were arguing here, things progressed quickly on the boss's side. Gu Beihuai watched admiringly. Even my little wolf cub's eating is beautiful. But then he saw Nan Xiangwan finish 20 dishes and a huge bucket of rice. How can she eat so much? Good thing I ordered another table of dishes. Then he raised his phone to add a friend. Seeing Nan Xiangwan not moving, Gu Beihuai gently persuaded. This way, it'll be more convenient for our future collaboration. Also, send me your card number so I can transfer the money. When Nan Xiangwan heard about money coming in, she immediately took out her phone, added him as a friend, and sent her bank card number in one go. Gu Beihuai's mouth twitched. He didn't expect his first message with the little wolf cub would be a bank account number. Probably only money and food matter in her eyes. Soon they returned to the filming site. As soon as they entered, they heard colleagues saying, "Thank you, Boss Nan." Nan Xiangwan was confused. Why were they thanking her? Gu Beihuai remained silent. Cheng Shui suddenly appeared. "Boss Nan, this is Xiao Dong, the assistant I found for you." A chubby girl appeared, extremely excited. "Hello, Boss Nan. I'm your Debangswan. These are the snacks I prepared for you. To show my loyalty, I'll demonstrate brick breaking with my bare hands right now." He was a top star surrounded by admirers, yet happily played sidekick to a rookie girl, not only investing to film her MV, but also paying out of pocket to boost Nan Xiangwan's popularity. The manager beside him looked pained. "You're the one who paid. Why say Nan Xiangwan treated everyone? Just a casual promotion for these hundreds of fans. Not only can we gain followers, but also build good relationships with wife fans." Gu Beihuai gave a cold glance. "You're overstepping." Tang, who immediately shut up. Gu Beihuai closed his eyes. "I'm already at my peak. I don't need to deliberately build goodwill." Then his mind was filled with images of Nan Xiangwan. It's rare to meet someone with such promising future. As a senior, I should help quietly. Just then his phone rang. The fan group was very active. Gu Beihuai smiled. Initially, Nan Xiangwan didn't have many fans. Management was chaotic. He couldn't help but propose a stricter plan in the group. Unexpectedly, he was made the group admin of Debangswan. Though forced to become the brick leader, it felt quite nice. Meanwhile, Cheng Shui was excitedly reporting to Nan Xiangwan. "We've posted on Weibo about treating the whole crew to build some buzz." Nan Xiangwan was a bit stunned. Cheng Shui excitedly took out her phone. "The online response is very good. Huan Entertainment stock should rise again." Nan Xiangwan only heard the word stock and thought the system had given an early reward. The system appeared dramatically. "Host, that's not it. This is the real reward for me. For completing the filming task with Gu Beihuai properly. Reward, 10% increase in company profits." Nan Xiangwan had no concept of 10%. She just wanted to know when exactly the profit increase would arrive. "You can trust this kitty to handle things." Just then, the 5 million for the MV was credited. "Doggy, what's my total assets now?" Host Nan Xiangwan's total assets, 6.43 million. Cheng Shui reminded CEO Nan to return to the dorm now, as there was a competition tomorrow. Gu Beihuai turned his head to look in their direction. Nan Xiangwan happily gave a thumbs up, saying, "I received the payment. I'm leaving now." Gu Beihuai waved his hand, watching her leave with reluctance. He turned back to seriously browsing Nan Xiangwan's fan group. Soon it was the next day. Nan Xiangwan drew another English song. "Great! You divide the parts first, I'll choreograph. Then I'll arrange the music." Everyone happily accepted the expert's arrangements. Ding! Task triggered. Please successfully complete the third public performance stage. Zhang Li doesn't know. Task failure penalty. Deduction of 1 million yuan. Nan Xiangwan gritted her teeth. "System, you're getting cocky. Now you're deducting money by the millions. Want me to smash you right now? I'm hungry. Need to eat 8 bowls of rice to calm down." Just then a figure blocked her path, pointing at Nan Xiangwan and calling her a fraud. Nan Xiangwan was confused. "Who did I deceive?" "You deceived all the viewers." Pink-haired green tea got increasingly angry. "Someone as arrogant and condescending as you would never treat all staff to meals, let alone care about the lives of us lower-class people." Nan Xiangwan was bewildered, feeling confused and not knowing what to say. But seeing her silence, the pink-haired green tea became more angry. "You despicable dog trying to gain publicity by associating with King Gu. Aren't you afraid of being blacklisted?" Unexpectedly, Nan Xiangwan burst out laughing. First, I don't know what you're talking about. Second, why should I be afraid?" Then slowly step forward. "This general always takes responsibility for their actions." Then punch the wall. But for troublemakers, I show no mercy. The pink-haired green tea was so scared their hair turned pink. Even as Nan Xiangwan walked away, they were trembling with fear. Just then, Nan Xiangwan's phone rang. Looking at it, her brother's laughing face appeared. "Aren't you supposed to be studying? Where are you?" Nan Xiangwan scratched her head. "Shouldn't you be in class? Playing with your phone during class." Unexpectedly, her brother hit her with a soul-crushing reminder. "You haven't done homework for 2 days. Don't tell me you forgot about your college entrance exam." Nan Xiangwan was thunderstruck, wanting to play dead on the ground. "Why do I still need to do homework? Why do I still need to take the college entrance exam? By the way, sis, your MV with Gu Beihua is trending. People are shipping you too, and there are haters attacking you." What does shipping mean? Then Cheng Shui called. "CEO Nan, someone hired professional trolls to post negative comments about you. They're saying you're deliberately using Gu Beihua for publicity and setting a bad social example. So far, we've only traced the troll buyers, who have no connection to the entertainment industry. PR wants to know your thoughts. Search online immediately. We must find the source and eliminate it completely, or there will be endless troubles." The next second, Cheng Shui's surprised voice rang out. "CEO Nan, all those haters' accounts were blocked, and Gu Beihua specifically posted a Weibo for you. The hairstylist that people queue for a month to book was desperately trying to style for Nan Xiangwan. Unexpectedly, Nan Xiangwan directly refused, saying, 'I have no money.' The system checked Nan Xiangwan's 6.43 million savings. 'Indeed, that's just a little money. Don't worry, I've already arranged with your company. I'll serve you for free, and definitely better than Jean Dashui.' It's free? Then that's fine." Monica finally sighed in relief. "You know what? Your previous 2 styles were huge hits in our industry." Jean Dashui was so proud. He even came to brag to me. "This is my hard-won opportunity. I'll definitely prove I'm better than Jean Dashui." Nan Xiangwan was delighted. "It's free. Only a fool would refuse." Soon they reached an agreement. The third performance's styling would absolutely stun everyone. Seeing this, everyone poked their heads out enviously. Whoever teams up with Nan Xiangwan is guaranteed success. Not only strong abilities, but also various resources. They'll definitely debut. Suddenly, someone threw themselves into Nan Xiangwan's arms. "Everyone in Class A has worked with you, except me." Another classmate came over. "Me too. I haven't worked with Nan Xiangwan either." Sisters in hardship hugged and cried together. Everyone says teaming up with Nan Xiangwan is basically an easy win. The pink-haired girl got angry. "What do you mean only you two haven't worked with Nan Xiangwan? Am I not a person? They're definitely saying this for me to hear." And last time when Monica styled me, she was not only disdainful and irritated, but also expensive. But now she's fighting to style Nan Xiangwan for free. This stage is truly a game of capital. "Nan Xiangwan, I'll definitely find your weakness." Then she took out her phone and found Manager Wei. "I found Nan Xiangwan's dirt. Need your help to operate this." Soon, numerous water armies were posting negative comments about Nan Xiangwan. They accused her of corrupting social values and deliberately marketing with Gu Beihua. Before Nan Xiangwan could defend herself, Gu Beihua posted a clarification Weibo, specifically tagging Nan Xiangwan. He angrily criticized those haters for mistaking the internet as lawless and severely hurting others. Soon, fans from both sides attacked those water armies and haters, until their accounts were blocked. Then Cheng Shui called, "Boss Nan, those water armies aren't related to industry insiders, but a distant relative's friend's uncle is an intern assistant to Jianya's manager." Jianya, that pink-haired green tea. System detected unnecessary negative situations. Does the host need assistance? To each, you appearing voluntarily surely isn't free, right? This time it's free. Every 3 completed tasks earns 1 free help opportunity. Would hosts like to use the free chance? Nan Xiangwan's eyes lit up. "If it's free, of course I'll use it. Check immediately." Jinya and her manager are problematic. "Give me everything on them." Cheng Shui kindly reminded Nan Xiangwan to be careful of Jianya's schemes during filming. Nan Xiangwan sneered dismissively. "She's the one who should be careful. This little girl isn't even worth considering." At this moment, Jianya was hiding in the bathroom, trembling with anger. "If I were also a big boss of an entertainment company, I would definitely do better than Nan Xiangwan." Then, she recounted how Monica was styling Nan Xiangwan for free and anxiously asked what to do about the third performance's styling. But her manager told her not to worry, indicating that if she was willing to pay more, Jean Dashui's assistant could do a copycat styling for her. The pink-haired green tea gritted her teeth. I must debut. Come out the day before the performance. I'll send you the hotel address later. You know the usual rules, right? The pink-haired girl left, trembling and clutching her clothes. Everyone loves Nan Xiangwan styling. Once I replicate that style, I'll definitely crush Nan Xiangwan on stage. This elf styling is absolutely beautiful. Even the superstar actor instantly became a fanboy. But when Nan Xiangwan was about to go on stage, she discovered someone copying her style. Jinya, that copycat, I'm gonna skin her alive. This shameless bitch, openly copying last season's Yandere print style. A poor imitation that looks horrible. But Nan Xiangwan remained completely calm. Since she's asking for trouble, I'll give her a big gift. The system appeared timely. Host, here's all the dirt on Jinya and her manager. It's been sent to your phone. Nan Xiangwan smiled wickedly. Perfect timing. I'll let you experience what it's like to be a lowly dog. Then she sent the materials to Cheng Shui. Take this dirt. Get the PR department moving immediately. Yes, Boss Nan. The company is mobilized. We'll handle PR and take down this green tea without mercy. At center stage, the judges didn't hesitate to criticize Jinya for copying. Jinya turned pale with anger, but could only curse Nan Xiangwan's luck in her heart. Why does everyone love her styling when she does it? But when I do it, everyone despises me. However, what she didn't know was the fans' fighting power was just the beginning of her nightmare. The fan leader directly commanded followers to go online and attack. Group 1 fans in position. Sisters, prepare to attack. Group 2 fans in position. Jinya, you copycat, get out of entertainment industry immediately. Group 10 already attacking. We won't stop until Jinya is finished. Nan Xiangwan was fierce but a few words, directly posting a dog head emoji in Jinya's comment section. It instantly got 100,000 plus likes, further fueling the fans' enthusiasm. The queen has responded. Sisters, let's attack. Suddenly, the fans' battle cry, leave no survivors, echoed throughout the entertainment circle. Even Jean Dashui personally posted a statement. Did you buy the copyright for my styling? Not even trying to modify it. Wow. Even the original stylist showed up. Fans attacked freely. This operation even pushed Jinya into the top 10 trending topics. But soon Jinya was taken away by staff for investigation. You violated the contract terms. This seriously affects the show's reputation. You have been disqualified. Please leave with us immediately. Jinya looked at her phone in disbelief. Not only was there an official statement about her plagiarism, but also photos of her kissing her manager at the hotel. Suddenly, everything was exposed to the public. Jinya screamed and cried, holding her head. Clearly, her life was largely ruined. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan's fan leader quickly responded, immediately assigning tasks in the main group. Control the attacks now. They've already been kicked out of the show. Don't give them more attention. From now on, everyone thank the show's production team. Let's be the director's good fans. Everyone suddenly felt that the fans were not only strong fighters but also extremely united. They uniformly followed the fan leader's coordination, striking wherever directed. See who dares to bully us now. Playing with rankings? We handle it easily. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan waited for her turn to perform. At this time, the thoughtful fans quickly distributed oxygen tanks at their own expense, because they feared everyone might faint from her beauty later. Indeed, this action proved very useful later. In the crowd, a man wearing a mask and hat looked particularly mysterious. It was superstar Gu Beihua. Because he had already attended the show twice for Nan Xiangwan, going again might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. This wouldn't be good for the little wolf's development, but he didn't want to miss any of her performances, so he quietly hid in the audience, truly experiencing the joy of being a fanboy. The girl's elf styling quickly went viral online. Not only did it make 7 billion people worldwide excited, even the top actor was hiding in the audience, cheering for her. Unexpectedly, with just one turn, Nan Xiangwan became the empress of the stage. Gu Beihua got so excited he threw his phone. Suddenly, a small hand quickly reached out. Nan Xiangwan caught it skillfully while singing. But when Nan Xiangwan handed back the phone, her floating hair instantly brushed against the man's nose. Who could withstand such a powerful beauty attack? A girl fainted on the spot. The nearby fan immediately handed her an oxygen tank. Gu Beihua pulled his hat down further. But Nan Xiangwan had recognized him at first glance. This partner is reliable, even coming to the audience to support. Nan Xiangwan playfully walked away, like a real elf entering one's eyes. As her ethereal voice rang out, it instantly ignited the whole venue. and Gu Beihuai's just-calmed heart started racing again. Hubby, look at me. I'm going crazy for this dark elf androgynous beauty. At this moment, everyone at the venue, whether fans or not, was shouting Nan Xiangwan's name. Many people were even crying from excitement. Oh my, so beautiful. Sister is killing me with her face. Could my husband be an elf from another world? I absolutely love this. However, once the song ended, Nan Xiangwan just wanted to go back and eat as she was starving. As for what the host said afterward, she didn't hear a word of it. Until returning to Ji Gong Mansion that evening, Nan Xiangwan finished a table full of takeout before happily stretching. Ding! Congratulations, host, on ranking first in the third public performance. Task completed 100%. Impact exceeded 1 million. Now distributing rewards. Appearance, figure, and charm attributes all increased by 1. Gain skills, songwriting expertise, and lyrics expertise. Wow, puppy, you're quite generous this time. Remember to keep up the good work. Nan Xiangwan happily opened a bottle of 82 Sprite. But the next second, her face turned slightly red. Wait, something's wrong. I bought Sprite, but why does it taste like beer? Oh my dear host, it's not like what you bought was actually beer. While the puppy was scratching its head in worry, his host had crawled through the internet line to next door. At that moment, Gu Beihuai was sitting at home, savoring memories of Nan Xiangwan's beauty. Suddenly, a small hand reached out. Then, he saw Nan Xiangwan crawling darkly towards him. Why is she crawling slowly like a little turtle? And how did she get over that 1.5-meter fence? Gu Beihuai stood there watching with a dark expression. Everyone witnessed this. My wife came here on her own. I didn't lure her here. Unexpectedly, there was a loud thud the next second. Oh no, my wife fell. The girl had mistaken beer for water. Not only sleepwalking into the actor's house, but also grabbing someone's half-eaten sandwich and taking a bite. Gu Beihuai scratched his head. Little Wolf is sleepwalking while drunk. I can't wake her directly, or it might harm her nerves. Nan Xiangwan sat down on the floor, still holding Gu Beihuai's leftover bread, munching like a little hamster, but her eyes were completely unfocused. How hungry is Little Wolf to look for food, even while sleepwalking? Gu Beihuai tried to hold back his laughter while taking some photos for his screensaver. Little Nan Xiangwan was still hungry after finishing the bread. Her face looked pitiful, waiting to be fed. Gu Beihuai lovingly stroked her hair. Little Wolf Cub is still hungry? Brother will make you something to eat now. Half an hour later, the table was full of delicious food. Gu Beihuai smiled wryly. My little wolf cub's sense of smell is too keen. Even across 2 houses and a garden, she could precisely locate the sandwich in my kitchen. Nan Xiangwan ate happily, with rice and food bits sticking to her face. Gu Beihuai chuckled, lovingly wiping her face. Eating like this, you really are a little cub. Nan Xiangwan didn't care, just kept eating until she had 80 bowls, finally full and satisfied. But while Gu Beihuai was washing dishes, Wan Bao started pacing back and forth. Gu Beihuai smiled fondly. Just as he bent down to pick up the paper Nan Xiangwan had dropped, unexpectedly, a small hand suddenly grabbed him. Then Wan Bao pushed him down onto the sofa. Gu Beihuai was confused. Nan Xiangwan let out a big drunken hiccup, then sat directly on his waist and started reciting ancient texts. Heaven, when about to place a great responsibility on a great man. What's next? Quick, recite it. Gu Beihuai helplessly continued. First makes his mind endure suffering. His sinews and bones toil. His body suffer hunger and exhausts him physically. This position continued for over an hour until Nan Xiangwan finally stopped reciting poems. Just as Gu Beihuai breathed a sigh of relief, Nan Xiangwan jumped to the ground and started searching around. Where are my 100 sets of math problems? Here they are. Wan Bao glanced at them, immediately felt drowsy, and started dozing off with closed eyes. Gu Beihuai looked at the test papers in his hand. Definitely sleepwalking. Out of 10 math problems, she got 9.5 wrong. Suddenly, a small hand patted his shoulder hard. It's okay, Nan Zhaoyang. You're more patient than before. Then the next second, she leaned against his shoulder. Seemed she was exhausted and fell asleep quickly. He gently carried her to the bedroom. But just as he put her on the bed, she automatically curled up into a ball. Gu Beihuai smiled fondly. Even sleeping is so amusing. Looking at her messy pressed hair, his hand unconsciously helped fix it. Unexpectedly, Wan Bao suddenly turned over and his fingertips touched the softness of her face. Gu Beihui withdrew his hand as if shocked by electricity. His chest felt like it was burning. An unfamiliar feeling made his mouth dry. After frantically leaving the room, he couldn't fall asleep. He could only pass time with Wanbao's test papers. Suddenly feeling today was worth commemorating. He carefully took one of Wanbao's test papers, keeping it safe to frame tomorrow. But the next day, just as he finished showering, someone kicked his door loudly. Opening the door, he saw a group of people gathered at his doorstep. Mouse raised his credentials and asked, "We're investigating a missing person case. Have you seen your neighbor named Xiangwan?" "Yes, she's at my place." Hearing this, Cheng Shui was about to scratch him. Fortunately, Tiger held him back. Calm down. Our Mr. Gu is a proper person." But the next second, he wished he could cover his boss's mouth. Gu Beihui seriously invited everyone in. "She came to my place at 9 p.m. last night. She hasn't woken up yet." Cheng Shui couldn't retract his claws. "What do you mean she's still sleeping?" Just then, Nan Xiangwan dizzily opened the door. "Ugh, I'm starving. It's so noisy. Where am I? Who am I?" As soon as Cheng Shui saw his boss, he quickly pulled him behind, glaring vigilantly at Gu Benwen. "Don't misunderstand. After Nan Xiangwan got drunk, she smelled my cooking and crawled over herself. Look, there's surveillance footage." Everyone was dumbfounded. That person crawling like a turtle on the ground? Was that really Nan Xiangwan? The key point was that Gu Beihui just stood there watching her crawl, and thoughtfully opened the door for her, which was very nice. Finally, Cheng Shui half pushed, half dragged her into the car. Then came a half hour of shouting. Nan Xiangwan rubbed her head. "My head hurts. Feels like I did 100 math problems." Just then her phone rang. "Nan Xiangwan, are you interested in joining the What to Eat Today variety show? Also, his cooking is especially good." Everyone went down to catch fish, but the man said he twisted his ankle and needed to rest first. Lan Xiangwan rushed forward. No hedi, I know bone setting." Then grabbed the man's foot and made 2 quick cracks. The man was so scared he kicked wildly. Lan Xiangwan let go. With a splash, the green tea boy fell into the ditch. His ankle wasn't even sprained. He just lied to be lazy. How shameless. The green tea boy trembled with anger. "You'll pay for this, Lan Xiangwan." Nan Xiangwan didn't even bother to glance at him. Just arrived at the show today. The green tea boy was already causing trouble, acting like a young master and secretly mocking Nan Xiangwan for being special. "Wan bao lo hit?" She directly picked up a basket and confronted him. "What are you babbling about? We're all looking for food. If you don't work, you won't eat later." The green tea boy whined pitifully. "I didn't say I wouldn't go. What's with him? A rookie who hasn't even debuted. How dare he treat me, a senior of 2 years? Arrogantly, Nan Xiangwan didn't even look up. She turned and caught a fish with her bare hands. Fei Fei immediately followed with the basket. "Put it here, Wanbao." Soon it was mealtime. Nan Xiangwan quickly prepared the fish. In her past life, she often grilled food like this during military campaigns. This definitely felt more natural. Unlike this morning when she helped in the kitchen. She wanted to cut vegetables, but ended up breaking the cutting board with one chop. Teacher Huang beside her backed away several steps in shock. "Oh my! A wooden board that could last 10 years. How did you split it in half, just cutting vegetables?" Gu Beihui wasn't surprised at all. She didn't use a knife. She chopped it with her palm. Nan Xiangwan scratched her head. The cutting board wasn't thick enough. Gu Beihui took out a towel. "Your face is dirty." Nan Xiangwan took the towel and wiped randomly, ending up with a patchy face. Gu Beihui lovingly held Nan Xiangwan's head and gently helped wipe her face. The comments section exploded. "Gu Beihui, put your hands down. Let me do it." "Nan Xiangwan, are you helpless? Why does my brother have to help you wipe your face?" The fans were arguing fiercely on both sides. Meanwhile, Gu Beihui's heart was racing. But Nan Xiangwan was only worried if there was enough grilled fish. Finally, at mealtime, Nan Xiangwan ate enough for 10 people. "We've used up all the ingredients at home. You're still not full?" Nan Xiangwan answered while munching on corn. "Not full, not full. But today's food was really delicious." Teacher Huang had no choice but to continue picking vegetables. When Gu Beihui mentioned going to the mountain for meat, Nan Xiangwan instantly perked up. "I want meat. I'll go up the mountain." Just then Teacher Huang took out a bow. Nan Xiangwan's eyes lit up. She grabbed the bow and drew it fully. This bow isn't good enough for battle, but it's enough for hunting. What terrifying arm strength does this girl have? She drew a 60-pound hunting bow completely. Even adult men aren't this strong. But Nan Xiangwan just wanted to get up the mountain quickly. She walked at the front, trotting along. Teacher Huang marveled. Other guests can't keep up with my pace, but you two are making me chase after you. Suddenly, Nan Xiangwan stopped. There might be snakes around. Everyone be careful of the vines when walking. But the next second, Nan Xiangwan's toes pointed, and she jumped straight to the treetop. Gu Beihuai was startled. Nan Xiangwan, what are you doing? Come down quickly. Nan Xiangwan dejectedly picked up the bird eggs she just found, preparing to jump down. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. Nan Xiangwan turned and found herself face to face with a venomous snake. Gu Beihuai's heart jumped, and he quickly drew his dagger. Unexpectedly, Nan Xiangwan grabbed the snake's vital point and slammed it against the tree trunk. Gu Beihuai anxiously checked if she was hurt. I'm fine, the snake is dead. Then she suddenly turned around, picked up the dead snake, and threw it at the hiding green tea boy. You dared to disturb the venomous snake and make it attack me. The green tea boy turned pale with fear. I didn't. You have no evidence. Don't slander me. Nan Xiangwan grabbed the man's collar. Won't admit it? Then she let go and pushed him down. The man screamed and fainted from fear. Nan Xiangwan sneered, coward, dares to act but not take responsibility. How powerful was this time-traveling female general? Not only did she handle a bowl-thick venomous snake barehanded, but she also kicked the raging boar king. Everyone rejoiced, thinking they were saved. Unexpectedly, the boar only froze for 2 seconds. It half-turned and opened its mouth wide, charging at Nan Xiangwan. Not good, I'm still not strong enough. Not only did I fail to knock down the boar king, but I've enraged it. At this moment, the boar entered a complete rage state, charging fiercely at Nan Xiangwan. Baby Wan was shocked, trying to minimize her injuries. But the next second, a sharp sword shot into the boar's mouth. Gu Beihuai's heart leaped to his throat. He pulled Nan Xiangwan behind him, then threw punch after punch at the boar. Nan Xiangwan came to her senses, immediately grabbed the bow, an arrow, and drew it fully, then stared intently ahead. The raging boar king was extremely dangerous at this moment. It had to be a one-shot kill. Nan Xiangwan waited for the right moment. Now! With a swoosh sound, the entire arrow disappeared into the boar's bottom below its tail. Seeing this, everyone grabbed their weapons and rushed to help. Gu Beihuai angrily tugged at his collar. How dare she charge straight at the boar? Has she gone crazy thinking she's invincible? But seeing Nan Xiangwan still shaken, all his reproach turned to concern. It's okay, it's okay. It's over now. Baby Wan looked pitiful. Gu Beihuai secretly hid his injured hand behind his back. Thankfully, he was okay, but still scolded her out of concern. Getting too brave, fighting a boar barehanded. Will you dare do it again? I won't. Baby Wan hung her head low. She couldn't even defeat a boar now. It was a disgrace to the Empire's first female general. Teacher Huang quickly mediated. It was an emergency. Fan Xianglan was trying to save the villagers. We should praise her first. Then he told Gu Beihuai to clean his wounds. Then comforted Baby Wan, who was squatting on the ground. Don't be sad. Teacher Gu was harsh because he was worried about you. Teacher Huang, I'm hungry. My blood sugar is low. Oh, so you're sad because you're hungry. Should we eat first? Nan Xiangwan shook her head vigorously. Wait for Gu Beihuai to return and eat together. Although they only worked together for 10 minutes, it was a life-and-death bond. So he's no longer Teacher Gu, but Comrade Gu now. But this wait lasted until 10:30 at night. When Gu Beihuai came back, Nan Xiangwan was already asleep. Looking at the docile person, Gu Beihuai's face softened. Then he gently wiped Nan Xiangwan's face and pulled her into his embrace. TSK, TSK. King Gu's iron tree has finally bloomed after 1,000 years. But dating and marriage still depend on her. Gu Beihuai smiled softly. I can wait. The next day, after morning exercise, Baby Wan was about to take a shower when she realized she hadn't brought a change of clothes. Gu Beihuai stepped forward. I'm injured now and can't train temporarily, so I won't be using this sportswear. It's clean. You wear it. We're all brothers. So Nan Xiangwan didn't stand on ceremony. She took the clothes and turned around, humming a tune as she went to shower. The bullet screen instantly filled up. Brother, what are you doing? The main lead is personally delivering clothes, raising the CP flag for Nanwang Bidi. Hee, this brick isn't worried at all. Nan Xiangwan is clueless. Even if your brother has intentions, our Wanbao won't get it. The bullet screen instantly went wild in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, Wan Bao was gazing into the distance, humming an unfamiliar melody. So, recording the beautiful and happy moments I encounter and turning them into music, letting others feel my current state of mind, is such a wonderful thing. Gu Beihui was mesmerized. My little wolf cub is simply a genius. But Wan Bao was anxiously searching for something. Seeing this, Gu Beihui immediately handed over his notebook. Nan Xiangwan happily took it, as expected of a good brother. He even knows when I want paper and pen. She was excited. She sat right on the ground and started writing furiously. Gu Beihui sat quietly beside her. The breeze brushed their cheeks. Even the air felt sweet. Finally finishing the whole piece, Nan Xiangwan frowned. I can't arrange music. Can't. Do you need help? Nan Xiangwan nodded. Gu Beihui took Wan Bao's creation and was surprised. Just one night in the mountains and fields, and such insight. My little wolf cub has limitless potential. The system's voice rang in Nan Xiangwan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on writing your first song. Composition reward, 10x, spending cashback, limit 100,000 per time. Lyrics reward, 10x, spending cashback, limit 100,000 per time. Nan Xiangwan was excited. Wow! Now I have 100,000 cashback limits, totaling 500,000. I'll buy something big when I get back. 10x cashback on 500,000. Brick fans help me calculate. Am I going to become a little rich lady? Teacher Huang came over. Come, let's take a group photo for WeChat moments. TCH, you just want to promote your show. Hey, don't point out the obvious. Look here. Click the beautiful moment was captured. Let's add each other as friends. Nan Xiangwan moved quickly. Gu Beihui, beside her, reached out his finger, immediately helping her click follow. Hey, you Gu Beihui, making the young lady follow you first. Cheng Shui stood in front of her boss. President Nan, time's up. We need to go back. Nan Xiangwan waved. Then I'll go first. But before she could finish speaking, Cheng Shui pulled her into the car. President Nan, Gu Beihui is Huawan Entertainment's mortal enemy. He not only uses dirty tactics, but is also extremely scheming. One careless move, and you'll fall into his trap, then be completely swallowed up. His sudden approach to you definitely has ulterior motives. Nan Xiangwan lowered her head. This description is exactly like my military experience in my previous life. But from our interactions lately, I can feel he means me no harm, so he won't hurt me. Cheng Shui sighed helplessly. Unable to scold her boss, she decided to settle accounts with the tiger instead. The valiant female general leveling up, just by participating in one slow variety show, killing snakes and hunting wild boars. Back at the filming building, Nan Xiangwan became an idol in the girl group trainees' hearts. They all exclaimed how cool she was. Wan Gong's archery is just like a female general. Nan Xiangwan thought to herself that she envied Nan Xiangwan for being able to participate in variety shows before debut. Nan Xiangwan happily said they could do promotions together after debuting. They were all excited. Speaking of the online buzz about Nan Xiangwan and King Gu CP, calling them Namwang Beidi, Nan Xiangwan smiled and said she hadn't seen it. But she said with firm confidence, what I can be sure of is that Gu Beihui is a very good comrade. She thought about her competition and college entrance exam. Everything else was irrelevant to her. Next, the fourth stage, Healing Power of Rock, and the fifth stage, Iron Bones and Tender Feelings Female Night. Both led their new group teams to win first place with millions of votes. Soon came the solo finals where everyone performed individually. Drawing lots decided each person's song. Nan Xiangwan drew an English song, The Mortal Legend. Teacher Lan said for fairness and effect in the finals, practice room sessions would no longer be live-streamed. Zhao Lan, Zhong Lingfei, and teacher Bian Jiming would open 3 live stream rooms to help trainees anytime. Everyone cheered. This is amazing. Teacher Bian Jiming stepped forward and said after discussing with production, phones would be returned to teacher Zhong Lingfei in the final week. He reminded everyone, you can start campaigning in your live stream rooms now. The girls cheered, praising the conscientious production team. At this time, through numerous tasks, Nan Xiangwan had already gained major voting, stage, and music skills, with support from over 13 million fans. Considering her current situation, she probably didn't need much help from mentors, which would give her time to prepare for college entrance exams. Everyone started leaving in order. Nan Xiangwan was suddenly called. It was teacher Zhao Lan, who wanted to add Nan Xiangwan's contact information and Weibo for future collaboration. She mentioned she had been following her for a while and wondered why no follow back, though without any blame in her tone. At this moment, the other two teachers walked over with their phones, all looking forward to future collaboration with Nan Xiangwan. Nearby, 10th place Miao Manning stared deadly at Nan Xiangwan, seeing her being eagerly approached by all three mentors for contact information. What makes Nan Xiangwan so special to remain so calm? Vampires and werewolves have always been enemies. Due to losing a bet, the vampire leader became the werewolf queen's captive. But the vampire leader knelt on the ground in chains. The werewolf queen held a whip, asked, "How can you not take it anymore? I thought as a leader you'd let me play for a few more days." She brushed the leader's chin with her fluffy tail. "After all, didn't you want to do the same to me before?" The queen disliked the man's silence. Angrily demanding him to speak, she struck him with the whip. She pulled forward on the collar around his neck. The blindfold fell from the leader's eyes. Looking contemptuously at the queen, "Don't get too cocky, little wolf cub." The queen moved closer to the leader, laughing. "The one who shouldn't be cocky is you, you stinking bat." Reaching out her hand repeatedly, "You're in my hands now, yet still so mouthy." The leader frowned deeply. The queen kept moving closer, gently tapping the leader's chest. "We agreed. Whoever catches the other first becomes their master." Half lying on the leader's neck, crying softly, "Now I've won. Are you going back on your word?" The leader was tortured both physically and mentally. With all his strength, there was a clang as the chain restraining his right hand broke open. The queen jumped in fright. Unexpectedly, she was pulled into the leader's embrace. Leaning back against his shoulder, the queen tried to struggle and fight back. Realizing something was wrong, she couldn't move at all. She could only grip the leader's shoulders and threaten, "I'll kill you." The leader slowly licked the queen's wounds, moving towards the queen's cherry lips. He kissed her. The scene was unrestrained yet beautiful. The crying queen reached out and grabbed the leader's neck. She pushed the leader to the ground, stepping on his chest with one foot. The restraining chain on his neck also broke with a bang. The queen, embarrassed and angry, straddled the leader, reaching out to teach him a lesson. "If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know who the real master is." But the leader's hands were already free from restraints, and he placed them on the queen's bottom. "Go ahead and try." The little wolf cub suddenly heard a click. This scene was well acted. Nan Xiangwan immediately changed to a concerned expression. "Bei, are you okay? Did that fall hurt?" Holding Nan Xiangwan's hand back, he said he was fine. Director Foam Kaiji walked over, praising that this key scene in the MV was excellent. The love-hate relationship between archenemies and the extreme tension were perfectly portrayed. He said to Nan Xiangwan, "You're so busy at military school, I was worried your acting would deteriorate." Nan Xiangwan confidently replied, "How could it?" Seeing Gu Beihuai approach, Nan Xiangwan rubbed her stomach, saying she was hungry. Gu Beihuai urged her to go remove her makeup, saying, "I've already booked a restaurant." Holding Nan Xiangwan's hand, he whispered in her ear, "Is Master coming home tonight? I miss you." Nan Xiangwan didn't let go of his hand. She firmly said, "Of course I'm coming back," actively kissing Gu Beihuai's face. Back to our home. In the council hall, the military advisor said, "This terrain is complex, occupied by bandits for years. The bandit leader is cunning and rarely shows himself. However, he has a weakness for women, especially local brides. He kidnaps women and tortures them to death." The general replied, "To catch thieves, first catch their king. Kill the bandit leader, and all problems will naturally be solved. In a few days, this family's daughter is getting married. They will surely come to kidnap. We'll arrange someone to pose as a fake bride to infiltrate enemy territory." The soldiers cheered. "Good strategy, General," but then raised a question. "Who will play the bride?" The general contemplated who would pose as the bride. In the bandit's lair, the bandit leader laughed loudly, lecherously saying to the bride, "I heard you're quite a beauty. Come, drink this wedding wine with me." He opened a wine jar and poured it directly into the bride's mouth. Then came a swift sound. The female general stabbed a knife into the bandit leader's heart. He died instantly before he could make a sound. The female general kicked the bandit leader away. Outside, there was chaos as people shouted, "The Imperial Army is here." The female general turned to the bride saying, "It's done." But the bride was covering their neck, making muffled sounds. The female general rushed over. Asked, military advisor, what's wrong? Lifting the red veil, the advisor said the wine was drugged. He put aphrodisiac in it. She felt relieved that she had decided to pose as the bride herself. If the general had led the way instead, the female general handed a cup of water to the advisor. Here, drink this first. But the advisor was desperately thirsty. The female general watched with concern. This way isn't working. She tilted her head back and drank the water. She lifted the advisor's face and kissed him, passing the water to him. But the aphrodisiac was too powerful. The advisor's trembling hand nearly touched the female general. He forcefully held himself back. The female general was very close to him, asking, "Are you feeling better? Do you need more?" Unable to imagine what would happen if this continued, the advisor pushed her away, saying, "Please leave first. I need a moment." But the female general could see his discomfort, saying she didn't understand. She pulled him, trying to walk outside. But the advisor lost control and fell backward. The female general was pulled down with him. The female general, her cheek bumped, looked up to see the uncontrolled advisor. He had already torn open his upper garment. The female general reached out, stunned. The advisor took her hand and placed it on his face, saying, "So cool." The female general regained her senses, tightened the advisor's clothes, and said, "Get a hold of yourself. I'll take you to a doctor." But the advisor didn't give the female general a chance. Getting closer and closer to her, the female general couldn't refuse. Behind the gauze curtains, spring passion bloomed, leading to beauty. Then came Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan, action. Nan Xiangwan opened her eyes. Who? Gu Beihuai. Gu Beihuai said, "Get ready for the next scene." Nan Xiangwan softly agreed, thinking of her previous life. She had never seen the military advisor's face behind his mask. How strange that in her dream, the military advisor and Gu Beihuai overlapped. Am I going crazy? Thanks to her excellent performance, Nan Xiangwan successfully won first place in both the fourth and fifth public performances. There were many obstacles on the path to success. The three mentors rushed to add Nan Xiangwan's contact information. Miao Manning was overwhelmed with jealousy, giving Nan Xiangwan a death stare. Thinking about being last among the remaining 10 people, she knew she'd be easily eliminated without more votes. In that case, she had to expose herself as much as possible, even if accused of riding others' popularity. She actively went forward and intimately linked arms with Nan Xiangwan, shamelessly saying she also wanted the mentors' contact information. She mentioned their collaboration in the second public performance, claiming they had great chemistry. Nan Xiangwan was shocked by this sudden friendliness before she could react. Miao Manning seized the opportunity to pull Nan Xiangwan into a group photo with the three mentors. The mentors were also confused. Miao Manning continued trying to get close. Nan Xiangwan, remember that time? Nan Xiangwan pulled her arm away, calmly saying, "No, I don't. That's not true. Don't make things up." A triple denial. "I barely even spoke to you." Miao Manning's smile froze, not expecting such a complete rejection. The mentors all turned away, with Zhong Yunfei speaking seriously about how seeking votes was important. But forcing connections wasn't necessarily good. Miao Manning pretended not to understand. "Yes, teacher." Looking at Nan Xiangwan's retreating back, she said, "I'll post a photo on Weibo. If you need promotional support, I can help." Without turning back, Nan Xiangwan rejected, "I don't need it." Miao Manning cursed internally, thinking Nan Xiangwan must be rushing back to gather votes. Then Nan Xiangwan added, "I'm going back to study for exams." Miao Manning was shocked. She thought it was good. If Nan Xiangwan's votes were low, it would benefit her. Looking at her recent Weibo post, she was furious that the comments were all supporting Nan Xiangwan, emanating dark energy. Since she couldn't ride the popularity wave, she'd have to play dirty. "I'll get you before the finals. Your 1,000,000 followers will become mine." In every performance, her talent and stage design amazed everyone, always receiving millions of votes. Before the finals, everyone was busy promoting themselves. Only Nan Xiangwan stayed in the dorm studying for college entrance exams, wondering why she had so many wrong answers. Chief Director Hua Yuanwu knocked and entered. While walking, he said, "Nan Xiangwan, it's been a day, and you haven't discussed the final stage with the three mentors. If you have any difficulties or needs, you can tell the production team." Nan Xiangwan turned and said, "I can handle the stage myself." Speaking of difficulties, can anyone help me with tutoring? Hua Yuanwu laughed awkwardly. At that moment, viewers sent comments during his live stream. This was the first time seeing Nan Xiangwan since the fifth performance. Fans shouted, "Wan Bao, we miss you." Hua Yuanwu suggested she should appear more to gather votes. Nan Xiangwan maintained a do-not-disturb attitude. The director was helpless. The show's popularity had dropped significantly during her day of absence. Suddenly, a phone vibrated. It was Gu Beihuai. Hua Yuanwu solemnly left the dorm. Answering the phone, Gu Beihuai asked seriously, "How long will these three mentors' one-on-one teaching live streams last? Why hasn't one contestant appeared yet?" Frowning, he thought about how he'd been busy since returning from Manzhou, finally having time to watch the live stream yesterday, but his little wolf hadn't appeared. The fan group was in chaos, worried about Nan Xiangwan. Hua Yuanwu explained the one-on-one teaching would continue until the day before finals, but they couldn't force contestants to appear. Gu Beihuai directly suggested opening another live stream room, offering to be a mentor to help the trainees. Hua Yuan was so shocked he almost dropped his phone. Did he hear that right? Gu Beihuai rubbed his head. You've given the contestants too much freedom. Don't you know how much the ratings dropped when Nan Xian didn't stream for a day? I'll help boost the show's popularity. Hua Yuanwu was excited. Your appearance will definitely make the show explode. The call ended. Gu Beihuai thought since his little wolf wouldn't stream, he might as well go see her himself. While all the girl group contestants were busy promoting themselves, Wanbao was hiding in the dorm doing practice problems. The production team had no choice but to call for backup. Nan Xiangwan received notice from the production team. They had found her a tutor, so she quickly gathered her practice papers and went over. Just as she entered the classroom, she heard a pleasant male voice ask, "Did you bring all your study materials?" Nan Xiangwan was surprised to see her comrade there. The live stream comments exploded. "Wanbao is here. The superstar has appeared." Gu Beihuai said, "I'm here to help tutor for the college entrance exam. First, take this practice test, and I'll grade it." The fans commented that they had also prepared their test papers to study along with Wanbao, saying learning makes me happy. Nan Xiangwan thought the production team was great and readily agreed. She was confident, happy to have someone help her study, regardless of who it was. She worked on the practice test. After grading, Gu Beihuai concluded that she got most of the early questions correct, but scored 0 on the last 2 reading comprehension questions. Nan Xiangwan was horrified. How is that possible? Gu Beihuai asked step by step. Before describing the fields, what's the purpose of writing about the azure sky? Nan Xiangwan confidently answered, to tell us it's a sunny day, perfect for spring outings. Then what characteristics of the azure fields are shown in the second paragraph? The fertile soil where various delicious foods grow abundantly. Time to eat. The live stream viewers were amused. Amazing. This has absolutely nothing to do with the correct answer. Gu Beihuai thought for a moment. Your 90 points for the first part are fine. I'll give you a template for the essay. But seriously, give up on reading comprehension. Nan Xiangwan accepted without pretense. I understand. Let's look at this again. You can take a break after organizing your notes. Nan Xiangwan studied diligently, feeling this teacher was really good. Miao Manning overheard staff saying how lucky this batch of trainees was. Superstar Gu had appeared as a mentor for the live stream teaching, and Nan Xiangwan's stream was exploding with popularity. Miao Manning thought darkly. So Superstar Gu is here? And Nan Xiangwan actually went. She secretly watched from the doorway. What? Nan Xiangwan is openly slacking off in the live stream. She was eating snacks while Gu Beihuai was doing something for her. She took out her phone, planning to post this online. This way, Nan Xiangwan would surely be attacked by Gu Beihuai's fans. Besides, if Nan Xiangwan could ride the superstar's popularity, so could she. The superstar couldn't see his little wolf, so he had to come teach in person at the mentor's live stream. Helplessly grading, reading comprehension could only be 0 points. Dinner time. Nan Xiangwan dejectedly took her tray, finally able to eat dinner. Recalling how she was so hungry her eyes were seeing stars before comrade Gu finally let her go. She had almost starved to death. Gu's brother, Dong Xian, called out to Nan Xiangwan, inviting her to eat together. A seat was specially reserved for Nan Xiangwan between himself and Zhu Sha. Zhu Sha looked at the exhausted Nan Xiangwan and asked concernedly, "What did you do today? You look so tired." While eating quickly, Nan Xiangwan said she had tutoring and did exercises all afternoon. Everyone was stunned before realizing and laughed about the college entrance exam. Fortunately, they didn't have to take the test. Meanwhile, someone took out their phone and found that the live stream had already pushed Nan Xiangwan's 0 score in reading comprehension to trending topics. Gu Dongxian also took out his phone and exclaimed surprisingly, "King Gu came to tutor you." A contestant nearby was analyzing. "He seems to be a top graduate from Peking University. With him tutoring you, You'll definitely be fine. Nan Xiangwan listened to everyone's gossip, thinking that Gu Zhanyo was indeed quite smart. Miao Manning came over with her phone and asked confusedly, "Why are so many people criticizing Nan Xiangwan?" Everyone looked over together, analyzing how this person wrote. Gu Beihuan was writing with his head down, while Nan Xiangwan was slacking off beside him. Everyone also noticed this angle was clearly taken secretly. The comment section was full of Gu Beihuai's fans criticizing Nan Xiangwan for being too much and disrespecting her senior. Miao Manming kept observing Nan Xiangwan's expression, feigning concern. "Nan Xiangwan, don't mind these comments too much." Seemingly worried, she added, "But this might affect your vote gathering." Nan Xiangwan replied expressionlessly that she didn't care, indicating she didn't need to gather votes. This response completely shocked Miao Manming. What did she mean? Who doesn't want to gain popularity quickly? While others were delighted by Nan Xiangwan's composed attitude. That's our Nan Xiangwan. In our lifetime, we can actually see a king working for someone else. This person is quite something. Miao Manning felt increasingly uneasy. Everyone was in high spirits, shouting that they would repost to ride the trending wave. Nan Xiangwan, remembering teacher Huang Shi's words about interacting on Weibo, told everyone, "Then I'll like your posts too." Miao Manning's alternate account kept receiving messages, her posts being constantly reposted. She felt resentful, wondering why people weren't criticizing Nan Xiangwan. Thinking narrowly, she wondered if the top 7 contestants were ganging up against her. Looking at her secretly recorded video, had she inadvertently increased Nan Xiangwan's exposure? Meanwhile, she received messages from Li Banyan. Since Li Banyan's elimination, the company had planned for them to debut together. Now, she kept asking about Nan Xiangwan. Why was everyone focused on Nan Xiangwan? What was so special about her? Miao Manning could no longer control her twitching lips. She stood up angrily, while the perceptive Nan Xiangwan glanced sideways at the unusual Miao Manning. Watching her turn and leave, Nan Xiangwan sensed a hint of conspiracy. With the finals approaching, the drama queen was constantly trying to gain attention, unable to ride on Nan Xiangwan's coattails. Her gaze then fixed on King Gu. Meanwhile, Gu Beihuai was still in the mentor's livestream room, preparing essay templates for Nan Xiangwan, thinking these applications should work without problems. Hearing footsteps, Gu Beihuai thought it was Nan Xiangwan and said, "Take a break before doing more exercises." Suddenly, an unfamiliar female voice said, "Hello, teacher. I have some questions about the final stage to ask you." Miao Manning thought to herself, if Nan Xiangwan could benefit from the king's popularity, so could she. Even just a little bit would be enough to break through. Meanwhile, Gu Beihuai was thinking, didn't the production team make it clear? He wasn't really here as a mentor. Due to declining ratings, he was here to boost popularity while tutoring the little wolf cub. He glanced at Miao Manning, thinking if it were a promising newcomer like the little wolf cub, he wouldn't mind mentoring, but not someone like her. With that time, he declined and suggested asking teacher Zhao Lan for dance questions and teacher Zhong Lingfei for song questions. Miao Manning made an excuse. "I want to learn men's dance." Gu Beihuai didn't look up, saying, "Zhao Lan specializes in street dance. Most men dance street dance anyway." Miao Manning persisted. "I've never met such a good teacher like you. Please give me a chance." Still not giving up, she added, "Besides, you're also teaching Nan Xiangwan." Gu Beihuai became impatient. "Are you saying teacher Zhao Lan isn't good enough?" He slammed the table with a bang. Looking down at her, he lectured, "You want me to guide you? Do you have Nan Xiangwan's skill level and ability? You're not working hard, just trying to gain attention. This is being unprofessional." The livestream comments also criticized Miao Manning for being shameless. As staff members escorted Miao Manning away, they advised her that Nan Xiangwan was talented. That's why King Gu was willing to help her. It wasn't because King Gu was easygoing. "You're not Nan Xiangwan, stop trying to force connections. Do you want to be cursed by fans?" After being pulled out, Miao Manning saw the online criticism against her and thought, it's the same attention-seeking. Why can Nan Xiangwan do it? It's unfair. Suddenly, she heard makeup artist Monica's voice and hid to eavesdrop. Monica was discussing the final styling and costumes with Nan Xiangwan. The finals would require everyone to be in one large makeup room, so costumes and props would be sent to the warehouse in advance. In the corner, Miao Manning heard this and developed a sinister thought. "Nan Xiangwan, you say you don't care about attention? Then I'll give you some more. This performance will definitely catch you causing trouble." Makeup was done. After the costume was ruined, stay calm and catch the culprit. In the large backstage makeup room, the assistant director announced that the final performance order would be from lowest to highest ranking. First performer Miao Manning could go prepare. By then, Nan Xiangwan's makeup was complete. Monica was very satisfied with her look, tribal leader's elf ears, silver hair flowing over shoulders, horn decorations showing royal authority. She intimately told Nan Xiangwan, "I'll have my apprentice get your clothes, then I'll help you change." The fabric is special dash. Before she could finish, her apprentice rushed in with a box, crying out, "Something terrible happened. Teacher, the clothes are ruined." Nan Xiangwan stood up calmly, asking, "What happened?" Looking at the tattered performance outfit in the box, Monica panicked too. "Who did this to my clothes? Is the show's warehouse staff useless?" The cameras were streaming live. The apprentice was crying. "What do we do? There's no time to get the backup from the studio." Nan Xiangwan remained composed, instructing, "Monica and I will figure something out. You go find the show's surveillance footage." At this moment, Miao Manning walked over to the camera smiling. "I feel like I have extra clothes and accessories. If you're running out of time, I can lend you some. Let's both do our best in the competition." She unconsciously revealed a satisfied expression. Nan Xiangwan glanced at her and noticed some of her accessories seemed to be missing. Monica anxiously said, "Let me find some emergency clothes." As she turned to leave, Nan Xiangwan stopped her, saying, "No need. I have a way to make the costume more fitting for my song's theme." Then, with a cold expression, she called Cheng Shui, arranging to investigate several things. Several contestants had finished performing. Finally, it was Nan Xiangwan's turn. Below stage, Miao Manning, who had finished performing, thought about how she had grabbed camera time in the makeup room to gain favor, and how she had strongly campaigned for votes after her stage performance. Full of confidence, she felt she could definitely make it into the top 7 without side votes. Plus, Nan Xiangwan surely couldn't solve the costume problem in such short time. She just needed to wait and watch Nan Xiangwan fall from grace. The finals would expose an ugly scene. Wan's private clothes were caught. The culprit behind it showed their tracks. Wan wasn't anxious. She had a plan. The song Myrtle Legend began playing. Nan Xiangwan's ethereal voice filled the venue. But 15 seconds had passed. The stage was still dark. The song gave off a desolate feeling. Below stage, Gu Beihui sensed that Nan Xiangwan seemed to be holding something back. Her unique husky voice seemed to glide through people's hearts, flowing gently. Suddenly, the stage lights blazed bright. The audience erupted in cheers, shouting, "Nan Xiangwan, Queen Nan Xiangwan." On stage, Nan Xiangwan wore tattered armor and cape. Her silver hair tips were stained with blood, her cheeks painted like a blood-bathed phoenix about to emerge. The tribal leader screamed towards the sky with all her might, expressing the dawn of victory she brought to her tribe. She clenched her fist again, sounding the horn for a new journey. The audience cheered, "My queen, Nan Xiangwan." Mentor Zhao Lan couldn't help but stand up to applaud. But Gu Beihui fell in a deep thought. She seemed to sing the voice of trenches, like a female general returning from battle. But strangely, her final gesture felt oddly familiar. It was as if she was rallying all her commanders and soldiers, declaring, "We are invincible." After finishing the song, Nan Xiangwan was slightly breathless. She hadn't expected this song would represent ending her past and opening her heart. Gu Beihui took the microphone and asked, "I want to ask you a question. Why did you choose such tattered clothes, taking such an unconventional approach with this battlefield atmosphere? I remember your final stage proposal was purely glamorous." Nan Xiangwan stated frankly, "That's because," pointing to Miao Manning sitting below, thanks to her scissors, like a phoenix rising from the battlefield, covered in blood. The glamorous cape was maliciously destroyed. Nan Xiangwan's fierce gaze fixed on Miao Manning below. Miao Manning panicked, but still defended herself. "This is slander. What evidence do you have?" Murmurs rose from below. So Nan Xiangwan's original costume wasn't this tattered style? What a bombshell. Miao Manning was confident. In such short time, Nan Xiangwan couldn't possibly find evidence. Plus, she had disguised herself so well that day. She must be bluffing. Mentor Zhaolan asked Nan Xiangwan, "Are you sure? Did Miao Manning sabotage your costume before the competition? If it's true, the show will definitely punish severely." Gu Beihui looked at the message he just received. Taking the microphone, he said, "The show has received evidence from Nan Xiangwan's team. We can verify it now. Let's all watch together." On stage, Nan Xiangwan showed a trusting look. Slightly nervous, she knew Cheng Shui was efficient and hadn't expected Gu to be so helpful. Pointing at the moving black object on the big screen, this black garbage bag. Sneaked into the warehouse early last night and cut up my costume. But the audience booed. You can't even see the face or body shape. Using a garbage bag. This person is truly garbage. Nan Xiangwan presented evidence. But this villain didn't expect to be exposed. Pointing at the garbage bag, the person's bracelet is inlaid with blue and white sapphires. This is Qingdong Entertainment's promotional product for Meow Manning, and it hasn't even been released yet. A white zircon inlay was found at the scene. Nan Xiangwan, with cold determination, called out firmly, "Meow Manning, show everyone your missing bracelet." Meow Manning immediately covered her bracelet, still arguing desperately. "Can you really confirm it's me just because of a bracelet?" The garbage person carrying the large garbage bag was identified by Nan Xiangwan on the spot. Meow Manning's desperate explanations were full of holes. Nan Xiangwan smirked. "Have you forgotten what you said before going on stage? You said my cape was ruined. But how did you know my costume was a cape before the competition? If you deny saying it, the show's cameras can help you remember. After all, the internet has memory." Her gaze grew colder. "And there's also the video of me eating that you posted with your alt account, deliberately stirring up hate comments. We'll settle that account later." Meow Manning was terrified. How did she know everything? It's all over now. The live stream comments were filled with criticism. "Disgraceful person. Ban her. Ban her." Nan Xiangwan sneered. "Didn't you always want attention? I'm personally giving you a big wave of it." Suddenly, there was a bang. Gu Beihui slapped the table. "This contestant must withdraw immediately. The show will deal with you. Legal action will be taken for this malicious behavior. We owe contestants and viewers an explanation." Meow Manning was dragged away again. Nan Xiangwan left gracefully, like a victorious general. The host began announcing that the next segment would enter final voting to announce the final group lineup. Gu Beihui watched the online trends. Fortunately, Nan Xiangwan had turned crisis into opportunity. Thinking about Meow Manning's repeated malicious actions, he wondered whether to seek compensation from Qingdong Entertainment and transfer it to Nan Xiangwan. The host returned to stage with the vote count notice. The exciting moment had arrived. Starting from 7th place, Zhou Wenxiao with 300,000 votes, 6th place Deng Xinan with 350,000 votes, 5th place Xia Lin with 400,000 votes, 4th place Yun Xian with 450,000 votes, 3rd place Gedong Xian with 550,000 votes, 2nd place Zhu Sha with 800,000 votes, 1st place Nan Xiangwan with 3 million votes. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. The last performance garnered 3 million votes in just 2 minutes. Truly worthy of the title New Star King, Nan Xiangwan. Facing fans' cheers, Nan Xiangwan raised her arms. Although this peaceful world had no raging wars and didn't need her to fight on battlefields, she was still the supreme leader followed by millions. Nan Xiangwan, debuting in the center position, declared powerfully, "I announce Tianming Group is officially formed." Raising their arms, they shouted together, "Hello everyone, we are..." All 7 members called out, "Tianming Group. Tianming Group is officially formed." Debuting in the center position, the top-tier system joined the excitement. The finale ended. Zhao Tiancheng, Hua Yuanwu, and Cheng Shui were in the meeting room. They reached an agreement on Tianming Group's contract signing and profit distribution. The group style and members confirmed the queen route. While everyone was waiting for results, only Nan Xiangwan was eating heartily. Gedongxian smiled and advised her to eat slower, saying no one would steal her food. With a ding, the little system appeared. "Long time no see. Congratulations on debuting in center position." Nan Xiangwan almost forgot about the little dog. "It's been a long time since you came." The little system distributed rewards, completed task rewards for appearance, figure, and charm attributes, gave 10x consumption cashback, limit 100,000, 20x online shopping cashback, limit 20,000. Congratulations on reaching 15 million fans, rewarding 10x consumption cashback, limit 100,000. Nan Xiangwan got excited thinking about being able to shop again, happily high-fiving the system, praising its good rewards this time. Then the top-tier system showed Nan Xiangwan's latest stats, appearance, figure, charm, skills, all maxed out. Total assets, 12 million. The little system praised its capable host, then with another ding, issued a new task. Instantly, Nan Xiangwan's food lost its taste. She knew this dog wouldn't stay quiet. Task: create Tianming Group's album title track. Failure penalty: 30% profit deduction. Fearing Nan Xiangwan would catch and hit it, the little system quickly retreated. Zhu Sha read the group's first announcement. New album needed in 2 months. requiring 8 original songs. Concert tour planned for summer vacation in 3 months. Zhu Sha worriedly asked Nan Xiangwan if she was okay. Nan Xiangwan gave an okay sign, finished eating with enthusiasm, excitedly asking if all 8 songs needed to be written tomorrow. Guodongxian quickly waved, saying there's no rush. Nan Xiangwan thought about including Grandpa Awa, wondering how Gu's composition was going. Debut night warmth. The Empire's female general had never eaten hot pot before. Her caring boyfriend Gu Beihuai took meticulous care of her. Guodongxian suddenly stood up, raising her hand. Teacher Zhao just said we'll have a team living plan for several months. Why don't we go to our new home for a housewarming meal? How about hot pot? Everyone agreed enthusiastically, except Sha Lin, who seemed uncomfortable. Sha Lin stood up saying sorry. Her manager urgently called her back to the company. Zhao Qiancheng, who just came out, heard this. Since Chonghua Entertainment called, go back then. Don't delay your personal schedule. Nan Xiangwan, showing team awareness, said, remember to come back early. We'll save food for you. Sha Lin's expression finally softened. See you at the villa tonight. To spend more time with Wanbao, Gu Beihuai voluntarily arranged the hot pot housewarming dinner. Also to reward everyone for their hard work. Everyone was excited that King Bu was arranging things for the team. Nan Xiangwan couldn't contain herself, having never eaten hot pot before. Soon, the dormitory villa was filled with steam, and the hot pot was ready. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Nan Xiangwan thought Gu was amazing. All these ingredients were specially selected by Gu Beihuai, worried about Wanbao getting sick. Everyone curiously peeked at Gu Beihuai, originally thinking he would hire a professional team to cook. Unexpectedly, he cooked personally, and he actually knew how to cook. He said it was just a hobby. Everyone wondered if such men really existed. They sat around the table, watching Nan Xiangwan hesitate to start. Gu Beihuai caringly asked what she liked. Nan Xiangwan looked down sadly. How do you eat hot pot? Everyone was shocked. So Wanbao really had never eaten hot pot before. Gu Beihuai guessed she was the youngest, usually either training or studying. Maybe she grew up in a military compound where they didn't serve hot pot. Everyone thought that made sense. Gu Beihuai, like caring for a child, explained, hot pot is just putting food you like in and eating it when it's cooked. He picked up a plate of meat. Want this? Anything else? Nan Xiangwan happily said she wanted to try everything. After a few bites, Nan Xiangwan expressed how delicious it was and wanted to eat it every day. Gu Beihuai's care was touching. Be careful not to burn yourself. He reminded everyone to stay active online, but not reveal the villa's location, and to protect themselves. Everyone whispered that King Gu seemed different from the rumors. After dinner, everyone said goodbye to Gu Beihuai, with Nan Xiangwan calling out, take care. Suddenly, Guodongxian rolled up a paper as a microphone, putting it in front of Nan Xiangwan, demanding, since the show, are you and King Gu dating? Nan Xiangwan looked confused. To the Empire's general, crossing over as a celebrity. Queen's center position debut meets the actor king. In Aishi's heart, he was just a life-and-death comrade. Under Guodongxian's persistent questioning, Wanbao fell straight backward because her biological clock had hit its limit. Guodongxian thought Wanbao was trying to dodge the question by sleeping, but no matter how much they shook or pulled her, she showed no signs of waking. Only Zhu Sha knew she really had the ability to fall asleep instantly. Wanbao drowsily opened her eyes as someone asked about King Gu paying special attention to her during the competition and inviting her to Monzone. During dinner, his gaze was intense. In that atmosphere, Wanbao yawned hugely, thinking how they could imagine anything between her and Comrade Gu. That was purely battlefield friendship. She consecutively answered no 3 times. Zhu Sha, understanding Wanbao, defended her. If Nan Xiangwan says there's nothing, then there's nothing. Stop gossiping and let her sleep. Everyone obediently agreed. Just then, Sha Lin entered saying, I'm back. Supporting Wanbao, Zhu Sha said, it's 1 a.m. already. You finally made it. Wanbao mumbled drowsily. We saved food and meat for you. Go eat. It's delicious. Sha Lin smiled bitterly. I'll eat a bit. Just as Sha Lin sat down at the table, she received a call from Brother Lu at the management company, saying she must be at a specified location by 5 a.m. This advertisement deal was big and couldn't be delayed. Sha Lin's voice was hoarse as she said it was already 1 a.m., and this afternoon hadn't even finished speaking when she was interrupted. You need to unconditionally obey company work arrangements. After this advertisement, there are 2 more schedules. Everyone wanted to keep Sha Lin company while eating, but they saw her constantly on the phone. Deng Sinan advised her to eat quickly and deal with other matters afterward. Sha Lin helplessly held her head in her hands, saying she was going crazy. Right after debut, Chonghua loaded her with work, photo shoots, advertisements, live streams, videos. They treated her like a robot, not even letting her drink water. They said to stay active while the debut spotlight was hot. The sleepy Wanbao now deeply furrowed her brows. Team members spoke up one after another, questioning why right after debut, not only denying food but giving so much work late at night, asking how much they were paying her. 3 advertisements, about 50,000 after commission. 50,000? Even before debut in my small company, I got hundreds of thousands for advertisements. Now it should be at least 6 figures. You're being exploited. What kind of black company is this? Zhu Sha pondered, saying Chonghua Entertainment was considered a second-tier company in the industry. The contract shouldn't be this exploitative. Huan Bao told Sha Lin to ask for help anytime. Sha Lin, not wanting to trouble everyone, stood up saying it was fine for now, and she needed to rest before getting up early. Nan Xiangwan, watching the struggling Sha Lin, began to formulate thoughts. The noise didn't affect Huan Bao. When her biological clock hit, she got sleepy after eating. Team members were being exploited. The female general fiercely protected her own people. 3 days later, Wanbao was preparing for math college entrance exams when Sha Lin's pleading voice came from outside. "Can't I rest for half a day? I already said I wasn't feeling well. Why must my schedule be so packed?" Wanbao quickly went outside and saw Sha Lin crying in the hallway. Sha Lin said, "Brother Liu, I'm human. I need rest. For several days, I've been sleeping less than 3 hours daily." Wanbao grabbed the phone. A man's voice came through. "The swimsuit advertisement you must take. Come here in half an hour, or I'll come get you myself." Sha Lin looked at Wanbao with tears in her eyes. Wanbao spoke with an authoritative voice. "Let people rest. Can't you understand human language?" The other party rudely replied. "Who the fuck are you?" Wanbao lectured. "Chongyue, if you're so poor you need to exploit Sha Lin alone, then there's no need for you to exist." The other party recognized Wanbao's voice, asking, "Are you Nan Xiangwan?" Then aggressively said, "Sha Lin, your wings have hardened. Want to violate the contract. Just wait." Wanbao hung up and returned the phone. She asked Sha Lin about the situation. Sha Lin explained the company wanted her to shoot for sexy swimwear ads. She really didn't want to do it as it was too revealing. Moreover, she mentioned her past near-drowning experience and fear of water, but the agency ignored it and still wanted her to go to the swimming pool. Nan Xiangwan waved her hand, saying, "Give me 10 minutes." She called internationally renowned stylist Jean Dashuai to inquire about the swimwear brand. Jean immediately dismissed it as trash, saying even the name was suggestive and disgusting. Wanbao asked for dirt on the brand, and Jean, who admired Wanbao, was willing to help. He said he'd contact people in the industry and send information in 5 minutes. Then Wanbao called Cheng Shui. She asked about the Chonghua investigation and said in 5 minutes she'd have dirt on the sexy swimwear brand to expose online with Chonghua. Then asked if it was expensive. Cheng Shui said buying trending topics would be costly, and the brand would likely try to remove them. They could profit from this. If the other party doesn't remove it, small companies can't withstand the pressure. Break down the capital, enter the market, divide the pie, and they still wouldn't lose. Wanbao immediately ordered to expose them. She rubbed her shoulders, thinking that although she didn't fully understand many things, it didn't stop her from finding professionals to do professional work. Sha Lin was nervous, saying, "Nan Xiangwan, helping me like this will cause you trouble, and they'll definitely use the contract against us." Wanbao smiled, saying it's fine, confidently stating, "I won't let myself lose out." Sha Lin, just wait to sign with Huan later. The Empire's first female general, crossing over to modern times as a celebrity queen, fiercely protecting her people while not losing out. She told Sha Lin, "Just wait to sign with Huan later." Sha Lin thanked Nan Xiangwan, but didn't understand why she was so certain. Then they heard shouting from outside, "Sha Lin, come out. We can still make it to the photo shoot." Sha Lin panicked, wondering how Brother Liu arrived so quickly. Wanbao also received a text. All information had been synchronized online. Wanbao put away her phone and walked out, saying, Don't be afraid. Let's go see. Strange how this person got in. Shaolin guessed he must have bribed the security, saying he was from the artist team, as he'd done this before. Outside, they saw the manager cursing that Shaolin had grown arrogant and was being a diva, asking if she wanted to breach the contract and pay penalties. He reminded Shaolin how the money he helped her earn these years supported her whole family. Shaolin's reaction was even worse after hearing this. Hearing this made her even angrier, retorting, "Search your conscience. How much money have you squeezed from me with your exploitative contracts? The money I earned working like a slave barely covered my mother's medical bills." Brother Liu continued arguing unreasonably. "That's because you don't work hard enough. The price has been the same all these years." Wanbao couldn't listen anymore and stood directly in front of Shaolin. She asked contemptuously, "Is this the level of your manager? He's incompetent at getting good jobs and blames you." Shaolin nodded in agreement. "He's always like this." Manager Liu became furious, feeling disrespected by two vases. He tried to grab Shaolin, saying, "If you remain this stubborn, I won't give you any good resources anymore." A balding, greasy man appeared, calling out, "Little Liu, let's talk this through." With arched eyebrows and triangular eyes, clearly full of bad intentions, he said, "Look, Shaolin is young, but sensible. She even brought out Nan Xiangwan, who debuted at 4, to meet with us." Nan Xiangwan coldly scanned this greasy man, whose appearance was nauseating. He was the owner of Sexy. He had impure thoughts. If Shaolin shot this advertisement, other members could too. They were all beautiful and could be useful. He could have some fun. He reached out his sleazy fat hand to grab Wanbao's hand. With his arched eyebrows and triangular eyes full of ill intent, the sexy swimwear pervert appeared. He delusionally tried to reach for Wanbao with his lecherous hand, talking about Sexy's anticipated collaboration with Destiny Girl Group. Mutual benefits, increased exposure. "Let's get you both in the car and head to the swimming pool for the shoot." Liu made a phone call and beckoned behind him. Two burly men rushed towards Shaolin and Wanbao. Shaolin screamed in fear. "Are you trying to kidnap us? I'm calling the police." Wanbao smirked. She grabbed the greasy man's collar from behind. Using just 1/10 of her strength, she lifted him and threw him straight into the pool. Liu panicked and pointed at Wanbao, ordering, "Subdue her first." The two thugs reached for Wanbao. Wanbao executed a clean sweep kick, taking down both left and right. Liu collapsed to the ground in fear. Watching Nan Xiangwan approach step by step, stammering, he asked, "You're hitting people? Aren't you afraid of consequences? Aren't you afraid of defense?" Wanbao grabbed his collar, snatched his phone, righteously declared, "This is self-defense," then threw him into the pool too. Liu splashed around in the water, screaming for help. Wanbao glanced at him. This villain couldn't even swim himself, yet for Shaolin, he deserved to drink some water. At that moment, the phone she had just taken received a message. "Come back quickly. The dirt is everywhere. Official inspectors have arrived, and Chengdong Entertainment has stepped in." Shaolin rushed over with her phone. "Nan Xiangwan, look. Chongyue and Sexy's employee exploitation, dual contracts, use of toxic materials. It's all trending. Stock prices are plummeting, and officials have intervened." Nan Xiangwan said to call the police first and clean up the trash from the pool. She hadn't arranged for Cheng Shui to notify officials when her phone rang. Gu Beihuai called, asking if Shaolin's situation was handled. He mentioned contacting some acquaintances, making the official intervention more proper. Wanbao thanked him, saying as expected of a comrade, thinking so thoroughly. Gu Beihuai mysteriously said he had something important to give Wanbao and asked her to return to Summer Villa quickly. The Northern General and the movie star joined forces to perfectly resolve the girl group members' dispute. Their rich emotions were about to overflow. Gu Beihuai's childhood secret was discovered. After receiving her comrade's call, Wanbao immediately returned to Summer Villa. But downstairs, she couldn't contact Gu Beihuai because the elevator was one per household. She had no choice but to take another route to her comrade's home. Without a doubt, she smoothly followed the strangely familiar route. Wanbao was confused about this familiarity, unaware it was muscle memory from when she was drunk last time. Upon entering her comrade's home, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Walking into the living room, Wanbao was shocked by the scene. What was this setup? Gu Beihuai was trying to send away his childhood friend Xie Cho, who suspected Gu was hiding something and wanted to investigate his home. Suddenly, they saw someone jump in from the balcony. Looking closely, it was Wanbao. He jumped up excitedly, being a die-hard Brick fan, called out enthusiastically. Wanbao gestured excitedly, introducing himself as his fan, saying how much he loved him. But Gu Beihui grabbed him by the collar and pulled him away. Gu Beihui apologized to Wanbao, saying he wanted to deal with him before picking her up. Xie Cho noticed Gu Beihuai's displeased expression and wondered what he meant by dealing with him. Wanbao seriously asked what he wanted to give her. Just then, her stomach growled embarrassingly. Patting her stomach, she said pitifully, "Comrade, I'm hungry. I want to eat your cooking." Xie Cho tactlessly interrupted. "Him? Cook? If he can cook, I'll pluck the sun from the sky for you." He wanted to continue, but was dragged away by Gu Beihui to help in the kitchen. Moments later, the three launched their empty plate plan. Wanbao contentedly praised how delicious the food was. Xie Cho was unhappy. He'd known Gu Beihui since childhood and never knew when he became such a great chef. Moreover, he just noticed Wanbao's paper hanging on the wall, having seen Wanbao before during a live stream. His usually ice-cold movie star friend enthusiastically prevented him from taking photos with Wanbao and specifically sent her away to do college entrance exam questions. All these behaviors showed something was definitely off. Gu Beihui formally instructed Xie Cho that Nan Xiangwan was still young, and he wasn't planning to confess to her yet. He didn't want her to be affected by these things, and asked his childhood friend to keep his mouth shut. Thinking about how Wanbao had no such thoughts now, he was really worried about Xie Cho's big mouth. The best approach was like boiling a frog in warm water, slowly infiltrating her life and staying by her side. The day would come when she grew up and understood. This shocking revelation stunned Xie Cho completely. Pointing at Gu Beihui, "I don't agree. I'll monitor you on behalf of the Brick Army. You think you're so great just because you're a superstar?" Internally anguished, "If you dare seduce our Wanbao, I'll fight you to the death." Gu Beihui calmly asked if he, as his childhood friend, could pursue the girl he liked after she came of age. Xie Cho calmed down, realizing Wanbao would date eventually. If it was Gu Beihui, that wouldn't be a bad choice. He cried, feeling like he'd been outmaneuvered by Gu Beihui. An hour later, Wanbao came out saying she had finished a set of questions. She asked why he was alone. He said the other person had left. Gu Beihui wouldn't tell her that he had driven him away. Then mysteriously said, "Come this way. I've finished the arrangement too. I want to play it for you right away." Hearing that the music for her lyrics was fresh out of the oven, Wanbao excitedly sat down at the piano. Gu Beihui gently opened the piano lid behind Wanbao, instructing carefully. After sitting down, he secretly glanced at the focused Wanbao, thinking the previous posture was somewhat intimate, though maybe he was overthinking it. When the piece ended, Wanbao excitedly said, "This is exactly the feeling I wanted. It's so beautiful." Then she received Zhao Tianqing's group message announcing the girl group's variety show would start filming in 3 days, along with detailed schedules. Gu Beihui looked at her adoringly, his gaze lingering. Wanbao was becoming more professional and focused on her career. He needed to suppress his feelings. However, for her first variety show appearance, when encountering a thoughtless roadblock, Wanbao wouldn't tolerate it, helping the police maintain order. Early morning, Nan Xiangwan rushed ahead while the assistant cameraman chased behind, shouting, "Nan, wait for us." The assistant, out of breath, said the car is already waiting. "You don't need to hurry." Nan Xiangwan hadn't returned to the shared villa for days. She hadn't left with the other members and couldn't be late for the first variety show. But the exit was completely blocked with fans screaming, "I love you" to their idols. Nan Xiangwan heard others complaining about why celebrities were blocking the regular exit, saying it was outrageous and they'd be late for meetings. Meanwhile, Fan Hasong, an artist from Chongyu Entertainment, was enjoying his fans' attention and refusing to leave the exit. Nan Xiangwan asked her finally caught up assistant who he was and why he wasn't moving. The assistant explained that Fan Hasong was Sha Lin Sr. at Chongyu Entertainment, quite famous a few years ago. But recently, he hadn't had many works. They guessed he was trying to let fans take some nice photos to generate buzz. Then they heard arguing. Police responding to calls came with megaphones to maintain order, pushing Fan Hasong to leave. He moved slowly, waiting for fans to speak up. Fans began expressing dissatisfaction with the police's actions, protesting, "Don't push Brother Hasong," and "How can police hit people?" The assistant advised, "Miss Nan, let's go around." But Wanbao darted forward. The cameraman exclaimed, "Wait, Nan Xiangwan, what are you doing?" They saw Wanbao coolly throw her backpack aside, one hand steadying the police who almost fell, the other grabbing Fan Hasong's collar, throwing him out like a shot put. Everyone was shocked and quickly moved aside. Wan Bao solemnly lectured, "A good dog doesn't block the road. Don't you know there are many people behind you?" Then dusted off her hands. People commented, "What a cool sister. Did that woman fly in?" Fan Hasong hadn't processed what happened. Just moments ago his fans had surrounded him, and now he'd been thrown out. Wan Bao seemed to have some misunderstanding about cat petting, smoothly punishing the road-blocking dog. Then fans from both sides started arguing. "Nan Xiangwan, you're just a rookie bullying your senior, and you dare call Hasong a dog? Protect our Wan Bao. Shut up." If Wan Bao didn't dislike fans making noise in public, I would have destroyed you already. Then Nan Xiangwan took the police megaphone and shouted, "Quiet everyone. Thank you for loving me. I love you too." She pointed at Fan Hasong, "But don't learn from certain people who disturb public order." The cameraman immediately live-streamed it. Nan Xiangwan's military-style management gained her another wave of loyal fans. Nan Xiangwan issued orders again. "Stay quiet. Everyone leave in an orderly manner." The fans obediently responded, "Understood." She then returned the megaphone to the police, saying she had to leave or she'd be late. The police thanked Wan Bao for her help. Turning to Fan Hasong, they said, "Please come with us." Fan Hasong said he'd cooperate, but showed no remorse. He already had a scheme in mind. He'd definitely use this opportunity while the girl group was here to create publicity for himself. That night, Wan Bao and her teammates finished dinner and found a cat cafe. They all rushed in to pet cats. Only Wan Bao stood watching from the side. While petting cats, Zhu Sha curiously asked, "Are you allergic to cat fur? You've been standing there for over 10 minutes." Wan Bao said she wasn't allergic, just observing. Just then, a black cat leisurely walked by. Suddenly, it was picked up, startling the cat whose fur puffed up as it meowed. Wan Bao and the black cat made eye contact. "So cute. I want to sit on it." Zhu Sha was confused. "Is this how you show love?" The livestream comments exploded, joking that while others hugged cats, she scooped them up. Then they heard the cafe owner say she would definitely pay the rent, begging the landlord for a few more days. Plus, there was a cat-killing psychopath in the area who hadn't been caught yet. Nan Xiangwan was distracted, and the black cat escaped. Wan Bao turned her attention to the owner. "What's wrong with your shop?" The female owner embarrassedly explained that the landlord wanted to raise the rent to force her out. The shop was struggling. She could return to her hometown, but looked at the stray cats in the shop. But then they might have nowhere to go, or bad people might. Wan Bao's expression became serious. The little system suddenly appeared with a ding. "So pitiful. As a fellow creature, I empathize." Wan Bao retorted, "Aren't you a dog? Why are you here?" The little system blinked. "Of course, to issue a mission. Optional random mission. Save the cat cafe. Reward, 1 wristwatch. Note, this is a side mission, optional." Wan Bao decided to accept it, thinking the electricity would be cut off otherwise. She comforted the owner. "Don't worry." Pointing to her group members, she confidently said, "We'll help you." Wan Bao's unique way of petting cats. The girl group in action to save the cat cafe. Heavenly Girls appearing, Gudanxian sweetly hosting. Everyone, the first Heavenly Girls group internal singing competition livestream is in progress. Support your favorite by voting. Zhu Sha's charity merchandise is at Shop Link 1. To support Deng Xinan, choose Link 2. Facing accusations from haters about being paid, Gudanxian held a cat saying, "We're not. We're just helping those in need." The cat cooperatively meowed in agreement. A moment later, the cat cafe owner said, "Thank you all so much. The crafts in my shop's live stream sold out completely. Even the pet food brand P2 sent private messages offering to support us. You using my account for live streaming really helped me out of this urgent situation. Thank you all so much." Wan Bao smiled. "We all love these cats." She then turned and seriously started writing with her pen. In her mind, she was composing the next new song for the album. Looking at the cat's various adorable poses, Wan Bao's gaze unconsciously softened. Gudanxian called to the focused Wan Bao, saying it was her turn. Zhu Sha curiously asked what she was writing. Wan Bao sat down with her guitar. Then she hummed a beautiful melody. Comments immediately flooded in saying how beautiful it was, how perfect for rainy days, and how the melody was absolutely amazing. Wan Bao's expression was gentle, her tone soft. Other group members were amazed that in such a short time, she created such a beautiful song. Comments called her Heaven's Chosen Girl. As the song ended, everyone was still immersed in the gentle voice, the lingering melody. The group members all wanted to vote for her. With a ding, the little system appeared. Congratulations, host, on completing the Cat Cafe rescue. You've earned a watch worth 780,000. It will be delivered later. Meanwhile, Gu Beihui was also watching Wanbao's livestream. The song was indeed beautiful, and he was looking forward to the finished product. He screenshot many beautiful photos of Wanbao, discovering her love for cats. He had already decided what gift to get her. The driver asked, "Boss, after the meeting in Chuanxi, what's your schedule? Straight back to the company?" Gu Beihui smiled slightly, deciding to stay a few more days. Heavenly Girls Group's first live stream debut showcased charity work saving the Cat Cafe. Wanbao created another new song, warm and gentle. In the following days, Heavenly Girls Group visited Chuanxi's famous panda sanctuary. They ate viral super spicy hot pot. They also went to an escape room where everyone screamed and hid behind Wanbao. On the ancient street in the morning, Wanbao ate contentedly. Everyone knew they had to let Wanbao eat her fill before departing. Then they heard, "Nan Xiangwan, what a coincidence." It was the annoying He Song, who put on what he thought was a sunny smile and said, "We're also filming here. Didn't expect to run into you all." He moved closer to Wanbao, trying to get familiar. Wanbao felt sick seeing him, her appetite ruined. Dodging his dirty hand, she asked, "Who are you?" Comments formed two camps, one cursing Fan Hasong's shameless behavior, the other saying Brother Hasong is just being friendly. Facing the group's livestream camera, he started introducing himself. Fans started criticizing him for cloud chasing. When he tried to greet Junior Xiaoling, Nan Xiangwan directly blocked him with a lunchbox, saying "excuse me." When throwing away garbage, Fan Hasong got in her face, saying, "Just call me senior brother." Wanbao ignored him and said, "Okay, teacher Fan." Xiaoling complained to everyone that Fan Hasong was a creep who always harassed juniors using his senior status. Recently, he wanted to create a CP with her, but she refused. Everyone comforted Ling Zhusha, then called everyone to get in the car. As Wanbao walked to the van, Fan Hasong shamelessly said, "Our crew woke up late. I'm free now. I'll join you all." But the crew said the car was full, no seats left. They quickly closed the door and drove away. Fan Hasong acted like he didn't mind, saying, "It's fine, I'll take another car." He thought, "Won't let me tag along? I'll force my way in and get famous again." Moments later, the Heavenly Show crew directly sent Fan Hasong back to his hotel. Fan Hasong's face darkened. Weren't we going to Heavenly's next filming location? He realized they hadn't lost the car. They deliberately sent him back. The crew just smiled. "You should get some rest." To be fair, Fan Hasong was mentally strong, thinking there's no rush, as long as he got attention before the show ended. He secretly cursed them as lowly brats, thinking, "Just wait to use me, your senior, as a stepping stone." A D-list celebrity rushing towards a flame. He tried various ways to chase after the girl group for attention, grabbing female artists trying to create fake relationships. For the next 2 days, Fan Hasong lingered like a ghost. These coincidences were so obvious even fools could see his intentions. Pretending to run into them, always trying to get in front of Heavenly's livestream camera. At the Real Person CS base, everyone was having a great time. The paintball guns were more powerful than water guns. The mines they buried were sensor activated. Staff reminded everyone to wear protective gear. Everyone felt like they were wearing bulletproof vests. Only Wanbao took a rifle, as if finding her beloved possession. She recalled her previous days when many weapons were like living things. Gently stroking every part of the rifle, though it was just a game, she would take it seriously. Then they heard an annoying voice. What a coincidence. It was that pest Fan Hasong again. The comments couldn't stand it anymore. "This is ridiculous. He's used up all his lifetime's worth of coincidences." Fan Hasong and actor Hua Yin had just finished their side shoot. Acting familiar with Wanbao, he suggested a competition. "I'm a veteran player, but I won't go easy. Don't say Big Brother is bullying you, sisters." His hands tried to touch Xiaolin again. Xiaolin looked at her creepy senior with disgust and quickly ran away. Fan Hasong turned to Yun Qian saying, "This gun is too heavy for you." Yun Qian dodged away in disgust. Shamelessly, Fan Hasong turned to Gudong Qian, saying intimately, "Dong Qian, do you want some guidance? Your success rate is so low anyway." Gudong Qian pretended not to hear. He turned and reached out to adjust Jusha's gun-holding position, saying, Jusha, your elbow position isn't quite right. Fans in the comments cursed, I'm going to be sick. Stop getting close to our girls. He's trying to create fake relationships with female artists again. Thinks he's some big shot. Just as he was about to touch Jusha's elbow, a rifle barrel pushed his hand away, then forced him to step back. It was Wanbao. She coldly said, Teacher Fan, if our form isn't correct, we'll ask the instructor. Coolly raising her gun, hand on hip, she lectured, Don't you know to leave professional matters to professionals? The man was arrogant and conceited, looking down on the girl group member's accuracy, but was immediately put in his place by sharpshooter Wanbao. Wanbao schooled Fan Hasong that they didn't need his help. All the group members nodded in agreement. Hasong put on an act of being overeager, saying that because of his years of gun hobby, he couldn't help but correct newcomers' mistakes. Huayin couldn't stand it anymore and called out, Hasong, let's go back to our own area. But Hasong pretended not to hear, still enthusiastically asking Nan Xiangwan, How's your shooting score? Pretty good, right? Meanwhile, Hua Yuan pulled at Hasong. The show's director was furious. Our group has rejected countless collaborations, yet Fan Hasong is great at coincidentally chasing millions of views. Hasong's show director trembled, trying to save face, saying he had tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. He told Hua Dao to calm down, saying they would make it up to them later. The show's Hua Yuan warned, if you can't control your guest, don't try to manage any problems that arise later. Huan Dao ignored Fan Hasong. She turned to aim at the human-shaped target. Fan Hasong watched her approach and rolled his eyes. Young girls always try to show off. Wait until the recoil makes her look foolish. Huan Dao's eyes were sharp at that moment. Bang! A shot rang out, hitting the bullseye. Then she reloaded in a split second. 3 more consecutive shots. The girl group members excitedly shouted, I want, marry me, marry me. But the instructor shouted, again, once more. Zhu Sha told everyone to practice on their own and not disturb Iwan. Hasong kept chattering nearby. Ask more questions. Watch how skilled people play. Don't just figure it out blindly. The crying instructor said, wait, you hit a flying sparrow at an even greater distance. Fan Hasong froze, hoping his earlier words hadn't been broadcast. The instructor was stunned, asking, have you trained before? That's like hitting a building-sized target. 100% accuracy. Are you some kind of special forces soldier? The comments were all mocking Fan Hasong. Someone with a 30% hit rate trying to teach Wanbao with 100% accuracy and Zhu Sha with 35%. How presumptuous. Then Wanbao turned and walked away, not wanting to look at the eyesore. Fan Hasong struggled. Wait, I have an idea. Wanbao glanced at him as he suggested, how about our 2 production teams compete? 2 teams, 5 people each. The losing side has to grant 1 wish from the winners. He continued tempting, consider it a fan service. The D-list male star constantly trying to gain attention, shamelessly wanting to appear with the girl group members. Proposing a competition without shame. Hua Yuan angrily stepped forward. Our production team didn't plan this. Thinking Fan Hasong was going too far, wanting to use the girl group as a stepping stone. Lan Xiangwan held back Hua Yuan, who was about to step forward. She readily agreed with a fine. We accept the challenge. Inside, she was delighted to finally have a chance to beat him up. The challenge began. Drones filmed from high above. With lightning speed, Wanbao led the girl group to find the best hiding spot. Fan comments noted that if the leaves weren't moving, they would think their internet had frozen. Questioning what Fan Hasong was doing, wasn't he the one who provoked this? Then they went silent. The girl group members whispered, Fan Hasong is really annoying, chasing clout and putting us down. Our drone is still filming. Shoo, Iwan is trying to listen for positions, but we can't hear anything. Wanbao glanced over. There are footsteps, but they're very light. Wanbao prepared to snipe. That's the sound of breaking twigs. Someone's walking quickly up ahead. They weren't trying to hide at all. It was Fan Hasong, full of confidence, looking down on the 5 girl group members, saying we'll definitely get there before them. Then we'll ambush and take them down in one go. His teammate Hua Ying was more cautious. Seeing Fan Hasong's smug expression, he warned, I think you should step more lightly. Fan Hasong didn't listen at all. He deliberately suggested this game just to appear on screen with the Heavenly Girl group. While chasing clout, he also wanted to teach them a lesson for always ignoring him. Confidently raising his gun, thinking bullets are blind and guns show no mercy, his smug expression hadn't even faded. Bang! His leg was hit by a shot. Though it was just a paintball, the impact was significant. He had been ambushed. He hadn't even gotten to show off in the game. He arranged himself. He shouted at the drone. Getting hit in the calf doesn't count as elimination, right? Secretly cursing these women for being so devious. It hurts like hell. Huang quickly hid. Fan Hesung shamelessly said, if you don't respond, I'll take that as agreement. Let's set a rule. 3 hits count as elimination. Gudanxian was furious and wanted to stand up to argue about his unfairness. Bad at playing, but desperate for attention. Shot down with 1 bullet right after starting. Making up rules while playing. Such a cheater. The film star unintentionally saved his life. Vumbo comforted Ye Dongsuan, whispering that he just wanted them to expose their position. Keep aiming at this shameless jerk. No merci. Bang, 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 please. The first shot hit Fan Hesung's other calf. The second shot hit his left chest area. When Fan Hesung turned to counterattack, the third shot hit his right thigh. The production team immediately announced, Blue Team's Fan Hesung eliminated. Fan Hesung looked on in disbelief. Wanbao high-fived her teammates in celebration. The production team continued, saying to remove him from the game area to avoid accidental hits from other players. Teammates praised Awan for being so cool. The comments were full of praise too. Wanbao is so accurate. They mocked Fan Hesung, practiced cheating more, got taken down by 3 shots. Now not making a sound when getting hit. After the match, Huang generously praised them, telling Wanbao, you're all amazing, especially you. Have you really never practiced shooting before? Wanbao replied, no, I haven't. You're amazing too. The girl group members sincerely praised teacher Huang. You're too modest. Most of the pain on us is from your shots. They also praised Wanbao. A1, when you hit teacher Huang, you also hit another person. I was stunned. You're like a master marksman. Those bang 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 sounds hit right in my heart. Fan Hesung, still treating his swollen wounds nearby, was filled with regret. Originally, he wanted to create a CP with the most popular Wanbao, hoping the fake romance could become real. Underage would definitely trend. He glanced fiercely at the trending topics, but this one didn't pay attention to him and concentrated fire on him instead. How dare a newcomer disrespect a senior like this? He had to get back at her. Fan Hesung immediately stepped forward with open arms, enthusiastically saying, you're all chatting so happily, include me too. I wasn't serious before. Plus our team needs someone with a high hit rate. Let's have another round with the instructor. That restless hand was about to touch Wanbao. She cursed internally, ready to break his wrist. But before she could act, Fan Hesung's arm was grabbed firmly. He cried out in pain. Someone asked, short on people? It was Gu Beihuai, who moved close to Fan Hesung. His tone brooked no argument. Then I'll fill in. The queen had descended on the show to help Wanbao deal with the scumbag. Gu Beihuai guessed Wanbao was like a firecracker. Gu Beihuai said, am I qualified to be your opponent? He released his grip on Fan Hesung. Fan Hesung stumbled backward in fear, stammering, Teacher Gu, why are you here? He was in so much pain. How could this actor's grip be so strong? Gu Beihuai originally didn't want to disturb Wanbao's team life, but he hadn't expected this scumbag to keep pestering them like a lingering ghost, shameless. He had no choice but to come and give him a shot. He took the rifle from the instructor's hands, thinking about how his friend Zaikizi was also angry watching the live stream. He had already started preparing to use someone's inappropriate behavior as an example for a criminal psychology class to raise women's awareness against harassment. He said, let's begin. Fan Hesung felt intimidated and could only say, the opponents are too weak, they're just cannon fodder. You won't enjoy playing with them. Gu Beihuai completely ignored him and only asked Wanbao, can I join you? Wanbao beamed with joy. Comrade, why are you here? Gu Beihuai just said he was passing by. The bullet comments were already shipping them. So sweet. Fan Hesung, completely ignored on the side, watched their harmonious atmosphere and lost his basic facial expression control. The girl group members welcomed Gu Beihuai to the red team since Wanbao was familiar with the actor. They let Wanbao and actor Gu play freely without minding the others. The game began, with Gu Beihuai and Wanbao fighting side by side, focusing intently. The blue team, with the instructor's addition, had strong hiding skills. The two hadn't found their hiding spots yet, and their vision was somewhat limited. Wanbao confidently said, I have an idea. Before Gu Beihuai could ask, Wanbao vanished in a flash. Gu Beihuai was dumbfounded. Was Wanbao a firecracker? In 3 swift moves, She climbed up to a high tree branch, instantly gaining a broader view. She spotted Fan Hesong nervously hiding far away, then started making gestures to Gu Beihua from the tree. With animated gestures, she indicated, 2 people at northwest and due east, 5 meters away. Fan Hesong is beyond 30 meters range. Too cowardly. He's nothing. Gu Beihua carefully watched each of Wanbao's gestures. At this moment, Wanbao realized she hadn't arranged signals with her comrade beforehand. He probably wouldn't understand. Then came 2 shots. Bang bang. The production team announced 2 blue team members eliminated. The eliminated players wondered how they were discovered. Gu Beihua proudly gave Wanbao a thumbs up, praising her accurate information. Wanbao was also extremely excited. A comrade is truly a comrade. He really understood. The 2 collaborated again on the battlefield, true comrades who could trust each other with their backs. The Emperor and Firecracker Wanbao were in perfect sync. A song rose in their hearts. The scumbag picked on the weak. Wanbao gave him a big beating. Fan Hesong trembled in fear. Was the base instructor's level this poor? Eliminated right at the start, hiding behind a thick tree trunk, not daring to move, he secretly cursed Gu Beihua for being crazy, targeting him along with Nan Xiangwan. He just wanted to gain some attention. If he didn't want to get hit, he could only hide until time ran out. But suddenly, there was an "oh" from behind. Had he been discovered? He raised his rifle and started spraying at the source of the sound. Wanbao leaped up, looking magnificent. An aerial sniper shot, imposing presence. When Fan Hesong turned around hearing the sound, Wanbao's gun was aimed at his head. Bang! A direct hit to his forehead. Fan Hesong fell with a cry of "Aya" as beeping sound started. Bang! Fan Hesong triggered a landmine and exploded on the spot. The bullet comments applauded enthusiastically. This coordination is perfect. Wanbao smiled at Fan Hesong and said, "Guess why we didn't eliminate you first?" Fan Hesong couldn't believe it. "Did you deliberately lure me into the minefield?" Wanbao and Gu Beihua were like intimate friends with perfect chemistry. Gu Beihua secretly watched Wanbao, recalling her magnificent aerial sniper shot that was dazzling even in the night. A melody and lyrics rose in his heart. Evening wind carries rain north, yearning south. Tall trees embrace his moonlit night. Everyone laughed joyfully as the match ended. Red team won 5 o'clock. Wanbao and Gu Beihua fist bumped, celebrating their pleasant cooperation. Fan Hesong, covered in dirt and bruises, stood up, suppressing his anger with nowhere to vent. His eyes were venomous. Seeing Wenxiao approaching, Fan Hesong put on a friendly facade. "Which company are you from?" Wenxiao replied unsuspectingly, "Epine Entertainment." Fan Hesong sneered, "Oh, never heard of such a small company." Fan Hesong raised his rifle and aimed at Wenxiao's wrist, firing a shot. Wenxiao fell to his knees in pain with a cry. The instructor snatched the rifle from Fan Hesong, demanding, "What are you doing?" Fan Hesong had noticed before shooting that no drone was in the area. He thought if he couldn't deal with those 2 stars, at least he could handle this small fry. Wenxiao rubbed his painful wrist, thinking as the drone flew over that he had no chance to retaliate. The girl group members surrounded and criticized Fan Hesong. "The game is over. Why did you shoot Wenxiao? How despicable." Fan Hesong desperately defended himself. "Don't spread rumors. I didn't do anything." Suddenly, bang, the drone was shot down. Fan Hesong was startled. "What?" A sudden kick to his chest sent him flying into a large tree. Before he could recover, a powerful punch whistled through the air, hitting the tree next to his ear. Wanbao's expression was solemn, her eyes frighteningly cold. In an icy voice, she warned, "Try touching my teammate again." Wanbao's fist smashed into the tree beside him again. The thick tree tilted from the impact, and Fan Hesong fainted from fear. The drone slowly rose again and resumed recording. The live stream exploded with viewers speculating what happened during the blackout. Wanbao reminded everyone, the losers still have to grant one wish to the winners. That night, Season 5 apologized to the team, saying it was the production team's fault for letting a scumbag in, and decided to cancel filming on the last day to let everyone relax. They assured that the company would hold Fan Hesong accountable. The girl group members discovered that someone had already turned Fan Hesong's actions into a cautionary tale to raise women's awareness about self-protection. It was trending. Wanbao's original song was fresh off the press. The small system reward was unexpected. The miserable scumbag, eyes glowing green. Wanbao grabbed Gu Beihua, inviting him to return to G Mansion after the show. Gu Beihua was delighted by Wanbao's initiative. Wondering if she had feelings for him too, Gu Beihui agreed with an indulgent smile. Wanbao was excited, thinking about relying on this comrade for the college entrance exam sprint. After the exam, she would definitely cooperate well with Nanbei Entertainment to help this comrade earn more money. A light drizzle began falling from the sky. Teammates called out, "Quick, let's go. Hey Wan, it's raining." A sudden inspiration struck Wanbao's mind. Rain can. She had a new idea. Gu Beihui looked at the dazed Wanbao and asked, "What's wrong?" Wanbao suddenly grabbed Gu Beihui's hand. They started running joyfully in the rain. Gu Beihui felt his heart skip a beat, wondering what was happening. In the guest house living room, when the teammates returned, Gu Beihui was holding a cup of water, while Wanbao was writing frantically beside him, absorbed in whatever she was creating. Gu Beihui smiled, explaining that she had been writing a song since they returned, while he sat quietly beside her. Soon, Wanbao completed the full version of Raincat with BGM. The song was entirely her original creation, fresh off the press. Wanbao picked up the guitar. She played and sang softly. In the rainy alley with blue walls, cold tiles faced the sky. I meet a cat in the rain, you and I drink tea. Her voice was gentle, the melody cheerful and pleasant. Wanbao was immersed in her performance. To Gu Beihui's ears, it brought a sense of small, certain happiness. The teammates were excited, praising it as amazing and eager to record the song soon. Gu Beihui handed Wanbao a glass of milk, complimenting how gentle the song was. "It's midnight already, drink this and go to sleep." Wanbao took the warm milk, feeling both tired and thirsty. After saying thanks and taking a big sip, a ding sounded. The small system appeared. "Host, this title track is perfect. Congratulations on completing the task. Reward, 30 sets of college entrance exam mock papers." Wanbao nearly spat blood in frustration, struggling frantically. "What kind of reward is this? You crazy dog." But right after struggling, she fell into deep sleep, stunning her teammates and Gu Beihui. Gentle 3 seconds ago, then suddenly cursing, and now fast asleep. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Fan Hesong shouted, "I was kicked until I coughed blood. How can this be a no-injury certificate?" He questioned the doctor. "And why do the show producers, Nanbei and Hwawan, all have this assessment report?" The doctor explained he was just following hospital procedures and knew nothing else. He kept refreshing online information. His posts about playing victim and holding Tianming girl group accountable were criticized by over 200,000 people. He became a negative example for raising women's safety awareness. The show producers were pursuing accountability for the negative news he caused. Moreover, he received lawyer letters from Hua, Wan, and Nanbei. "It's all Wan Xiang's fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a miserable state." His eyes were venomous. He wouldn't give up like this. He must drag down Tianming girl group. Then footsteps approached. It was Yun Xiao, the top agent from Qingdong Entertainment. Was he coming to terminate the contract? The scumbag and schemer began to collaborate on causing trouble. Tianming girl group's recording was going unusually smoothly, but danger lurked beneath. Fan Hesong thought Yun Xiao was sent by the company to terminate his contract and felt uneasy. Yun Xiao said, "I got your contract before because you had many fans and good chances of a comeback. Didn't expect you'd be so good at attracting hate too." 4 commercial deals canceled, 3 variety shows rejected, 2 lawyer letters received. "You're quite something." Then he added, "Don't worry. I brought someone, Meow Manning. I'm giving you both a chance. We'll set up a live stream chat room. As for how to turn things around, it depends on your shared experiences." Fan Hesong asked Meow Manning, "You're also affected because of Nan Xiangwan?" Meow Manning said through gritted teeth, "Otherwise, I would have debuted officially by now. Why would I need to team up with someone who's already been eliminated?" Yun Xiao smiled. "Seems like you found your topic." Fan Hesong asked, "But how can we completely ruin their reputation?" Meow Manning excitedly said, "I have a good idea." After the group variety show ended, Nanbei Entertainment's recording studio confirmed 2 title tracks, Tianming Wilderness and Raincat. The industry's best sound engineer was somewhat hesitant, saying idols usually have questionable skill levels, like taking a whole day to record one line and acting like divas. With 8 songs total, this will be a long battle. The temporary assistant handed over a bottle of water, saying they would cooperate well with the teacher today. Wanbao approached the teacher with a perfect 90-degree bow. The sound engineer was shocked. The first-place winner was truly humble. Then came Tianming girl group's surprisingly professional performance. The recording went exceptionally smoothly. Almost no adjustments were needed. 7 songs were recorded in one take. The sound engineer excitedly praised, "You're all fantastic. It's been so long since I've had such a satisfying recording session." Zhusha and teammates asked Wanbao, "The difficulty of Wilderness is so high. Are there any techniques?" Wanbao explained, "Wilderness doesn't need advanced singing techniques, just wild shouting. Fighting alongside comrades. Life and death, thrilling moments. Imagine the cruelty of war. Must rise up and resist." Teammates asked, "What about the later part?" "Later is about an old war horse lying low. Beauty fading with age, retreating to the mountains with regret. These emotions are so rich." While everyone was discussing enthusiastically, the temporary assistants secretly took out their phone, sending WeChat messages to Qingdong Entertainment's top agent Yun Xiao, recording everything. Opening up the balcony for food. The movie star getting needlessly jealous, mistaking a dog for a rival. After recording, Wanbao returned to Jigong Mansion and followed the aroma to Gu Beihuai's home. King Gu prepared a table full of delicacies to reward Wanbao. He helped remove a leaf stuck in Wanbao's hair. He could tell she had taken her unusual route, climbing over the balcony again. He suggested, "Let's put a door between our balcony gardens. It'll be more convenient for you to come over for meals." Then thought maybe that was too forward, but Wanbao thought it was a great idea. Although climbing wasn't troublesome, having a door would be better. Gu Beihuai said indulgently, "Let's eat first." After the meal, Wanbao suddenly remembered something and asked, "Where's your childhood friend?" Gu Beihuai nervously explained, "Who told you that? I don't have a childhood friend." Wanbao said, "The one you cornered last time." Gu Beihuai awkwardly explained, "We're both straight guys. He has a girlfriend, a police officer. Anyway, let's do some exercises." Wanbao's face immediately fell. Right, she had 30 sets of practice tests from Guzi that she hadn't finished yet. Gu Beihuai's heart trembled. Who was this Guzi? Wanbao's admirer? How did someone steal her heart so quickly? He tried desperately to calm himself down. Wanbao didn't even have time for dating. "How about I help you review the practice tests?" Wanbao was surprised. "Can you really?" She immediately grabbed Gu Beihuai and walked to the balcony, saying, let's go to my place now. "Help me review thoroughly." At Wanbao's home, she went to get water for Gu Beihuai. Gu Beihuai looked around for clues, determining that this Guzi had never been to her home. Then Wanbao brought him a drink, an ice carbonated beverage. She thought she should stock some tea at home. Then she asked specifically how to review the tests. Gu Beihuai froze. This scene felt familiar. He emanated a certain aura of authority. Then Wanbao took out a test paper, saying before reviewing, "Could you explain this, and this to me?" Gu Beihuai came back to his senses, saying, "Sure, no problem." After explaining, Wanbao wrote furiously. Gu Beihuai thought, now Wanbao's focus is all on the college entrance exam. He couldn't let her get distracted. After the exam, he could compete fairly with that Guzi. Then he spotted a box labeled with Guzi as the sender. Pretending to be casual, he asked, "Did you order something online?" Wanbao didn't look up, just saying those were practice tests from Guzi. Gu Beihuai casually shoved the box under the sofa, thinking out of sight, out of mind. Having him was enough for Wanbao. The album recording was recorded by a spy. Scandals emerged one after another. Movie star Gu mistook Guzi as a love rival, harmlessly helping Wanbao review tests. A week later, Wanbao's phone rang. Gu Beihuai said, "It's your Tianming group video call. Your first album is releasing today." "You're too calm." Wanbao was still doing practice tests, saying she was too busy to be nervous. Gu Beihuai picked up her phone saying, "Take a break, look." There were 99 unread messages, including some international ones. On the video call, her teammates were excited. "Wan, you finally appeared. Our Wilderness is #1 on all platform daily charts." Her teammates eagerly said, "Originally our new group had no fame, but King Gu helped by sharing it, saying he participated in the arrangement. It even pushed his chart-topping sword dance down." Gu Beihuai said, "I did participate in the production." Wanbao gratefully said, "Thanks anyway." Wanbao opened the comments to see fans' reactions, but found a bunch of her own memes instead. Breaking bricks barehanded, wild dancing, and jumping around. Wanbao was confused. What kind of style is this? Gu Beihuai laughed until his stomach hurt. Then they saw a flood of negative posts trending. Biggest entertainment scandal of the year. Tianming girl group's debut rigged. Nen Xiangwan, get out of entertainment. Wanbao's expression turned solemn. Gu Beihuai was extremely upset, wondering who would stoop so low. The girl group members sent Wanbao a link. The source of the scandal was Meow Manning and Fan Hasong's Variety show livestream. The comments were completely one-sided, obviously from paid trolls. They deliberately smeared us right when our new song was released. Gu Beihui picked up Wanbao's phone to look. It really was these two people. How did they end up together? In the interview, the host highly praised their new song, seeing Tianming girl group's Wilderness at #1. A former girl group contestant was still praising, "Everyone is so amazing." But Meow Manning grabbed the microphone. She righteously said, "Everyone should have had a chance to debut." The host flattered, "Your ranking was also very high. If you had another chance, do you think you would debut?" Meow Manning shook her head, still wouldn't. The host feigned shock. Meow Manning acted pitiful, "Because I wasn't pre-selected." The host watched the sobbing Meow Manning and speculated, "You mean it was predetermined? The show was rigged?" Scumbag and Snake Woman exposing secrets on livestream, specifically targeting Tianming girl group's album release time. Little did they know they were shooting themselves in the foot. Fan Hasong pretended to comfort, "I heard about it too. You wanted to help Nan Xiangwan, but she didn't appreciate it. Turns out it's because you weren't her companion." Pretending to ponder, "No wonder their relationship looks so close. Hasn't it only been a few days since they formed?" They were all ordinary. Meow Manning pressed on, and getting 3 million votes in just minutes for first place? How is that possible? They claim their new album is all original, but during the group show, they were just playing around. When did they write anything? Wanbao put down her cards, telling teammates, "Don't worry, I'll handle this." Meanwhile, as Nan Xiangwan's top supporter, Gu Beihui was being frantically called in the group. Late announcements were useless. Gu Beihui remained calm, assuring everyone to control the comments. Those 3 million votes were because Wanbao's last song, the esports theme song, was a huge hit. Top streamers led the voting. He would contact them to clarify. Looking back at Wanbao, she really was extraordinary, staying calm enough to keep practicing. Feeling sorry for Wanbao, he needed to resolve this quickly. He didn't know Wanbao was gripping her pen so hard it nearly broke. The angry Guzzi appeared, issuing tasks to counter the negativity and eliminate bad influences. Repeatedly interrupted, Wanbao impatiently said, "Cheng Shui and Zhao Tiancheng are already handling it, irritably preparing to make soup out of Guzzi someday." She stood up abruptly, then called Cheng Shui, giving instructions step by step, then confirming the rumor monger's location. "Put on her coat and baseball cap." The other side asked, "Boss, what are you doing?" Wanbao picked up her bag, coolly saying, "I'll behave," then casually walked out. Gu Beihui quickly got dressed too, wondering what was in that bag. Was she going to settle scores directly? Meow Manning and Fan Hasong were still celebrating. The scandal was spreading wildly, dominating the trending topics. Thankful for Yun Xiao, who specially arranged their live stream during the first album release. Then Yun Xiao called. The two expecting praise were instead harshly scolded. "You two have caused big trouble. All future appearances are canceled. You'll be notified about breach of contract procedures." The two stared at each other in shock. Completely unexpected, Fan Hasong cried out, "What does this mean? Is my entertainment career over?" Their crying was interrupted by cheers of Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan. The terrified pair turned toward the door simultaneously. Was Tianming girl group attacked by trolls? True, eco-friendly, strategically planned, live stream confrontation. Found a busy commercial street with high foot traffic. The company had arranged everything. As for those troll smears, he planned to prove them wrong with real ability. Set up the live stream equipment. Nearby crowds heard the beautiful singing. Some immediately recognized it as Tianming girl group's new song. People took out phones to record. "This girl looks good and sings well." Wanbao suddenly heard a female harmony accompaniment. Turned to see her ally Gu Beihui cooperating. They exchanged knowing looks and began singing together. More and more onlookers gathered, analyzing the melody, noting the live arrangement. Amazing! As the song ended, Wanbao and Gu Beihui high-fived simultaneously. This feeling was wonderful. At this moment, Gu Beihui gave Wanbao a familiar feeling, like the military advisor who risked his life with her in a past life. They performed all songs from the album. Wanbao's target person appeared at the commercial street, that former world #1 ABC champion, who had led esports fans to give Wanbao 3 million votes. Since he never accepted any company-level contact, they had to find him here to counter the negativity. Jin Dagong passed by and heard the song Wanbao sang during advancement. Turned back in surprise. It really was his idol. Nan Xiangwan's live version seemed more powerful than on stage. like a victorious general returning again. Jianda excitedly called her name. Onlookers discussed how this talent couldn't possibly match the online rumors. Poor Chow Mao, I'll post her performance to prove it. Wanbao gracefully said, hope everyone will support Tianming girl group. Gu Beihuai secretly praised Wanbao's performance, naturally getting real feedback from passersby, reversing false claims. The official account also released behind-the-scenes creation footage. Numerous Brick fans, esports fans, and Cat Cafe lovers joined in correcting the public opinion. Ding! The small system appeared. Congratulations, host, on completing the feedback task. Rewarded with an antique piano worth $3.22 million. Before Wanbao could celebrate, hearing she was live streaming, her fan army came rushing. Wanbao quickly grabbed Gu Beihuai. They fled swiftly to the mansion's roadside, both relieved to have finally escaped their fans' enthusiastic pursuit. Wanbao thought about the college entrance exam, suddenly feeling time was running short. Gu Beihuai patted Wanbao gently, encouraging, you'll definitely be fine. Wanbao vaguely agreed, thinking if others had said this, she would have felt they were just saying it casually. But hearing it from Gu Beihuai, she truly believed she would be fine. Gu Beihuai had a secret about Nan Xiangwan. Ji Gong was managing Gu Beihuai's home, chatting with childhood friends. Gu Beihuai impatiently asked, what do you want? I'm busy, Xie complained. What are you busy with? Busy being my Wanbao's accompanist? Ruo, one of Gu Beihuai's childhood friends. I checked that Nan Xiangwan is a newly debuted idol, also from Huawan. Lao Zi, another of Gu Beihuai's childhood friends, teased respectfully, you're too bold. Aren't celebrities supposed to avoid suspicion? She's just an idol, Xie, and I follow. I just helped out when needed, Xie said sarcastically. Right, and neighbors too. Luo Wei respectfully added. Your neighbor's situation seems a bit ambiguous. Gu Beihuai automatically blocked out his childhood friend's teasing, keenly noticing the sound of the door opening. Nan Xiangwan came over. I'm back. I'm hungry. The company matters are settled. Not only solved, I also received from Doggy what's claimed to be a rare antique piano worth at least 20 million, James Mann. The three on the other end heard a girl's voice. Before they could ask, Gu Beihuai hung up. I'll cook right away. Gu Beihuai skillfully started cooking. Nan Xiangwan chatted beside him, trying to distract herself. Only half a month left for the final sprint. I still need to finish the practice papers you and Doggy gave me. Alright, I need to return to Suzhou City for the exam. I should stay home 2 days before the exam. Gu Beihuai, clearly used to such interactions, replied softly. I know. I've arranged some new practice papers for you. Before finishing, suddenly, Gu Beihuai's phone buzzed with a message. A smile immediately appeared on Gu Beihuai's face. The 3 previously ordered cat-like kittens were born. He quickly replied he'd take them all. They'd be 3 months old by Little Wolf's birthday. Perfect timing for a surprise. Nan Xiangwan leaned closer. What's up? What message made you so happy? Made some money. Gu Beihuai put away his phone, looking at Nan Xiangwan with a gentle smile. With a mysterious air. It's a secret for now. You'll be very happy in a while. Half a month remained until Nan Xiangwan's college entrance exam. Under Gu Beihuai's guidance, Nan Xiangwan frantically practiced papers, preparing seriously. Soon came the 2 exam days. In the exam room, Nan Xiangwan wrote smoothly. She could solve most questions these 2 days, and several questions her comrade had predicted correctly. After finishing the last subject, she sprinted out excitedly. Being physically fit and fast, her brother Nan Chaiyang couldn't catch up, watching her rush out the school gate, even doing a cool flip halfway. After landing steadily, confetti burst at the school gate. Colorful sparkles danced in the air. Many people surrounded the Brick fans, offering flowers and blessings. A fan representative spoke. Eco-friendly Big Brick. Everyone in the group came spontaneously to celebrate your exam completion. You'll definitely get into your dream university. Nan Xiangwan kept receiving while speaking. Thank you all. You didn't need to bring gifts. The gift box contained a brick tied with silk ribbon and a cute cat plush charm. It symbolized the mutual achievement between fans and idol. Nan Xiangwan happily accepted it, then immediately split it with one strike. Nan Xiangwan performed a barehanded brick breaking. The Brick fans' eyes lit up. Amazing, Wanbao. A live brick-breaking demonstration. The Brick fans were orderly, cleaning up after the celebration, picking up trash bags. After the exam, Nan Xiangwan was truly happy, eating several bowls of rice in succession. Then the phone rang. After hanging up Zhao Tiancheng's schedule arrangement call, before Nan Xiangwan could catch her breath, Gu Zhan called. Did you like the gifts from the fans? When Nan Xiangwan said she liked the cat charm, Gu Beihuai smiled. Great, he likes it. Nan Xiangwan hung up and looked up. Unexpectedly, her family was watching her vigilantly, especially Nan Cheyong, whose eyes were almost shooting fire. Sis, I won't just accept anyone. Nan Xiangwan was confused. Silly brother-in-law, Xiaowan. Both phone calls were from male friends. Baby, whoever you like, Mom supports you. But you must bring him home for us to see. Dad cracked his knuckles, looking ready to fight. Dad will give him a proper welcome. Nan Xiangwan found this scene familiar. In her previous life, when she returned with military advisor, her cousin's family and small neighbor towards military advisor had shown this same inexplicable hostility. Nan Xiangwan almost kissed Gu Beihuai. Nan Xiangwan smiled happily. How would Gu Zhanyo celebrate with her? Gu Beihuai's handmade ice cream cake. Gu Beihuai swiftly moved. An ice cream cake, small at 7 inches, made of layered ice cream, with writing wishing Nan Xiangwan academic success. Gu Beihuai pushed the cake towards Nan Xiangwan. Ice cream cake, made specially for you. Nan Xiangwan was surprised. You made this yourself? You can make cakes? Gu Beihuai handed her a small spoon, casually saying, just learned it. Nan Xiangwan took out her phone to take photos. This looks quite exquisite. Cheng Shui keeps urging me to show more. Let me take a photo for Weibo. Gu Beihuai urged. Try it quick, the ice cream's melting. Nan Xiangwan suddenly stood on tiptoes, naturally hooking her arm around Gu Beihuai's neck. Since you're celebrating with me, let's take a photo together. Everyone in Tianming does this. It shows our relationship. Gu Beihuai's face turned red. After taking and posting the photo, Nan Xiangwan was distracted by the cake. Gu Beihuai finally caught his breath, trying to calm his excited heartbeat. This little wolf cub always catches him off guard. Nan Xiangwan scooped up a large piece. She stuffed it in her mouth. This cake is delicious. She was extremely satisfied. Seeing her eat like this, Gu Beihuai helplessly quickly grabbed her hand. This is pure ice cream cake. It's too cold. You need to eat it in small bites. Otherwise, you'll get a stomachache. Nan Xiangwan was unhappy. Small bites weren't her style. Gu Beihuai simply confiscated the cake, not letting her eat. You made me this cake, but won't let me eat it? What logic is that? Hand over the cake. After speaking, Nan Xiangwan reached for it directly. Gu Beihuai dodged with the cake. The two played around, performing a chase scene in the garden. The sudden close contact made Gu Beihuai's heart skip a beat. Nan Xiangwan seized the chance to take back the cake, happily eating in big bites, completely unaware of Gu Beihuai's blushing face beside her and his racing heartbeat. Gu Beihuai felt frustrated. Just now, he had almost kissed her. He took out his phone, originally wanting to check Weibo, to calm down. The netizens were exceptionally sharp. A few days ago, he accidentally liked a video about making ice cream cake. Although he unliked it immediately, a ton of fans had already taken screenshots. Based on Nan Xiangwan's recent Weibo post about ice cream cake, netizens deduced that the Nanbei ship was confirmed. Danger was approaching. Let's see how Nan Xiangwan handles this. Since Gu Beihuai made an ice cream cake to celebrate Nan Xiangwan's completion of college entrance exams, Tianming Girl Group had been rehearsing for half a month. Today was the final rehearsal, with the official performance tomorrow. Nan Xiangwan's antique piano would be delivered at midnight for setup. After Zhao Tiancheng finished talking, Cheng Shui brought legal documents against Chengdong Entertainment for Nan Xiangwan to sign. The whole internet knew Chengdong Entertainment was buying negative publicity. They must make them pay huge compensation. While Nan Xiangwan was signing, several Tianming members gathered around. They all chimed in. One, make them pay until they lose their underwear. Although lawsuits were common in the industry, this time their PR efforts were ineffective. Nan Xiangwan keenly felt that although everything seemed smooth, something wasn't right. Nan Xiangwan fell into deep thought. How did Miao and Fan join forces? Their tactics against her were much smarter than before. Someone must be guiding them from the shadows. Nan Xiangwan called Zhao Tiancheng. Old Zhao, keep a close watch these days. There might be rats sneaking in to cause trouble. Chengdong Entertainment was secretly plotting something. Sure enough, at midnight, Miao and Fan, unwilling to face huge compensation and unemployment risks, came to make trouble. This is that 20 million worth vintage piano that went viral online. Miao Manny's eyes were vicious. If an accident happens while Tianming girl group is performing on stage, what do you think will happen? Fan and Song immediately understood the implications. Tianming girl group would collapse. Moreover, with Huawan and Nanbei's close cooperation now, Tianming's collapse would deal a heavy blow to both companies. Miao Mani looked viciously at the electric drill in her hand. Since Nan Xiangwan is also Huawan's boss, if she gets injured or disfigured during tonight's performance, Fan and Song quickly caught on. Then Huawan won't have energy to deal with Qingdong. We can make our comeback. On the day of the official performance, Nan Xiangwan noticed something wrong with the sound. When she walked across the stage yesterday, it didn't make that sound. How would Nan Xiangwan turn this around? Gu Beihuai visited Nan Xiangwan. He brought a big bag of snacks, smiling. The snacks were mainly for the little wolf, others were just incidental. Someone suddenly shouted, "So many snacks." Nan Xiangwan's eyes lit up. She was just hungry. A big bag of snacks suddenly appeared before her eyes. Nan Xiangwan was delighted. How did Gu Beihuai get here? Gu Beihuai handed the big bag of snacks to Nan Xiangwan. I'm here to bring everyone some comfort food. This is for you. Nan Xiangwan was overjoyed, feeling sweet in her heart. Everything inside was what she loved to eat. Gu Beihuai actually mainly brought it for the little wolf. Sharing with others was just incidental. Old Zhao, don't we need one final rehearsal? Gu Beihuai asked doubtfully. Is there any problem? Zhao Tianqing confidently replied, no need. I trust in your abilities. The official performance is tonight. You need to conserve energy now. Despite this, Nan Xiangwan still briefly went through the process. Nan Xiangwan noticed something was wrong. I walked across the stage yesterday. The sound under my feet wasn't like this. Zhao Tianqing dismissed it. Maybe you're wearing different shoes. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Tianqing suddenly felt his feet sink. With a creak, he sank into the stage. Nan Xiangwan quickly grabbed the back of his neck. Zhao Tianqing was still in shock. His feet had already gone through. Thankfully, Nan Xiangwan was unusually strong. Nan Xiangwan made a quick decision. Pause stage work, immediately check the stage condition and last night's surveillance footage. If it hadn't been discovered early, when Tianming members gathered at the center point during their performance, an accident would definitely have occurred. Gu Beihuai appeared relaxed on the surface, praising Nan Xiangwan for discovering the major safety hazard, but his hand was tightly clenched with fear and anger. Nan Xiangwan was proud of the praise, saying it was just experience from her past as a general in warfare. When she could distinguish subtle differences in sounds, it was child's play. Nan Xiangwan understood clearly that these people must be desperate to use such underhanded methods. Gu Beihuai was relieved the little wolf wasn't hurt. I've already called the police. This is a criminal case. Don't worry about the online public opinion and on-site organization. Cheng Shui said, keep this news under wraps for now. Don't alert them. After the concert, I'll deal with them naturally. Zhao Tianqing asked the person in charge. Such large-scale emergency repairs would take at least 12 hours, by which time the concert would have started. All 20,000 tickets were sold out. Postponing the concert would definitely hurt Tianming's reputation. Gu Beihuai wasn't willing to joke with the little wolf's safety. With a serious look, Gu Beihuai suggested, I'll be a special guest. I'll warm up the crowd to buy time, ensuring the stage repairs won't have any secondary issues. Nan Xiangwan shook her head firmly. No need. This is Tianming's first important concert. We can solve this small difficulty perfectly. Gu Beihuai appeared in a stylish outfit, a white fitted top, black pants, and a black cape coat. Those long legs gave off a perfect model vibe. Before Tianming's stage performance, at the concert venue's VIP entrance, Gu Beihuai heard a familiar voice. It was indeed his childhood friend. Xie Chou gave a thumbs up. Thanks to your tickets, Fox. The crowd outside was so packed, I almost couldn't get in. I tell you, the blog post is ready to publish anytime. I heard you were dating someone earlier. Did you bring them? Seeing who came with Xie Chou, Gu Beihuai was surprised. How were they childhood friends? Man Pao Manta innocently said, I'm not his partner. Fox, don't make things up. Xie Chou raised Nan Xiangwan's support sign, his face red with anger, retorting, that's right, I'm not dating anyone either. Manta just said he wanted to see Wang Bao's grace. Gu Beihuai didn't believe it. Manta was usually very busy in the Air Force. He wouldn't simply come to see celebrities. It's about time. Gu Beihui said without further comment. Let's go to the VIP box. It's about to start. Gu Beihui had 4 childhood friends, each extraordinary. Together, they were known as the 5 Warlord Tigers. Manta flew fighter jets in the Air Force. Norway commanded naval ships. Tokyo drove tanks in the army. The youngest, Xie was a police officer. Gu Beihui's specially reserved 2 tickets were wasted effort. All for childhood friends remained single. Tianming's first concert was packed. In an unknown corner, Miao Manny and Song mixed in with the crowd. Watching more and more audience members arrive, their eyes grew vicious. They wanted to witness Tianming's downfall firsthand to make up for their recent suffering. From the start, Xie excitedly cheered for the little wolf on stage. Manta looked disgusted. They've sung 10 songs already. Can't you calm down for these few minutes of break? Angered, Xie gave him the middle finger. Gu Beihui occasionally noticed Manta constantly texting on his phone. After the little wolf's speech, Manta had been messaging someone nonstop. Seeing his expression, could it be? Gu Beihui suddenly heard the little wolf's voice. She called his name from the stage. Nan Xiangwan had excellent crowd control. With 3 minutes until showtime, Zhao Tiancheng was anxiously rushing. The stage needed 10 more minutes, but they couldn't keep fans waiting. The grand stage in Magic City began to boil with excitement as all audiences anticipated the concert's opening. As ground fireworks exploded, a figure walked onto the stage. Nan Xiangwan's long hair reflected light, her costume carrying a touch of inkwash style. Nan Xiangwan slowly walked out, dragging her black robe. The venue lit up with Nan Xiangwan's personal light sticks. Facing 20,000 audience members, Nan Xiangwan spoke. Friends, put down your personal light sticks. Tianming is a group of 7 who emerged from 100 contestants. We fearlessly take every stage seriously. We fought our way through, putting our heart and soul into every performance. Thank you for liking me, but today I don't need personal support. This is Tianming's concert. Each of my teammates is excellent and deserves to be loved. Zhu Sha is our capable leader, enough said. Gudangshan handles high notes and is quite silly. Yun Qian is responsible for choreography, managing every dance in this concert. Sha Linsher is assistant choreographer, together creating 18 dance routines. Deng Xinan is even more impressive, directly handling this stage design. In our new album of 8 songs, Zhou and Xia composed 2 and wrote lyrics for 3. We work hard for the group's glory. Please look carefully at my teammates' contributions. So I don't want personal support, I want center control. As Lan Xiangwan finished her last sentence, the timing was perfect. The venue suddenly lit up, music started playing. It was Fertile Field's intro. All 7 members of Tianming appeared, standing on stage. They wore matching series outfits, all in non-verbal coordinated colors. The first song was the explosive Fertile Field. The atmosphere was incredibly energetic. Not a single fan remained seated. Everyone stood up in excitement. During Nan Xiangwan's solo segment, she performed sword dance again. The rich emotions in Nan Xiangwan's voice seemed to bring to life the sword dance MV she filmed with Gu Beihui. Gu Beihui hadn't expected the little wolf to sing his song. She actually sang his song. At this moment, Gu Beihui couldn't hide the joy in his heart. Nan Xiangwan called out to Gu Beihui. Nan Xiangwan's long hair was styled high on her head. Her costume was a modified hanfu. The overall color was dark red, like dried blood that had turned black. After 10 songs, the next one was Nan Xiangwan solo. Due to the intense choreography, the stage needed at least 15 minutes for maintenance. Zhao Tiancheng rushed over. Nan Xiangwan, we're counting on you. Your opening speech was perfect. Do it again. Nan Xiangwan firmly refused. No, boosting morale only works once. Do it too much and people become numb. The effect won't be optimal. Nan Xiangwan was speechless. She only sang for 5 minutes. Was she supposed to cry for the remaining 10? As soon as Nan Xiangwan appeared, the venue erupted. Nan Xiangwan quietly watched as 20,000 people raised their right hands. Her arms were fair, creating a stark contrast against the dark red robe. 20,000 people struck as one, all eyes fixed on her. Nan Xiangwan gathered her emotions, smiled slightly, a sweet smile completely different from her previous regal stage presence. She began speaking. Today, I want to thank someone. Nan Xiangwan looked at everyone with bright eyes and dropped a bombshell. Thank you, Mr. Gu Beihui. The venue exploded. What the hell? Why are you thanking Gu Beihui? Gu Beihui, who was filming with his phone in the audience, was stunned. He looked up, his gaze fixed on that dark red figure on stage. as deep as blood. Nan Xiangwan continued, I never thought I'd be so lucky to have a superstar's help right after debut. Mr. Gu Beihuai is like a guiding light in my life. He taught me how to survive in this industry, guided my studies, and even made me cake. The fans were going crazy. I don't want to hear this. But suddenly they caught the word cake. Oh, mystery solved. That ice cream cake was made by Gu Beihuai. At 2:30 a.m., they were together. Can I still go hunt down Gu Beihuai now? The comments were flying, and the venue was in chaos. Front row fans were crying their eyes out, shouting no. They couldn't bear hearing her mention another man's name. Lan Xiangwan's voice remained strong, drowning them out. Why are you crying? Smile. Lan Xiangwan's voice remained strong, drowning them out. Why are you crying? Smile. Lan Xiangwan looked serious. You should understand why I'm thanking Mr. Gu Beihuai. In 4 months, I grew from a novice to having 20 million fans. I've been doubted, attacked, and targeted. Mr. Gu Beihuai's support of newcomers is exemplary in the industry. His help is something I'll never forget. That's why I'm grateful. The fans fell silent. King Gu had indeed been very, very good to Nan Xiangwan, good enough to make them jealous. But supporting newcomers? Come on, King Gu only helped you. Nan Xiangwan specifically explained, but he was too handsome. They were afraid. Nan Xiangwan timed it perfectly when the fans' emotions were at their peak. Nan Xiangwan raised the microphone again. It's also traditional Chinese style. Do you like traditional style? The audience cried out yes. Nan Xiangwan smiled. Good. Then suddenly, an energetic dance began as pyrotechnics exploded at the front of the stage. The prelude to sword dance was about love, a young general's promise to a maiden before going to war. Having participated in the video shooting, Nan Xiangwan's emotional delivery was perfect. It felt very different from Gu Beihuai's male version. The female version carried more innocent emotions. Everyone in the audience could feel that thread of emotion in the song. Many overthinking fans almost stopped breathing. This song, these emotions, they worried about Nan Xiangwan. For the first time, fans wished she wouldn't get so immersed in the performance. After the first verse, more instrumental elements were added. In the original video, this part showed the heroine being forced into a wedding sedan. Lan Xiangwan's voice became slightly hoarse and shrill, and the tempo increased. At the song's climax, in the original video, it was when the heroine climbed the city wall and saw enemy troops approaching. Lan Xiangwan, in dark red bloodstained clothes, stood at center stage. The entire scene seemed to recreate the original video. Nan Xiangwan, in dark red bloodstained clothes, stood at center stage. The entire scene seemed to recreate the original video. Her clothes appeared black from bloodstains. The cheers of 20,000 people drowned out the fans crying. The purple starlit sea scene was breathtaking. At the moment the last high note held, it transitioned into the final segment. Nan Xiangwan's voice changed, carrying a hint of loneliness in its intensity. The video had an open ending, and the song's conclusion left a lingering feeling, as if everything hadn't truly ended. Where did the general go? Back to the battlefield? Did the heroine come down after falling from the city wall? Everything was hidden in the song's final line. The moment Nan Xiangwan lowered the microphone, the venue exploded with countless viewers screaming. Gu Beihuai lowered his phone, his face full of smiles. The little one sang his song, and he hadn't even known about it, because Zhao Qianqing was in charge of the concert. He hadn't told Gu Beihuai. He thought she would rap, since she was especially good at it. Who knew she would sing his song? Gu Beihuai noticed Manta getting up to leave. Manta seemed to have gotten what he wanted. Gu Beihuai roughly guessed his purpose and spoke frankly. What do you think of his performance in these 2 speeches? Manta suddenly became alert. Why? Don't try to guess military secrets. Turning to Xie with a gentle voice. Xie, in Nan Xiangwan's 2 speeches, did you notice what motivational techniques he used? Xie looked like he didn't want to be disturbed while watching the concert. He used professional military training, thought motivation. These things can boost morale on the battlefield. Xie wasn't just disturbed watching the show. He felt oddly mocked. He was angry. You forgot I went to police academy, not military school. Manta didn't explain further. That was enough small talk. After Manta left, Gu Beihuai's eyes were gentle. The little wolf not only thanked him openly in public, but also sang his song. Being able to meet you, I never thought I would be such a lucky person. Nan Xiangwan was stunning. In a white long dress, she sat at the 20 million yuan crystal piano. The brightest spotlight on stage illuminated Nan Xiangwan, and the crystal piano. Her fair, slender fingers danced across the black and white keys as if born for the piano. Finally, the concert ended with a gentle and complete rendition of Cat in the Rain. In the backstage dressing room after the concert, Gu Beihua and Xie Cho came in with large bouquets. The Tianming members were celebrating the concert's perfect ending. The Tianming members were starving and eager to see what was at the celebration banquet. Suddenly, Zhao Tiancheng's voice rang out. "Tianming girls, you've worked hard. These flowers are from your fans." Nan Xiangwan turned around and saw Gu Beihua holding flowers. Gu Beihuai's face was like peach blossoms, like a shy maiden. "Congratulations on the perfect concert. Your save was impressive too." Nan Xiangwan took the flowers with a reassuring look. "I told you, just wait patiently." Zhao Tianqing suddenly said proudly, "Nan Xiangwan, your mid-show delay tactics were good. First create buzz, then comedy, and finally emotion. 10 minutes passed just like that." Hearing this, Gu Beihuai's mood instantly dropped. It was just promotion? Was the little wolf's thanks to him pre-planned? No wonder, Sonny. Nan Xiangwan suddenly handed him a bottle of milk, snapping Gu Beihua back to reality. Nan Xiangwan turned angrily and seriously told Zhao Tiancheng, "I was sincerely thanking my comrade and genuinely asking fans not to cry." "What promotion? Is fried noodles tasty?" The little wolf said it wasn't promotion, and Gu Beihua was happy again. "He cares about me." Nan Xiangwan huffed. "You startled me. Don't let my comrade misunderstand. Specialist Gu wants other things." Tianming members gossiped quietly. Although Awan denied they were together earlier, "I think there's potential." "Zhusha, you think so too?" "Actually, they're not bad together. Keep it down. Don't let old Zhao hear." Xie Cho interrupted resentfully. "Look at how worthless you are. Fox, did you forget I'm still here? A wife is better than a brother." Xie Cho looked disdainful. "Fox, did you forget I'm still here?" Gu Beihua awkwardly coughed and said, "Xie Cho, as police representative, came to assist Nanbei Entertainment and is ready to help Tianming investigate the stage sabotage." On Nan Xiangwan's side, they had already had the program release the news. "It's almost midnight now, about time to catch some rats." On the empty Magic City stage at midnight, two sneaking figures appeared, Fan Hasong and Miao Manning, still heavily wrapped up. Fan Hasong gritted his teeth. They had watched the entire concert live stream, excitedly waiting for the stage to collapse. Who knew that despite seeing Tianming dancing so energetically several times, nothing happened? Miao Manning was also confused. "We made so many holes, and they danced so hard. How could nothing happen? Could our sabotage have been fixed?" Extreme anxiety drove the two to personally check the site again. They first carefully looked around, and after confirming no one was there, walked onto the stage. They stomped hard, and unexpectedly, the stage completely collapsed. A large hole split open in the middle, and the two fell straight down. They thought at this crucial moment, hands reached out from both sides and pulled them up forcefully. The next second, they were pinned to the ground. "Don't move, police!" Fan Hasong and Miao Manning's hearts thundered. It was over. Two police officers took them away. This was their own doing. No one would sympathize with them. Nan Xiangwan complained, dissatisfied. Although catching these two idiots was good, it wasn't a great way to celebrate the concert's success. Fortunately, Gu Beihua had prepared a gift for him in advance. Gu Beihua looked at Nan Xiangwan. "I have one more gift to give." What gift would Gu Beihua prepare for the little wolf? Nan Xiangwan and Gu Beihua were going to collaborate on a sci-fi movie. At the celebration banquet, everyone was eating happily together. Only Nan Xiangwan was listening to Cheng Shui's arrangements. The plan is complex. Next, you need to participate in the famous music show Singer and be a regular guest on Nanbei Entertainment's Escape Room variety show. Also, Boss Gu wants to tell you something personally. Just then, Gu Beihua handed her a piece of cake. Nan Xiangwan gladly accepted it. "Okay, no problem with any of that." After that, the system dog became active again. Task triggered. During the upcoming solo Singer activities, Nan Xiangwan must independently compose a song for the Singer program. Rewards will be based on ranking among singers. Task failure means repeating. The college entrance exam just ended. Don't be too harsh. You're not happy unless you're causing trouble, are you? Nan Xiangwan removed her earphones. "By the way, comrade, what's that gift you mentioned?" Gu Beihua took out a file folder. "As I mentioned before, the long-planned sci-fi movie Occupying the Stars. I'm here to give you the female lead script. The director is Feng Taiji, whom you've worked with before. This is a female-led film. I'll play the male lead. Nan Xiangwan was eager. She hadn't seen a sci-fi movie before. Hearing this, the Tianming members exploded with excitement. A1, congratulations! A female lead in a sci-fi movie. That's amazing. A1, can't wait to see you on screen. They say director Feng is great at sci-fi films. Go for it, A1. Don't forget us when you're famous. Nan Xiangwan finished reading the script with lingering interest. Though she didn't understand things like mechs and battleships, the script was hardcore and passionate. The setting was interesting, especially the parallel space and dimensional settings, similar to her previous world, though they called the intersecting time-spaces realms. Since this is your first movie, there are many fight scenes. Director Feng wants you to train with the crew for a while, receiving specialized technical guidance. Nan Xiangwan had already tried it. Alright, when do we start? Although cultivation was impossible in this world, and this body's natural conditions weren't great, when it came to fighting, she never admitted defeat to anyone. Gu Beihuai continued. Though it's not much, in this movie, my male lead character will have some romantic scenes with your female lead. Please guide me. Nan Xiangwan looked confident. Leave everything to me. The hardcore plot, fighting scenes, and romance scenes. Seeing the little wolf, so happy, Gu Beihuai was extremely satisfied, his eyes full of smiles. Slightly tipsy, Gu Beihuai voluntarily confessed he had a secret for Nan Xiangwan. After settling the sci-fi movie matters, Gu Beihuai was delighted. He could finally spend time with the little wolf again. He harmlessly handed Nan Xiangwan a cake. Her eyes immediately lit up, happily showing off the cake. Zhusha suddenly waved, gesturing Nan Xiangwan to come over. Zhusha looked serious as Nan Xiangwan was suddenly surrounded. A1, be careful about your distance with King Gu during filming. His fans are terrifying fighters. Be very careful. Don't get distracted by male celebrities. It'll affect your earnings. Nan Xiangwan was suddenly confused. After the celebration banquet, walking back to Ji Mansion, Nan Xiangwan walked with light steps, suddenly remembering she still had the double offline consumption reward from the system dog. Unused, she now had 12.36 million in her account. She'd pay the banquet bill and later get old Zhao to reimburse the gathering expenses. More money coming in. Nan Xiangwan was happy just thinking about it. Nan Xiangwan suddenly turned around. She handed Gu Beihuai a drink. Didn't you say you drank too much and wanted some fresh air? Have something cold to help. Gu Beihuai's face was flushed from drinking. Taking the drink, he said thank you. Nan Xiangwan replied naturally, no problem. Under the influence of alcohol, Gu Beihuai confessed, I mean at the concert. Thank you for remembering me like that. And congratulations on taking your first real step in the entertainment industry. Nan Xiangwan looked confused. Weren't you backstage? Yes, I was backstage congratulating Tianming girls. But here, I'm congratulating Nan Xiangwan alone. Nan Xiangwan laughed, teasing playfully. You're saying this just for me to hear, making it seem like we share a secret. The tipsy Gu Beihuai watched Nan Xiangwan smile, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Gu Beihuai suddenly leaned in close, softly whispering near Nan Xiangwan's ear. I actually do have a secret about you. Was Gu Beihuai about to confess? Nan Xiangwan and Gu Beihuai almost kissed. Gu Beihuai suddenly leaned in close, softly whispering near Nan Xiangwan's ear. I actually do have a secret about you. Was Gu Beihuai about to confess? Nan Xiangwan suddenly turned her head. What secret? Tell me. The sudden closeness made the air around them feel subtle. Their lips were only 5 centimeters apart, almost kissing. Their eyes met, feeling each other's breath. Gu Beihuai couldn't help but swallow. He suddenly pulled away, saying it's a secret for now. Nan Xiangwan complained, being mysterious again. Don't tell me it's another you'll know later thing. Nan Xiangwan munched on chips, grumbling. You're just like the military advisor. Gu Beihuai suddenly became alert. Military advisor? Would another advisor try to steal his little wolf? Director Foam Kaiji suddenly appeared, calling out to them. Behind him was the award-winning actor Tan Shun. Director Foam, slightly drunk, said, what a coincidence. The movie's 3 leads meeting. Nan Xiangwan disliked Tan Shun at first sight. Gu Beihuai recalled that his tone was also very cold. After Nan Xiangwan and Gu Beihuai parted from them, Nan Xiangwan said directly, that Tan Shin, I don't like him. Gu Beihuai responded, it's fine, I don't like him either. But he was recommended by the main director and several assistant directors. His acting is excellent. Gu Beihuai smiled reassuringly. The second male lead is the villain. It's just fighting scenes, your specialty. Nan Xiangwan got fired up, eager to try. Can I kill him? Gu Beihui hadn't expected the little wolf's response. If you're not satisfied with him, I'll replace him right away. Before Gu Beihui could finish, Nan Xiangwan exploded like an angry kitten. I can't accept that he's so much taller than me. Converting to power systems, I'd have to work twice as hard to match his physical state. Gu Beihui was speechless. He silently looked at his own long legs. Inside he thought, it's over. I'm about 15 centimeters taller than the little wolf. She probably doesn't like me either. Gu Beihui panicked, wondering if it was too late for him to get leg-shortening surgery. Nan Xiangwan developed a competitive spirit about height. Was it too late for Gu Beihui to get surgery? Other movie preparations were ready. Training would start in a week. Gu Beihui would play a male doctor in a superior-subordinate relationship with the female lead. There were no fight scenes, but there were 3 minutes of romantic scenes. In the entire 120-minute movie, only 3 minutes were devoted to romance, and it was the kind without physical contact. The scenes were compressed as much as possible, but Gu Beihui was satisfied. When mentioning the second male lead Tan Shen, Nan Xiangwan directly said she didn't like him and even had the urge to cut him off. What exactly caused the little one to develop such inexplicable hostility? Gu Beihui thought about many possibilities and even considered using his capital influence to replace the second male lead. Nan Xiangwan suddenly said, "Why is he so much taller than me? He must be almost 1.9 meters tall. He's 20 centimeters taller than me. In terms of power systems, I'd have to work twice as hard to match his physical condition. Why should that be fair? I don't accept it." So that was the reason. Gu Beihui had overthought it. Indeed, the little one's thought process wasn't something ordinary people could understand. She even developed a competitive spirit about height. But this issue, Gu Beihui suddenly looked at himself. It's over. He was about 15 centimeters taller than the little one. She probably wouldn't like him either. Depressed enough to hit his head against the wall, he wondered if it was too late for amputation. Nan Xiangwan's first impression about disliking someone was correct. The rumored talented actor Tan Shen, who had won 2 Golden Actor Awards, showed completely different faces in public and private. The unknowing puppy was still wagging its tail at him. At this moment, Tan Shen's eyes were as vicious as if he wanted to eat someone. He was dissatisfied that Gu Beihui, an investor, had won the male lead, and Nan Xiangwan, a reality show idol, had directly become the female lead of a major film. His evil hand reached for the puppy. If only those blocking his path could be removed like this dog. Finally, the puppy lay cold on the ground. Nan Xiangwan carried 3 heavy suitcases with one hand, as easily as if they were paper. After the concert, Huang Shi invited Tianming girls to participate in What's Manzhong Eating Today. The show had extremely high ratings. After Manzhong ended, Nan Chaoyang informed the busy Nan Xiangwan that their family had moved. Their mother had suddenly received an assignment and had been away from home for some time. Wang Kaisher personally came to visit Nan Xiangwan. A week later, Nan Xiangwan followed the team to the Lingshan Military District's family quarters for training. Nan Xiangwan was extremely excited. Could she go immediately to the training ground they had just passed? The assistant was too busy to help. They had to wait for the instructor. Cheng Shui was dizzy, experiencing motion sickness for the first time. The driver hired by director Feng drove too aggressively. Looking at Nan Xiangwan, she was completely fine and had already run off. Nan Xiangwan saw a familiar face and politely went forward to greet. "Hello, comrade teacher Huang." Gu Beihui stood smiling. Huang cheerfully returned the greeting with a smile. "Long time no see." Gu Beihui beamed. "Director Feng arranged for us main actors to stay here together. The rooms are upstairs." He then reached for Nan Xiangwan's luggage, offering, "Let me help you carry these up." Before he could make his next move, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the suitcases. Nan Xiangwan swiftly hoisted all 3 suitcases, handling them as easily as paper, proudly saying, "I can manage by myself." Huang happily said to Nan Xiangwan, "There's only my room upstairs with an empty bed. Don't mind sharing a room with me, right?" Nan Xiangwan gave a thumbs up. "No problem." From afar, they could hear a group of people fawning. A crowd gathered around Tan Shen, saying, "It's such an honor to train and act with teacher Tan Shen. And now with teacher Gu Beihui too. It's a dream combination. Such a powerful collaboration. We can't wait." This Nan Xiangwan doesn't even have any representative works. How can she perform alongside these teachers? What's an idol doing in a major film? She's just causing trouble. From a distance, Nan Xiangwan could hear people bootlicking and questioning her abilities. The suitcases slammed onto the ground with a loud thud. Nan Xiangwan flexed her fingers, making crisp cracking sounds. It was laughable, If you don't want me to act, beat me first, then we'll talk. Nan Xiangwan stood straight, giving a perfect military salute. She looked awesome while people were gossiping about her. Nan Xiangwan wouldn't tolerate it. She'd let her abilities do the talking. Han Sheng smiled while pretending to mediate, but was actually being critical. We'll be training and filming together from now on. Let's not get too excited. Gu Beihuai directly interrupted him. Those unhappy with role assignments can report to the director, not gossip in front of others. Director Feng looked serious, and everyone fell silent. Commander Han from Lingshan Air Force, who's supporting us with venue and tactical guidance, has come to visit. Manta stood straight and gave a standard military report. Sir, personnel confirmed arrived. Mission accomplished. Feng Kaiji was extremely excited at this moment. He was just making a sci-fi movie, yet unexpectedly received military base support and training grounds. It was incredible. Commander Han, this is our movie's female lead, Nan Xiangwan. She's excellent. Gu Beihuai quietly told Nan Xiangwan. He's military personnel. No need to call him teacher. A salute will do. Nan Xiangwan looked at the person before her and thought for a moment. Suddenly, she executed a perfect military salute. Though she hadn't learned this world's military etiquette, she had watched Mantu's movements and learned perfectly in one go. Commander Han was surprised for a moment. Then a faint smile appeared on his face. This child is indeed good. The usually serious Commander Han now looked kind and gentle, looking forward to your improvised performance. Between Gu Beihuai and Commander Han, there was respect from the younger generation and kindness from the elder. Commander Han and Manta left immediately, completely ignoring Tan Shun. Han Shun watched their backs, leaving only these words. The organization arranged for you to be the instructor and tactical advisor for future military district promotion. Treat them like soldiers under your command. Don't treat them like celebrities. Understood? Director Feng reminded. Hurry and get settled. When Nan Xiangwan heard the director say training would start in the afternoon, she was overjoyed. Great, I've been waiting for this. Gu Beihuai took the opportunity to pick up the 3 suitcases she'd forgotten on the ground, reminding the little wolf cub, let's go upstairs. As the crowd dispersed, Tan Shun, who had been ignored by Commander Han, was brewing malicious thoughts. They didn't recognize him, a double Golden Award winner, but paid so much attention to those two. Don't blame me then. If one of you two disappears, I can get the position that should have been mine. Nan Xiangwan had excellent physical fitness. She ran 20 laps with weights without even breathing hard. Gu Beihuai watched Nan Xiangwan running happily in front. The little wolf cub was like a fish in water. He hoped she wouldn't forget they were here to film, not for military training. While others were exhausted, Nan Xiangwan was completely at ease. This training intensity could be increased tenfold for her. In contrast, others were struggling and complaining about Nan Xiangwan being a physical monster, seeing how she wasn't tired at all while they were exhausted and still had to film simultaneously. Manta reminded from the side that there were 3 more laps to go and other physical tests to do. Time is tight and tasks are heavy. Keep your spirits up. After playing, gather inside for tests. While others weren't paying attention, Manta pulled Gu Beihuai aside. Gu Bei, come here. Commander Han wants to see you. Before leaving, Gu Beihuai specifically checked on the little wolf cub. Seeing the instructor had left, others stopped running. Can't go on. Whoever wants to run can run. Han Shen also stopped, panting heavily. He didn't want to run anymore either. As long as everyone rested together, the instructor would surely have no choice. While he couldn't continue, he still didn't forget to criticize Nan Xiangwan. After running, Nan Xiangwan started doing 1-finger push-ups. Hearing this, she stood up. This person was indeed detestable. Teacher Ian spoke softly in response. Don't you understand we've only run 20 laps? How dare you justify being lazy? Actor Lon Tianyu couldn't stand it either. Only 20 laps, and you're already complaining? If you're weak, then train more. Nan Xiangwan took firm steps and stood under the starry sky, maintaining military standard. Naturally, everything from sitting to routine was strictly required. As descendants of the Tang Dragon, how can you procrastinate and compare everything? Aren't you ashamed? Those who were incompetent and only talked nonsense were suddenly speechless. This isn't over, Nan Xiangwan smirked. Since they wanted her to play a general, then this general should restore some dignity and discipline these people. In the meeting room, Han Ting and Bei Huai sat facing each other. Lingshan Military District had investigated Nan Xiangwan's background, and recent events showed she was quite promising. If it weren't for her being in the crew, Lingshan Military District wouldn't have agreed to provide support. But Gu Beihuai understood. I know, Uncle Han, this is confidential. Can't tell others. Suddenly, Gu Beihuai's phone vibrated. Since the little wolf cub said she disliked Tan Shun, he had specifically investigated that person's background. Tan Shun's experience was too perfect, unlike a normal person. Now he received Xie Chao's reply confirming Tan Shun's resume matched what he found. Are there perfect people in this world? No. There are only people who pretend to have no character flaws. Be careful, Xie Chao warned. Such people are usually terrifying and hard to guard against. Finally, he joked helplessly, looking forward to the day you get stabbed in the back. Gu Beihuai pondered. Though there were no problems for now, he must guard against sudden attacks. The little wolf cub thought Nan Xiangwan was super cool. What sparks would fly between the Interstellar Federation Major General and Gu Beihuai, the handsome military staff officer? In a hall at Lingshan Military District, Director Foam organized the scene. The story background was, during the Galactic War, the female lead Major General Hong Ying discovers that an interceptor ship is missing from the main ship Titan, just after the warship was attacked by unknown monsters. So she gathered all personnel for an emergency investigation to find the spy. Fong Kaiji looked serious. We discussed before joining that our schedule is tight. So we need to train while practicing and adapting, understanding our own roles and those of our partners. Though roles are currently assigned, there might still be role changes before official filming begins. Possibility of role changes? Tan Shun had wild thoughts. Who knew where he got such courage? In the end, he believed Nan Xiangwan would surely give up the lead role to him. Tan Shun played Colonel Inzun, Chief of Staff Gu. That missing interceptor was taken by you. Who did you give it to? I have reason to suspect you've betrayed the Federation. Gu Beihuai, playing Military Staff Chief Wu Xing, heard this. He smiled contemptuously. I have nothing to tell you. Nan Xiangwan played Interstellar Federation Major General Han Ying. Nan Xiangwan knocked on the table, signaling for silence. Throughout the scene, Nan Xiangwan showed no signs of exposure. Staff around whispered about why Nan Xiangwan wasn't being temperamental. Those who paid attention to details could appreciate her natural commanding presence as a general. Director Fong was very satisfied. Nan Xiangwan's performance was spot on. A Federation Major General hardened by years of warfare wouldn't lose temper just because of a spy. The script didn't include small actions like table knocking. Those were all Nan Xiangwan's own designs. She brought Hong Ying to life instantly. Nan Xiangwan carefully reviewed the ship usage records handed over by Hua Ying, who played Adjutant Li Bai. Gu Beihuai maintained a casual and stubborn demeanor throughout. Tan Shun pretended to be calm, not understanding why he felt real pressure from Nan Xiangwan. He should have been able to outperform her with his acting. In just a moment, Nan Xiangwan had understood everything. Her red lips curved as she said, Colonel Inzun, stay. Others dismissed. I warned you not to break access permissions arbitrarily. Nan Xiangwan played Interstellar Federation Major General Hong Ying, bringing the character to life instantly. Hua Ying played Major General Hong Ying's Adjutant Li Bai. Commander, these are the usage records for all warships, including repairs. Nan Xiangwan reviewed them carefully. Gu Beihuai played Military Staff Chief Wu Xing, maintaining a casual demeanor. Tan Shun played Military Colonel Inzun. Tan Shun pretended to be calm, not understanding why he felt real pressure from Nan Xiangwan. He should have been able to outperform her. In just a moment, Nan Xiangwan had understood everything. Her red lips curved as she addressed Colonel Inzun. Others were dismissed. After everyone else left, before leaving, Chief of Staff Gu said goodbye to Major General Hong Ying in a roguish manner. The sadness of white. After the talk, Colonel Inzun gritted his teeth. The last person also left. Keenly sensing someone listening at the corner, Major General Hong Ying said coldly, "Come out." Hearing this, Staff Chief Wu Xing obediently came out. Don't be angry. I wasn't intentionally eavesdropping. Seeing his appearance, Nan Xiangwan thought of something and froze for a moment. She quickly turned around, back in character, speaking icily. I warned you not to break access permissions arbitrarily. Gu Beihuai noticed her earlier expression. She seemed to adjust quickly. Fine, I won't break them. But are you really going to expel me? I'm so hurt. Nan Xiangwan shoved the toilet paper at him, warning coldly. Keep talking slick, and I'll kill Wu Xing. Always threatening with violence. So fierce. The scene ended. Director Fong brought lunch. Good work, everyone. Let's eat first. During lunch break, Nan Xiangwan was starving and went straight for food. Director Fong praised her excellent performance. Finally, that alley scene between Hong Ying and Wu Xing was also good. Keep up this momentum, since there are some romance scenes coming up. Nearby, Gu Beihui frowned upon hearing about the romance storyline. The little wolf seemed to see someone else through him. He felt hurt. Nan Xiangwan found a secluded corner, wondering what was wrong with her lately. For a moment just now, she again saw her comrade as the military advisor, who would always make her laugh when she was angry. While Nan Xiangwan was lost in thought, Gu Beihui suddenly appeared behind her. Eager to confirm, Nan Xiangwan, when you were on stage just now, did you see someone else through me? Like the military advisor you mentioned before? Nan Xiangwan replied decisively. What are you worried about? I've never confused you with anyone else. That wouldn't be respectful to anyone. Besides, for me, what matters most is the present and future. Gu Beihui suddenly turned away, face flushing with happiness. He believed the little wolf's words. After all, the little wolf had never lied to him. Does this mean he's also in her present and future? Anyway, I'm definitely more suitable for little wolf than some military advisor. Nan Xiangwan found it strange how her comrade's mood suddenly improved. Nan Xiangwan was puzzled by how his mood suddenly improved. Suddenly sensing a strong hostile intent, Nan Xiangwan quickly drew out her only prop sword and threw it precisely. A loud crack was heard, the sound of a phone breaking. What were you doing there with your phone? Tanshin acted innocent. I was just taking a break. What do you think I was doing? Tanshin picked up his phone, which seemed unusable now. Nan Xiangwan really wanted to punch him. That hostility clearly came from him. Gu Beihui held back the little wolf, shielding her behind him. This is a crucial period for the little wolf. Can't let irrelevant people affect her. I think Teacher Tan's phone can still be saved. I'll help you find a professional to repair it, guaranteed to restore both appearance and data perfectly. Tanshin had planned to use the angle he just filmed to create some hot searches about them. But with the phone broken and Gu Beihui threatening him, he had to give up on this plan. Director Fong called out, let's try the duel scene between Hong Ying and Yin Zun next. Nan Xiangwan curiously played with the prop sword, feeling its weight. Tanshin watched her and thought she probably didn't know swordsmanship. His competitive spirit arose. Let me teach you properly. This scene was about Hong Ying trying to trick Yin Zun during sword training in the practice field. Tanshin used his full strength, wanting to embarrass Nan Xiangwan. Nan Xiangwan smiled contemptuously, applying just a little force. The red sword showed great power, while the blue sword faltered, its light trembling. Soon, the sword in Tanshin's hand was knocked away. Under the powerful attack, Tanshin fell to his knees. Unbelievable. Nan Xiangwan knew swordsmanship and defeated him so easily. Nan Xiangwan withdrew the prop sword, not even bothering to look at Tanshin. Director Fong praised, I know you're skilled, but next time exchange more moves. The duration wasn't long enough. Nodding to Director Fong below, Nan Xiangwan casually replied, oh okay. Tanshin's desire to provoke was too obvious. The general had seen much worse before. This level of skill wasn't even as good as her former subordinates. The staff below couldn't help but applaud, discussing among themselves. Teacher Tan won some amateur swordsmanship competition, yet in just 2 moves. You don't know? Teacher Nan's sword dance video with Teacher Gu. That's how she became famous, through sword dancing. Amazing. Nan Xiangwan is truly professional. Tan Shun gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in anger. It shouldn't have been like this. Mantis suddenly appeared. Nan Xiangwan, those moves just now were cool. Where did you learn them? He suddenly spoke mysteriously. By the way, since you're on break, want to do something exciting? Nan Xiangwan had never been on a plane before, and now she'd go straight to riding a fighter jet. Mantis suddenly appeared. Nan Xiangwan, those moves just now were cool. Where did you learn them? He suddenly spoke mysteriously. By the way, since you're on break, want to do something exciting? Nan Xiangwan asked, what exciting thing? Mantu explained that at Lingshan Military Base, the Air Force asked if she wanted to fly. Nan Xiangwan had never been on a plane, let alone a fighter jet. She was extremely excited and agreed without hesitation, eager to change into the Air Force uniform. Manta hadn't expected her to agree so easily. Then let's go. He thought to himself, the commander must really value her to let me take her for a flight test. Gu Beihui suddenly appeared silently from around the corner. I'm on break too. Take me along. Manto awkwardly put his arm around Gu Beihuai's shoulder. Even when I tried to avoid you, you still found me. All right, brother can come too. You fly with Nan Xiangwan. Not knowing they knew each other, she was confused seeing them act so close. At the Lingshan Military District Training Grounds tarmac, Air Force personnel were bustling about. The roar of fighter jets filled the air. Manta seriously explained that the fighter jet was two-seater with dual controls, but since she knew nothing, she shouldn't touch anything or cause trouble. Nan Xiangwan's eyes were gleaming with excitement, clearly not listening to anything. Manta continued earnestly, I'll handle everything. Just sit there. Relax. If you're too excited and your blood pressure rises, we can't let you up. Nan Xiangwan suddenly became serious, returning to her model soldier demeanor. In a loud voice, I understand. I'll follow all commands. A female lieutenant approached. Holding a military uniform, she said to Nan Xiangwan, put on the flight suit first. There are 2 groups ahead. You're in the 3rd group. Manta gave a standard military salute with Nan Xiangwan, both saying loudly, thank you. Then, the female lieutenant took Nan Xiangwan to change clothes. Nearby soldiers discussed seeing Nan Xiangwan, saying this was the first time they'd seen a female celebrity on a fighter jet. Some praised her. I know she's been training really well lately. I thought she was a new recruit. Nan Xiangwan's physical condition was excellent, gaining Air Force approval in all aspects. Before the Little Wolf and Manta boarded the fighter jet for the flight test, Gu Beihuai asked his concern, does her physical condition need careful examination? Manta suddenly had a mischievous, punchable expression, already checked. You don't know? Oh, we didn't tell you. There's still stuff you don't know. This is really exciting. Gu Beihuai thought briefly and figured out the key points. Most likely during the college entrance physical exam and concert costume changes, female soldiers in disguise had monitored her physical condition, checking for scars, eyesight, especially scars that might split under pressure. Gu Beihuai was relieved nothing had gone wrong during that time. Manta came close again with his punchable face. The fox wants to join the Sky Division. Of course he wants to, but his eyes aren't good. I know Commander Han won't arrange anything for you. Beg me, and I'll take you flying. Nan Xiangwan, changed into uniform, suddenly appeared behind Gu Beihuai. Gu Beihuai, why aren't you flying? She had just overheard something. Could it be that her comrade left the army because of his eyes? But she hadn't noticed any problems before. Gu Beihuai looked away and said insincerely, I don't like it. The female lieutenant's voice called out, young lady in Mantu, it's your turn. Nan Xiangwan, more excited than ever before, rushed out first, following the lieutenant's footsteps. Gu Beihuai shot a warning glance at Mantu, who was about to follow. Mantu obediently surrendered. I promise I won't tell her about your eyes or your past. Gu Beihuai watched the excited little wolf. A rare sadness flashed in his eyes. At least, she wasn't like him, unable to reach the sky. Meanwhile, Director Feng left instructions for everyone to continue training. He was about to leave. Hua Yin seriously spoke up. Director Feng, Nan Xiangwan is missing. Lan Tianyu also looked anxious, having just resolved something. Wanted to talk to Nan Xiangwan, but couldn't find her anywhere. Hanshin also appeared worried. Our numbers don't match either. There should be 8 male actors, but only 7 are here. Murmurs arose about King Gu. King Gu isn't here. Our male lead is gone. I haven't seen King Gu for a while. The military area is complex and near the border. Hope nothing's wrong. Director Feng made a quick decision. Staff go look for them. Actors stay put. Don't move around. Feng was really worried. This is terrible. How did we lose both the female and male leads? What he didn't know was that they had long ago joined the military's training rhythm. At this moment, Nan Xiangwan was already in the fighter jet. Where did Nan Xiangwan and Gu Beihuai go? How did we lose both leads? What Feng didn't know was that before they noticed people missing, they had already joined the military's training rhythm long ago. At this moment, Nan Xiangwan was already in the fighter jet. The actors started whispering. One person missing was okay, but 2 disappearing together. Hope nothing goes wrong. I don't want to see fans fighting online. It wouldn't be the first time. Tanshin darkly thought, hope they're found in a compromising position to prove what I said and get caught in a media storm. Huang stepped forward. The staff are out looking. Instead of idle gossip, we should use this time to practice and improve. Lan Tianyu also defended them. We're all in the same crew. Some people just can't stand others' success. Suddenly, someone shouted they were back. After one flight, Nan Xiangwan was still excited and delighted. Seeing the director, she happily told everyone about her flight. Feng was confused about what happened during their brief absence. When Nan Xiangwan landed, she was extremely excited. Seeing her silly state, the female lieutenant hurriedly had her checked for any issues. The check showed nothing wrong, just overexcitement causing rapid heartbeat. Nan Xiangwan was even more enthusiastic. If Manta hadn't said there weren't enough slots and they couldn't fly every day, she would have wanted another flight. The feeling of being in the sky was amazing. Nan Xiangwan, you really had us searching everywhere. You left with the troops without a word. You should have said something. You wasted everyone's time. Nan Xiangwan retorted. Why were you looking for me? Isn't this training camp? Why weren't you training instead of looking for me? This misunderstanding was caused by Tan Shun. Now acting appropriately, it's all a misunderstanding. We were just worried about you. We didn't know where you went. Just let us know next time. Nan Xiangwan was puzzled about this person's stance. Why do I need to report to you? Gu Beihuai defended her mercilessly, retorting directly and implying that Tan Shun should mind his own business and focus more on training. Mantu and the female lieutenant also stepped forward. Manta spoke seriously in a loud voice. What do you mean don't know where they went? After they finished filming, I told them to join the main group for training. The female lieutenant was also quite angry. What do you think military discipline is? Nan Xiangwan was doing flight training with the main unit. Hearing this, others immediately changed their attitude. That's amazing. If it were me up there, I'd probably wet myself. We were too suspicious. Your physical condition might not be up to par. They must have done medical checks before letting you on the fighter jet. Han Shun was very jealous. Why did he gain the military's favor so quickly? Director Feng, understanding the situation, dispersed the crowd. Get back to work, everyone. Stop gossiping all day. The director was angry, reminding certain people that this was a military base, not a film set. Stop labeling the male and female leads. Everyone here, watch your mouths. Nan Xiangwan challenged them, winning through force. After the test flight, it was time for combat training. Before seeing the person, they heard his voice. A 6-foot-tall, strong man appeared. Today's combat training will be led by me, Sun Hui. Who wants to try sparring with me first? Nan Xiangwan was eager, repeatedly saying, pick me. But others recommended Tan Shun, saying he had filmed several action movies and was particularly skilled. When the officer didn't pick her, Nan Xiangwan complained, why not me? I can fight better. Gu Beihuai found her eager puppy-like behavior amusing and advised her not to rush, saying the instructor wasn't going anywhere. After a few moves, Tan Shun was already panting. Not bad. You do have some basics. Thank you for the guidance, Instructor Sunday. Who's next? Nan Xiangwan immediately rushed forward. I'll go. She hadn't exercised her legs in a long time. Passing by Tan Shun, he whispered, seemingly kindly, target his left side, it'll be easier for you. You're quite eager. Hope you don't go down too quickly. Internally, he hoped she would lose and make a fool of herself. Nan Xiangwan took her position, rolled up her sleeves, with determination in her eyes. She nodded to Sun Hui, please guide me. Sun Hui became serious and excited. He had heard this training camp was to evaluate this young girl. Even Captain Mantu had given her flight training. She must be something special. Nan Xiangwan suddenly stepped back with her right leg, stabilizing her stance. Simultaneously, her waist power drove her whole body as she threw a right punch. With a bang, her fist instantly met Sun Hui's. Nan Xiangwan's eyes lit up. This strength is good. She hadn't experienced such intense combat in a long time. Across from her, Sun Hui's attack suddenly paused, his expression changing dramatically. What kind of strength is this? Nan Xiangwan's punch had made him lose his balance. Soon, Nan Xiangwan launched a second fierce attack. Sun Hui began retreating uncontrollably, step by step. Whether in strength or speed or close combat technique, she seemed superhuman. Sun Hui began to doubt if she was even human. Then Nan Xiangwan quickly moved behind Sun Hui, unexpectedly delivered a final heavy punch. This strike sent Sun Hui straight to the ground, falling heavily. 3 consecutive moves, each defeating the enemy. Sun Hui felt the places where he was hit as if they'd been struck by a sledgehammer, the pain almost preventing him from standing up. The audience was stunned. A recruitment battle began. Mana tried to recruit him. Stop being a celebrity. Come join the Lingshan Military District and fly fighter jets with me. The lieutenant retorted. Don't steal him from us. We need people for surface-to-air missiles and anti-aircraft guns too. They fought over him intensely, as if saying, come on, join us at Kongshan Military District. The little wolf cub was so strong. What should he do? Gu Beihuai sighed helplessly. It was obvious he wanted to have such an intense fight too. For a long time, someone tried to poach from Gu Beihuai. Someone actually confessed to Nan Xiangwan before him. After combat training, it was time for evening chat. Huang casually asked Nan Xiangwan what it felt like to ride a fighter jet, if it was like a roller coaster. Nan Xiangwan savored the memory. I don't know, I just felt my blood boiling. I wonder when I can fly again. Others chimed in, you're so lucky, Nan Xiangwan. Your physical condition is amazing. You seem more at home in the military. Lan Tianyu passed by from behind and stopped when he heard their discussion. Gu Beihuai watched the motionless Lan Tianyu, wondering what he was up to. He didn't know yet that this guy was coming to steal from him. Lan Tianyu clutched his script tightly, seeming to have made up his mind. He rushed towards Nan Xiangwan, face red. I like you. Your heroic appearance on the battlefield moved my heart. Nan Xiangwan was bewildered, looking at the shouting Lan Tianyu. Others were shocked, quickly switching to gossip mode. This angered Gu Beihuai. His face darkened. He had just felt something was off with this guy, and now he was trying to steal from him. Gu Beihuai suddenly grabbed Lan Tianyu's shoulder, warning in an icy tone, you're causing trouble for Nan Xiangwan. Lan Tianyu finally came to his senses. He nervously explained, I just wanted to practice lines with him. Gu Beihuai retorted, your character doesn't have that line. Lan Tianyu blushed. This was improvisation. I think someone like Major General Hong Ying, my character would have feelings for him. Lan Tianyu looked away. Actually, he was dazed by Nan Xiangwan's heroic fight with Instructor Sunday. He thought the script practice excuse would work. Gu Beihuai kept his tight grip on Lan Tianyu's shoulder, still wary of him stealing away what's his. He didn't believe this guy was clearly lying. Nan Xiangwan walked to Lan Tianyu's side, slapping his other shoulder, righteously saying, did you score 0 on your college entrance exam reading comprehension? How could your character possibly have a romance with Hong Ying? Lan Tianyu was dumbfounded, stuttering without explanation, conceding, fine, just assume I got 0 on reading comprehension. Gu Beihuai turned his head, unable to hold back his laughter at the little wolf cub's sudden comment. Nan Xiangwan grabbed the script from Lan Tianyu's hand. All right, let me explain it to you. Gu Beihuai suddenly inserted himself between them, innocently separating them. Can I listen in? Of course, comrade. You're the best at explaining. Lan Tianyu stood awkwardly, wondering how things had turned out this way. During the next 2 days of training, Lan Tianyu paid more attention to Nan Xiangwan than before. The reason was, after performing several scenes with Nan Xiangwan these 2 days, he found him even more handsome. During dinner time, Nan Xiangwan drank a glass of Sprite mixed with wine. What would happen to Nan Xiangwan who gets drunk after one drink? Drunk, Nan Xiangwan instantly transformed back into the powerful general. At the military drama cruise gathering, Nan Xiangwan obediently stood beside, watching Gu Beihuai barbecue. The meat sizzled on the grill, releasing its aroma. Gu Beihuai handed him a large skewer of meat. Nan Xiangwan couldn't wait. Comrade's grilled meat tastes the best. Lan Tianyu paid more attention to Nan Xiangwan than before. After performing several scenes with Nan Xiangwan these 2 days, he found him even more handsome. Nan Xiangwan must be thirsty. I'll get him some water. As Lan Tianyu looked around for water, Tan Shun, harboring ill intentions, was already prepared. Handed over a drink claiming it was Sprite. Lan Tianyu took it without thinking, just saying thanks. After Lan Tianyu left, Tan Shun immediately changed his expression. He had researched Nan Xiangwan days ago and found out he gets drunk easily. He mixed some alcohol into that Sprite, wanting to see Nan Xiangwan make a fool of himself. Lan Tianyu, blushing shyly, handed it to Nan Xiangwan. Were you looking for a drink? Here's some Sprite. It's quite hot. Nan Xiangwan took the drink and downed it in one go. Nan Xiangwan's face immediately turned red. He fell backward, but Gu Beihuai caught him swiftly. Can Sprite make you drunk? Gu Beihuai quickly realized something was wrong with the little wolf's drink. Lan Tianyu stood confused nearby, wondering what happened. Wasn't that Sprite? He took a sip to clear himself of responsibility. I have Sprite here. The one you picked might have been mixed with some sparkling wine by someone. I don't know who you got it from. Nan Xiangwan's voice boomed loudly. How improper to be so noisy in this quiet military camp. Rest doesn't mean slacking off. Everyone needs more training. Nan Xiangwan pointed out their shortcomings one by one. You lack endurance, need more long-distance running. You lack coordination, seek more specific training from instructors. You lack strength, use more equipment for training. Everyone was confused yet shocked. Was this his legendary military-style fan management? Wait, can these things be said? Foam Kaiji's eyes were full of approval. Isn't it good that someone can point these out? He's pushing himself and motivating the group. This is good. Before Tan Shin could say more, a hand suddenly appeared behind him. He didn't know what was happening. He was thrown by a powerful force. Nan Xiangwan looked at him with serious authority. "Don't think I don't know your problems." Tan Shin panicked, wondering if he wasn't drunk at all. Nan Xiangwan is awesome. One moment he was correcting others' flaws. The next moment he threw Tan Shin face first into the ground. Tan Shin deliberately spiked Nan Xiangwan's drink. Instead of seeing Nan Xiangwan embarrassed, he ended up hurting himself. Nan Xiangwan maintained a serious, proper expression. Han Sheng panicked, instinctively thinking Nan Xiangwan wasn't drunk. Others hadn't processed what happened. What's going on? A fight? Wasn't Nan Xiangwan just pointing out problems? He got thrown just like that. He's so strong. Nan Xiangwan said seriously, "Don't think I don't know your problems." He counted on his fingers. "Your endurance is insufficient. Strength is poor. Footwork is loose. Reactions are slow. Not a single move looks proper. When sparring with Instructor Sun, you lack observation and judgment. Have you really filmed action movies before?" Tan Shin got up miserably, face dark with anger. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Nan Xiangwan's loud hiccup. Then Nan Xiangwan collapsed drunk into Gu Beihuai's arms. Gu Beihuai supported the sleeping Nan Xiangwan with an indulgent expression. Tan Shin gritted his teeth. "Teacher Gu, Nan Xiangwan hasn't apologized to me yet. Are you taking his side?" Gu Beihuai looked at him with feigned surprise. "Teacher Han, Nan Xiangwan said those things because he cares about you. Everyone else took it well. Why are you the only one demanding an apology?" Others began discussing among themselves. Everyone thought Nan Xiangwan's previous comments were quite reasonable. Han Shun, unwilling to give up, clenched his fists, holding back his anger to maintain his image. "How could that be? Of course, I humbly accept the advice. Sorry, I had some alcohol just now. That's why I reacted that way." Gu Beihuai didn't waste words with him and looked towards Huayin. "Teacher Huayin, could you help me take Nan Xiangwan back? You're his roommate after all." Tan Shin watched their departing figures. He swore this couldn't continue. He had to find a way to cause trouble between them. After others dispersed, Tan Shin overheard at the corner. "The organization asked me to inform you. There's a situation near the border area of Lingshan Base. Everyone should avoid that area." Feng Kaiji mysteriously asked, "Is it because of that incident?" "I'll definitely notify everyone." Tan Shun, holding his aching waist, had an evil expression. What they mentioned must refer to the rumors about foreign armed forces active near the border recently. He knew what to do next. 3 days later, weighted outdoor training. Others were wailing. "The world's gone mad. Are we here to be soldiers or for acting training?" Only Nan Xiangwan was excited. "This arrangement is great. More fun ahead." Nan Xiangwan assembled the outdoor survival gear in 2 minutes. He handled the rifle with impressive skill. 3 days later at dawn, Instructor Sun Hui received urgent notice to immediately begin 24-hour weighted outdoor survival training. Supplies and equipment were ready. Everyone grabbed their backpacks and rushed to the helicopter. The actors collapsed exhausted. "This world's gone mad. Are we here to be soldiers or for acting training?" "Sir, we're scared." Some cried out, "Sir, I don't want to eat bugs." While others were crying, only Nan Xiangwan could barely contain his excitement, looking forward to it. He quickly took the supply-filled pack from Sun Hui. "We learned weapon use and cross-country skills these past few days, and now outdoor survival. This arrangement is perfect." Nan Xiangwan carefully checked the items in the pack. Sun Hui looked at the excited Nan Xiangwan. This time, except for Nan Xiangwan, who was under special observation, most people would move under his lead. Only Nan Xiangwan would operate alone, with no teammates within 10 kilometers. Commander Han's arrangement was sufficient. Tan Shin stared evilly at Nan Xiangwan. The powerful tranquilizer he'd been carrying these past few days would finally be put to use. 200 kilometers from the military zone, a military helicopter roared through the sky. Nan Xiangwan landed steadily from the helicopter. He keenly noticed that this place had obvious changes in surface humidity and temperature. He seemed to be the last one dropped off, apparently placed far to the south. Nan Xiangwan cautiously observed his surroundings. There were no signals here. No signs of human habitation either. A drone followed, filming the whole process, making only faint propeller sounds. Nan Xiangwan alertly glanced toward the sound source, while simultaneously putting down his pack. He quickly assembled the rifle, his movements flowing smoothly. Meanwhile, in the Kongshan Military District Conference Room, everyone watched the big screen. Commander Han was exasperated and shocked. Not only did that Gu Beihuai inexplicably rush south in a car, but when did Nan Xiangwan learn to assemble and disassemble rifles? drills, Manta responded. He only demonstrated the assembly and disassembly. We're not sure if he can actually do it. So skilled in just 2 minutes. And you say he can't disassemble it? Did I authorize them to teach this? What a mess. Other officers responded. Without formal training, shouldn't they learn step by step? Old Han, don't be so angry. Military drones are secretly following. Nothing will go wrong. You just called this kid a scout yourself. I believe he won't misuse it. Besides, didn't you, Commander, say the weight standard should match regular soldiers? Rest assured, he was given blanks. Just then, Nan Xiangwan's feed suddenly disappeared. The screen flickered and went black. How did the drone crash? What did Nan Xiangwan do over there? He assembled a rifle in 2 minutes. Then immediately after, the drone crashed. Looking at the crackling black screen, military officers wondered what Nan Xiangwan had done. Nan Xiangwan, thanks to Doggy's camera sensing skill reward, had just sensed something watching him, though he wasn't sure what it was. He could only check it out first. Nan Xiangwan picked up the wreckage, saw the code, and realized it was just a Lingshan military drone, not something dangerous as he'd thought. Nan Xiangwan sighed in relief, tossed it aside, deciding to pretend he hadn't seen it. Nan Xiangwan picked up his pack. The assembly point was in the southwest direction. Based on the climate and sun's position, he determined he should head northeast. Using the compass with the map would help him find the assembly point. The compass suddenly started spinning wildly. Nan Xiangwan wondered why it suddenly broke. Upon inspection, he found signs of tampering. This wasn't his compass. Someone must have switched it on the helicopter. Nan Xiangwan shouldered all his gear completely unfazed. After all, when he was a general, he could march normally without these tools. 5 a.m. the next morning, in Lingshan Military District's conference room, Feng Kaiji worried. Commander Han, you should have notified me about Nan Xiangwan and Gu Beihuai's special training. Commander Han relaxed, assuring him not to worry as Lingshan had drones tracking them. Manta stared intently at the screen. After infrared drone reconnaissance sweeps, we've located Nan Xiangwan. He and Gu Beihuai are both in the southwest position, just a short distance from meeting up. Feng Kaiji's stomach ached with worry. If you lose both of them, I don't know how I'll die. Commander Han looked pleased. Nan Xiangwan not only discovered the military drone, but shot it down accurately. This kid's almost better than last year's top recruit. Manta said seriously, a light drone and 3 monitoring devices in the southwest corner were captured. Feng Kaiji worried. I hope he's not shooting drones out of anger for disturbing his sleep. This kid's mischievous and doesn't follow rules. Maybe I should take him away to avoid causing trouble here. Commander Han suddenly turned serious, ordering micro-reconnaissance drones to the area. The location Manta mentioned was near the border. Both timing and location were sensitive. Anything could happen. Meanwhile, at 5:30 a.m., Nan Xiangwan was sleeping soundly, but occasionally felt light flashing in his eyes. Constant clicking sounds came from around him. He wanted to sleep more, but the sound was strange. Plus, there was that light. He felt someone slowly approaching him. What happened next? Why did Nan Xiangwan suddenly become so murderous? Nan Xiangwan almost lost control. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Gu Beihuai found him. Nan Xiangwan looked down through the tree branches. A fully armed, dangerous person was looking around, checking the surroundings. Nan Xiangwan immediately noticed the diamond bracelet on that person's wrist. The person in black stepped on some broken bones, making a cracking sound. Simultaneously, something swooped down from the treetop with a whoosh. Sensing danger, someone had already moved behind him. The next second, the gun flew out, cutting across the border crosser's wrist. Nan Xiangwan held a military knife against the border crosser's throat, interrogating with murderous intent, his expression unprecedentedly violent and cruel. Speaking in fluent English, he demanded, "Where did you get this bracelet? You're a border crosser and a man. Where did you get this 100,000 value Bulgari women's bracelet?" The border crosser was stunned, speaking in some unintelligible language. Even the system was frightened and urgently advised, "Host, please calm down immediately. Reduce killing intent. Due to host's excessive killing intent, should electrical punishment be administered?" Even the strong electrical punishment had no effect on Nan Xiangwan. The moment he saw the bracelet, he had lost all reason. He was one step away from crushing the border crosser. In this emergency, a familiar voice called out to Nan Xiangwan, followed by a warm hand. Gu Beihuai held the struggling Nan Xiangwan in his arms. Nan Xiangwan, don't be impulsive. He's a border crosser. Let the military handle this. Nan Xiangwan still had the urge to kill that person, pointing at the bracelet on his hand. Nan Xiangwan looked anxiously at Gu Beihuai. That bracelet belongs to my mother. Gu Beihuai was stunned. What was most unexpected was that Nan Xiangwan's mother turned out to be a hidden powerful figure. Eastern Special Forces Major General XINZ. Nan Xiangwan's eyes widened in surprise. He finally understood what his mother did for a living and why she always went boxing. So his mother was a Special Forces Major General. What happened to Gu Beihuai's eyes? To verify if the bracelet belonged to Nan Xiangwan's mother, Gu Beihuai personally checked the fingerprints on it. He experienced temporary blindness. Earlier, Nan Xiangwan almost lost control. The bracelet on his hand is my mother's. Before I came, Nan Chaoyang said Mom had gone on a secret mission. Now the bracelet appears here. Something's wrong. Gu Beihuai firmly held Nan Xiangwan. He has a 10-round gun, and we don't know what other weapons he might have. Don't act rashly. Gu Beihuai looked at the drone. Commander Han has been tracking us. They'll surely send someone to take us back now. Gu Beihuai gently wrapped his hand around Nan Xiangwan's clenched fist to comfort him. We're not sure if that bracelet is really your mother's. Gu Beihuai held him close, patting his back. Wen Sheng will be fine. Nan Xiangwan's tense heart gradually calmed down. He found it amazing how just a few words could make him calm down. Gu Beihuai was relieved. After finding the little wolf cub at dawn, he had been training in a nearby tree. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it in time to prevent a grave mistake. The little wolf cub's mother, he remembered, was Major General XINZ. How could there be such a coincidence? After Nan Xiangwan and Gu Beihuai escorted the border crosser back, thanks to Nan Xiangwan's discovery, Lingshan Military District detected early that a special overseas border crossing team was planning to enter Chinese territory. Even before confirming whether the bracelet belonged to Major General XINZ, Nan Xiangwan immediately requested to join the synchronization team to search across the border. Nan Xiangwan wore Special Forces uniform, carrying a gun with jungle camouflage paint on his face, looking both valiant and murderous. As a secret vanguard soldier, he parachuted with the main force to the enemy's hiding spot. They parachuted into the enemy fortress. Working with team members, they perfectly eliminated this armed force, but until the end, they received no news about his mother. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Manta was surprised. I didn't expect you to come check personally. Are Major General XINZ's fingerprints there? Hearing the affirmative answer, Mantu's heart sank. That bracelet indeed belonged to Major General XIN. Gu Beihuai suddenly went blind. The fear of blindness arose spontaneously. What happened to his eyes? When Gu Beihuai almost went blind, his first thought was what if the little wolf cub got bullied and he couldn't see it? Gu Beihuai's eyes suddenly turned completely black. Gu Beihuai covered his eyes. Check my eyes again. Manta panicked. Your eyes? I told you not to strain them continuously. You didn't listen. I'm reporting this to Commander Han. The medic will take you for observation and treatment immediately. After Manta left, Gu Beihuai didn't tell him about being unable to see until a day and a half later, when Nan Xiangwan's team returned. Gu Beihuai finally left the Lingshan Military District medical area. Fortunately, he recovered. If I really couldn't see and the little wolf cub got bullied, I wouldn't even know. Walking to the corner, Gu Beihuai overheard the conversation between the aide and Commander Han. The members of the Eastern Divine Sword Special Forces who made the emergency landing will arrive soon. That border crosser changed his story again today. He said he found the weapons and was just swimming when the river current pushed him to our border. Commander Han wouldn't tolerate it. I'll go check. If we can't get any more information, throw him in the sea. Nan Xiangwan came over with wide, melon-like eyes. Were my mother's fingerprints on the bracelet? He was worried. Gu Beihuai felt conflicted about how to tell the little wolf cub this news. Better not say it for now. Gu Beihuai took out a wet wipe. Your face is too dirty. Let me clean it. I've submitted the fingerprint report. Gu Beihuai wanted to wait until he rested, but he was so anxious. Suddenly, a roar came. My bracelet. You foreign terrorists dare to touch it? The bracelet Xiaowan gave me. Hand it over to me now. You dared to steal it while I was on a mission. Commander Han found the situation awkward and coughed twice. Wanted to stop her as her daughter was watching. But as they were both major generals, XNZ was still more fierce. The medics kept advising Major General Xen to calm down. Please let us bandage your wound first. It's about to split open. Hearing this voice, Nan Xiangwan rushed to the scene and weakly called out Mom. Originally fierce and threatening, beating the border crosser, Xnz froze upon hearing her precious daughter's voice. Then she quickly discarded all equipment and weapons, instantly switching to her usual sweet and gentle mother image. Sweetie, that wasn't Mom just now. You must have seen wrong. In Nan Xiangwan's heart. No, I saw everything. Nan Xiangwan had met her mother. Nan Xiangwan's mother turned out to be a hidden powerful figure. Eastern Special Forces Major General XINZ accidentally revealed her temperamental side in front of her daughter. Her sweet and gentle image in her daughter's eyes was now gone. Sweetie, that wasn't Mom just now. You must have seen wrong. After discarding her heavy equipment, XNZ was getting her wounds bandaged in the medical room, with Nan Xiangwan watching the doctor apply medicine. XNZ would never have shown these sides before, and now she felt utterly embarrassed. The gentle image she had always tried to maintain in front of her daughter was completely ruined today. Nan Xiangwan looked on with admiration. She finally knew what her mom did for work, finally understood why her mom always went boxing. So her mother was a Special Forces Major General. That's amazing. XNZ thought carefully. Something wasn't right. Why was Xiaowan here and in military uniform? As if realizing something, she became agitated again. Han Ting, did you bring Xiaowan in here? Looking around, Han Ting was nowhere to be seen. Gu Beihuai couldn't help but suppress a laugh. Uncle Han knew Aunt XNZ would explode, so he'd already slipped away. Manta marveled. I never thought they were mother and daughter. That's incredible. I always thought Aunt XNZ had no children. Xiangwan's talent. But why wasn't she raised in the military district? Probably didn't want her exposed to all this. Parents always hope their children won't face danger. But if she wants to do it, they'll support her with all their might. By the way, Xiaowan, your college entrance exam results are out today. Quick, check your score. Nan Xiangwan stood up abruptly. Yes, but I don't have my phone with me. Use mine. Hearing the voice, XNZ saw a handsome young man approach her daughter. Gu Beihuai came over and placed his phone in Nan Xiangwan's hands. When you're done, wake me up in the dorm. XIZ watched the two thoughtfully from the side. Just then, Manda called from outside. Fox, hurry up. The doctor's waiting for you. Nan Xiangwan took the phone and clicked frantically. College entrance exam score, 640 points. But when she refreshed, the score disappeared. Nan Xiangwan was confused. Where did her score go? The search page turned white. Her Major General mother wasn't surprised, already understanding. As expected, Xiaowan, go find Director Han first. He'll probably explain why. So Nan Xiangwan went straight to find Director Han. When she arrived, Director Han asked her to sit down to talk. Nan Xiangwan was surprised such good treatment, actually being able to sit down for a conversation. It wasn't like this before in the military camp. Just as she sat down, Han Qing pushed over a stack of documents. Look these over and sign if there are no problems. Nan Xiangwan quickly scanned through, then looked up excitedly. I'm a soldier now, right? Han Qing replied, you've enlisted, but you need to sign this confidentiality agreement. You'll be trained as Lingshan Military District's secret weapon, and you performed excellently in this emergency mission. Nan Xiangwan, remember your mission. You must develop well in the entertainment industry. Nan Xiangwan was stunned and confused. I'll join the army. Why do I still need to develop in entertainment? This is your specialized training plan. Given that you're already a celebrity, you should strive to become more famous and influential. Imagine standing on the world's biggest stage, attracting terrorists, then disassembling your microphone into a sniper rifle and taking a headshot. How cool is that? Nan Xiangwan was speechless. She didn't think it was cool, just ridiculous. So after all this effort and running around, she still had to sing and dance? All right, I can't see my exam score. The military district has blocked your scores. The National Defense Military Academy will specially recruit you later. You'll study in the Special Forces branch. The mother-daughter code was something others couldn't understand. A large military helicopter flew past the dormitory building, making a very loud noise. Nan Xiangwan's lips curled into a smile. From the timing and sound, it must be her Major General mother. When Nan Xiangwan and Gu Beihuai returned after disappearing for a few days, Feng Kaiji and the other actors had no idea what had happened. Their 2-day disappearance had made everyone anxious. Gu Beihui spent one night in the medical ward. This information quickly spread among the actors, and as it spread, rumors began that Gu Beihui had gone blind. The actors were all shocked and worried about the production being affected. If this leaked online, the superstar's fans could destroy them with criticism. Could they even continue filming the movie? However, the next day, Gu Beihui walked back normally. What happened to him being blind? Superstar, if nothing's wrong, why were you in the hospital with your eyes covered? You scared us to death. Gu Beihui just smiled slightly without saying anything. Nan Xiangwan was radiating with energy. During the mission, Nan Xiangwan hadn't brought her phone, nearly worrying her manager to death. Someone handed her the phone. She quickly dialed Cheng Shue's number. Cheng Shue answered immediately, her concern practically bursting through the screen. Lan, why were you unreachable these past 2 days? Nan Xiangwan joked, I'm alive, just had some business. I'll pick you up this weekend in 3 days. Don't forget, the first episodes of Singer and Horror Room are about to start filming. Have you written the song? Don't forget, Nan Xiangwan. She had almost forgotten she was a celebrity, having to write songs and appear on variety shows. The new song hadn't been touched at all. At this moment, the helicopter sound outside grew closer, passing right by the building. The noise was very loud. It was a large military helicopter. When others thought it would crash, Nan Xiangwan remained silent, just smiling. That was her Major General mother, deliberately flying past her dormitory to say goodbye. The mother-daughter code that others wouldn't understand. Nan Xiangwan was now a soldier in this world. 2 days later, during the final cross-country survival training, Sun Hui was still leading the team. Today we walked 15 kilometers. Everyone has improved a lot lately. Very good. We have 13 people total. We need to quickly find 13 rest spots to spend a safe night. Nan Xiangwan chose the perimeter area. Now that she was a soldier in this world, she had a duty to protect the people sleeping in the group. This spot will do. Like before, it's easier to hear surrounding movements from up here. Nan Xiangwan saw Gu Beihui arranging his sleeping bag, as expected of a comrade, choosing the same position. Such great chemistry. If we encounter danger, we'll be the first line of defense. We can also quickly respond if there's danger in the inner circle. Although it was dark, his vision and hearing were both exceptional. It didn't affect him at all. But after taking just a few steps, Nan Xiangwan stopped. At this moment, Gu Beihui was walking in another direction with his eyes open, moving very slowly. He avoided the tree trunks in front of him, but he stepped right into obvious branches and mud patches on the ground. Nan Xiangwan was surprised. Could Gu Beihui not see at all? Did he have night blindness? Meanwhile, Han Shun forced a smile. The training was about to end, but neither the female lead nor the male lead had been replaced. At this rate, his promise to join the crew and compete for Best Actor and become a Triple Crown winner would fall through. The original plan was to make Nan Xiangwan unable to film, and Gu Beihui would leave with her. After observing these days, he was certain Gu Beihui liked Nan Xiangwan. Tan Shin revealed a malicious smile. Now they could just make Gu Beihui unable to participate in filming, especially since his hospitalization had exposed his eye problems. To ensure the little wolf cub's safety, Gu Beihui's body was in the sleeping bag, but his head and shoulders leaned against the tree trunk, a half-sitting position facing the wolf cub's direction. A beam of light, carefully aimed at a specific angle, shot directly at him, making it impossible for Gu Beihui to open his eyes. His eyeballs throbbed with pain. Tears kept flowing. Great, he couldn't see again. Someone made a move toward Gu Beihui's eyes. Nan Xiangwan kicked them away. Tan Shin took advantage of Gu Beihui's blindness to attack his eyes. Though blind, Gu Beihui keenly sensed someone rushing toward his eyes. Suddenly, a shadow descended from above. Following a loud crash, Nan Xiangwan's foot landed on Tan Shin's back. Tan Shin face-planted into the ground. Nan Xiangwan's eyes were sharp as she kept one foot on him, pressing Tan Shin's head deep into the dirt, preventing him from getting up no matter how he struggled. In an instant, Han Shin considered many options but saw no good way out. He knew he was finished but took comfort in not having acted himself. He could claim he just got lost while getting up at night. Gu Beihui's tense body instantly relaxed. Though his eyes were closed, he knew it was his little wolf cub. Nan Xiangwan anxiously turned to look at Gu Beihui. She waved her hand in front of him. "What's wrong with your eyes?" Gu Beihui teased. "Are you worried about me?" Nan Xiangwan responded directly. "Yes, what happened? Where are you hurt?" Nan Xiangwan was extremely worried, holding his face to examine it carefully. She was grateful she had noticed her comrades' eye problems earlier and kept watch. Otherwise, the attacker would have succeeded. Gu Beihuai's heart skipped a beat, feeling warmth inside. Gu Beihui was smiling. His eyes slowly opened in the darkness. He still couldn't see, and the night seemed even darker, but the girl before him was like a beam of warm, gentle light. At this moment, Han Sheng felt he was suffocating while these two were flirting. Lan Xiangwan looked at him puzzled, wondering if her comrade could see or not. "Never mind, better cover them first to prevent further injury." Thinking this, Lan Xiangwan unhesitatingly reached out and covered Gu Beihuai's eyes. She felt moisture on her hands. Nan Xiangwan declared solemnly and boldly, "Don't cry, I'll protect you." Gu Beihui wasn't crying. It was his eyes stinging, causing uncontrollable tears. How dare those climbing up challenge those coming down? Nan Xiangwan thought Gu Beihui was crying, but he wasn't. His eyes were just stinging, causing involuntary tears. Gu Beihui reached out and gently held the hand, covering his eyes. The hand was soft and much smaller than his. He wondered how these small hands could climb trees and shoot, even manage single-finger pull-ups. Gu Beihuai's mind wandered to strange thoughts. Nan Xiangwan froze, seeing her comrade like this. His heart felt ticklish, sensing something was different. Nan Xiangwan was alarmed. The person before her was radiating such a cozy feeling. It was like when she faced her mother, wanting to act spoiled and willful. Nan Xiangwan suddenly pulled her hand back. Was Gu Beihui seeing her as a mother? That was scary. She didn't want to be anyone's mother. As expected, Gu Beihui felt a moment of disappointment. But he wasn't in a hurry. Take it slow. At this moment, Tan Shun, pinned to the ground, was extremely uncomfortable. Gu Beihui sensed the man's movement on the ground and said, "Let him go." Nan Xiangwan frowned and looked down. A flash of killing intent appeared in her eyes. The system immediately intervened to stop her. Nan Xiangwan rolled her eyes. "Fine, no killing then." The moment she released him, Tan Shin sprang up and started running. Nan Xiangwan didn't even bother to chase. If it weren't for the system stopping her, this trash wouldn't be alive. Gu Beihui said he was fine and told Nan Xiangwan to go sleep. She nodded, knowing her comrade was smart and strong enough that she needn't worry too much. However, just to be safe, after returning to her sleeping bag, Nan Xiangwan adjusted its position to face Gu Beihuai's direction. This way she could rush over immediately if anything happened, since her comrade's poor eyesight was a weakness. Gu Beihui remained still for a moment. Then he blinked and said with a smile, "Come out, Tan Shin." Tan Shun, hidden in the distance, felt his heart skip a beat, but still wanted to take a chance. So he came out pretending to be clueless. Tan Shin was very nervous, wondering if Gu Beihui could see now, and why Nan Xiangwan hadn't reacted or called others to expose him when she saw him. He couldn't understand what these two were thinking and felt extremely uneasy. Gu Beihui turned around, his eyes calm. "You're just someone climbing up. How dare you challenge those coming down from the mountain?" Pan Shun's pupils contracted violently, his heart racing. What does that mean? So the effort was worth it after all? Gu Beihui couldn't suppress his smile. He was certain now the little wolf cub cared for him. After a night's rest, they had another 15-kilometer hike back to the military zone. Everyone was whining. 15 kilometers yesterday, 15 kilometers today. Their feet were practically smoking, while others were complaining about ascending to heaven. Nan Xiangwan and Gu Beihui weren't even out of breath. This time, Nan Xiangwan wasn't rushing ahead, but walking alongside Gu Beihui, both staying at the back of the group. Nan Xiangwan kept looking worriedly at Gu Beihui. Gu Beihui knew what she was concerned about. "You've looked at me over 10 times already. I'm really fine now." Nan Xiangwan wasn't sure and checked again. "Really?" After hearing the affirmative answer, Nan Xiangwan finally felt relieved. Seeing the little wolf cub so concerned about him warmed Gu Beihuai's heart. This time, instead of rushing to the front as usual, she stayed back to accompany him. "Looks like my gradual approach strategy worked. She cares about me." Seeing Gu Beihui smiling like a child who just received praise from their mother made her happy. She interrupted Gu Beihui, gesturing him to come closer. Nan Xiangwan leaned in with a serious face and whispered, "Gu Beihui, I understand your feelings for me, but I really can't accept it." Gu Beihuai's smile instantly vanished. His eyes flashed with disappointment and hurt. Was the little wolf cub rejecting him? but he hadn't even asked for anything. Then, Nan Xiangwan suddenly shouted, "You can't treat me as your mother!" Gu Beihui was dumbfounded. What nonsense about mothers? Nan Xiangwan looked deeply troubled. Although I know the Oedipus complex can appear in certain situations, you should know this isn't normal. It's abnormal, and I don't adopt children. Gu Beihui was completely stunned. What Oedipus complex? He didn't have a mother complex. The others around were dumbfounded too. He clearly wasn't looking at her like a mother. Nan Xiangwan couldn't understand. She didn't even radiate any maternal aura. Gu Beihui tried his best to calm down. How did the little cub's brain work to misunderstand things so dramatically? Gu Beihui sighed deeply. Why was everything going so far off track? How did this misunderstanding even happen? Nan Xiangwan felt awkward, scratching her head and mumbling softly. Actually, there is a difference. I can't explain it clearly, but I just feel a bit fluttery inside. Hearing this, Gu Beihui was stunned. Suddenly hearing such a satisfying answer, he almost couldn't hold back his smile. Gu Beihui covered his mouth and smiled. So his efforts had paid off after all. Looks like he needed to put in more effort. How did she misunderstand him? Nan Xiangwan felt uncomfortable, scratching her head. Actually, there is a difference. Can't explain it clearly, but I just feel a bit fluttery inside. Hearing this, Gu Beihui was stunned, almost unable to hold back his smile. Gu Beihui covered his mouth and laughed. So his efforts had worked. He needed to try harder. Compared to their relaxed atmosphere, Tan Shin in front was extremely nervous. His eyes kept darting towards the two. After a night and this morning, they were still acting as if nothing had happened. Why? They showed no intention of confronting him. He lived in fear the whole way, while these two even had time to flirt. Were they looking down on him? Han Shun's hands clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. His hatred reached its peak in an instant. After returning to the military zone, everyone was exhausted. Take a rest today. Teachers with other schedules, please mind your arrangements. The system displayed an urgent interface. Host has unfinished tasks. Unfinished task content. In the upcoming solo singer identity activity, host has an important program recording. Please independently create a song for the singer program. Task rewards will be distributed according to singers' rankings. The system threatened that task failure would require repeating. Nan Xiangwan's head buzzed. She might have forgotten. Cheng Shui had reminded her days ago, but she was too focused on training and enlistment. In a flash, Nan Xiangwan disappeared. The crowd dispersed. Gu Beihui turned to find director Feng Kaiki. Gu Beihui got straight to the point, replaced the second male lead with Lan Tianyu. Though he's less experienced comparatively, he has great potential and attitude. Plus, he's also from Nanbei Entertainment. Why suddenly request a replacement? Han Shun was highly recommended by many directors. The contract is signed, and training is almost over. Gu Beihui stared at him, emphasizing each word. Tan Shin's character is questionable. Feng Kaiki broke into a cold sweat. Gu Beihui added, I'll send you the specific reasons for replacing Tan Shin soon. Feng Kaiki looked serious. He didn't suspect Gu Beihui of personal bias, as someone of his status had no need to make things difficult for others. So Tan Shin must have serious issues. After handling this matter, Gu Beihui left. Feng Kaiki stayed behind to process everything. He needed to hurry back now, to sketch down last night's moment when the little wolf cub descended like a deity. Nan Xiangwan's heart was stirring. Had she finally realized? That night, she sat in the dormitory frowning at her tablet. It was terrible. The task was ending soon, and she hadn't written a complete new song. Nan Xiangwan was freaking out. She really had no inspiration. The system kept frantically reminding her of the approaching deadline and punishment for not completing the task. Just then, Huaying returned with some snacks along with a few roommates, interrupting the panicking Nan Xiangwan. Want some snacks for a break? Let's chat. Maybe you'll get inspired. Others started discussing. When we went to get snacks, we saw Tan Shun being picked up by his assistant. Big gossip. He must have offended someone. On the cast list, Lan Tianyu is now the second male lead. Speaking of Lan Tianyu, last time in the dormitory, he improvised those lines to Nan Xiangwan. Everyone became curious and wanted Nan Xiangwan to evaluate Lan Tianyu and Gu Xuelyang. While eating happily, Nan Xiangwan thought Lan Tianyu had some acting skills, but wasn't very bright. After all, he took so long to understand such a simple script. Seeing her reaction, everyone knew she had completely misunderstood. When Gu Beihui was mentioned, Nan Xiangwan suddenly paused. Thinking of previous moments, her heart started pounding. Nan Xiangwan shook her head vigorously, encouraging herself. Right, Gu Beihuai is my lifelong comrade. Others were confused seeing this. Had she realized it or not? Nan Xiangwan's phone suddenly lit up with a WeChat message. Gu Beihuai sent a picture with a text note. I drew this. We'll touch it up later. How is it as the cover for your next song? Nan Xiangwan stared at the drawing. A few simple strokes depicted two people. One person stood blindfolded, smiling, with a long cloth falling from their eyes to their waist. Another person held a blade, stepping forward in front, protecting against danger, looking fierce. Nan Xiangwan was surprised. Wasn't this from last night? Her comrade had drawn it, and it captured the feeling perfectly. But the blindfolded appearance was heartbreaking. Nan Xiangwan's new song blamed the god's favor. Nan Xiangwan stared at Gu Beihuai's drawing. A few simple strokes depicted two people. One person stood blindfolded, smiling, with a long cloth falling from their eyes to their waist. Another person held a blade, stepping forward in front, protecting against danger, looking fierce. Lan Xiangwan was surprised. Wasn't this from last night? Her comrade had drawn it, and it captured the feeling perfectly. But the blindfolded appearance was heartbreaking. Nan Xiangwan closed her eyes, thought quietly for a moment, then suddenly had clarity. She knew how to write the new song. She quickly got to work, focusing on writing the new melody. Even the title was decided, Blame the God's Favor. Huang watched Nan Xiangwan's reaction. She had glimpsed that it was something Gu Beihuai sent her. Nan Xiangwan's emotional changes were so obvious. She could tell these feelings were much deeper than just comradeship. Soon, Gu Beihuai received Nan Xiangwan's reply. Comrade, you draw so well. I'm inspired now. From the little wolf cub's reaction, he clearly liked Gu Beihuai. He thought about drawing things more often in the future. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted him. Gu Beihuai immediately composed himself, returning to his usual unapproachable demeanor. Lan Tianyu entered nervously and closed the door. Lan Tianyu switched to a cautious and serious manner. Teacher Gu, Director Feng suddenly notified me to replace Tan Shun as the second male lead. You promoted me, right? Thank you very much for your recognition. This is just me maximizing benefits as Nanbei Entertainment's owner and the film's investor, and removing factors unfavorable to the production team. But this doesn't mean I'll allow my subordinates to create scandals during crucial periods and affect the bigger picture. I believe I've made myself clear enough. Privately, Gu Beihuai had to warn him not to have any inappropriate thoughts about the little wolf cub.